Chapter 3562. So you also use a sword. But it's a pity that not everyone can use a sword. Seeing Ling Xiao unsheath his sword, the leader sneered and released a terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the sword martial spirit was released. The sword martial spirit emitted a terrifying aura. 6th stage sword spirit. Out of all the martial artists that Ling Xiao had met in the 4 major regions, the one with the highest grade of martial soul was the leader of the Black Warriors. His cultivation was stronger than Wang Yongming's, and his martial spirit was also more powerful. He was indeed not easy to deal with. I can try the move I just learned. Ling Xiao had been practicing in the house. Although he was interrupted by the second chief, he still had some gains. He had finally comprehended the 6 swords in one. And with his current cultivation, he could use it once. But with the heart of gold, as long as he had potential, he could constantly recover. Constantly improve. Seeing the big leader of the Black Warriors thrusting his sword over, a crazy storm of sword chi appeared in the sky. This storm blew the earth. The ruins on the ground were shattered. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at his opponent indifferently. Fire Supreme Sword. Ice Supreme Sword. Soul Supreme Sword. Exquisite Sword. 7-star Sword. Snake Supreme Sword. 6 sword lights appeared at the same time, circling around his body. Then they suddenly condensed into one, blooming with 6 dazzling lights. 6 swords in one, 6 supreme swords in one, kill, following Ling Xiao's shout. The 6 colored lights crazily poured out. At that moment, the leader's face changed dramatically. Impossible, it's actually an emperor-level martial skill. He only had one thought at this time, and that was to escape. Escape crazily. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape now. The 6 colored sword lights were extremely fast, and in a flash, they shattered the leader's sword storm. And then without stopping, they directly pierced through the leader's body. The leader was still in midair, but a big hole had already appeared in his body. How can this be? Why is there such a strong warrior here? He was not reconciled. The reason why he led the Dark Warriors to hide in the sleeping forest was because the nearby forces were relatively weak. This way, he would be able to find more opportunities to devour resources and make himself stronger. But why? Even until his death, he did not understand how he had encountered such a powerful opponent. Bang! The corpse fell into the ruins, creating a cloud of dust. There was dead silence all around. All the fighting stopped in an instant. For the warriors of Meng village, this was simply a great surprise. They had thought that this would be a battle of life and death. At least half of the 50 to 60,000 people would be sacrificed. But now, although there were sacrifices, the casualties were only about 1,000 people. Because of the appearance of this terrifying young man, the Black Warrior almost collapsed at the first touch. Now, even the leader of the Black Warriors was killed by this young man in one move. On the other hand, there were only a few hundred Black Warriors left because they had been poisoned. At this time, all of them dropped their weapons and knelt down. He repeatedly begged for mercy. Tie them all up and lock them in the water prison. Finally, Meng Kang was the first to recover from his shock. He ordered to capture those Black Warriors who had surrendered. Anyway, there were not many people left. Even if they really rebelled, they had a way to deal with them. After giving this order, he walked toward Ling Xiao. Once again, the dignified village chief directly knelt down. The warriors of the surrounding villages also knelt down, including Meng Feiyan and Meng Yi. Young hero's great kindness, my Meng village will never forget it. Never forget it. Everyone began to shout. Only then did Ling Xiao wake up from his contemplation. Just now, Ling Xiao was checking the condition of his body. Just as he expected, the 6 swords combined into one had indeed reached the level of emperor-level martial skill. And this attack also increased the energy in his sea of cultivation by about 10%. This speed was quite fast. The more powerful experts he met in the future, the faster the speed of improvement would be. He was now looking forward to the trip to the Purple Mansion Academy more and more. Everyone, get up. I can't accept such a big gift from you. Although Ling Xiao said so, he seemed very calm. He saved tens of thousands of lives of the Meng village and solved the biggest crisis of the Meng village. In fact, asking for anything was not too much. It was just a big gift. It was nothing. Big brother Ling, didn't you say that you have something to discuss with my father? Meng Feiyan said. I almost forgot. How about it, village chief Meng Kang? Why don't we go to your room and talk? Ling Xiao did have something to say. With what he had done to the Meng village, it should not be difficult to let a few warriors come here to further their studies. Of course, no problem. As long as young hero Ling asks, even if you want me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, there is no problem. Meng Kang patted his chest and said. It's not that exaggerated. Ling Xiao smiled and entered Meng Kang's room with Meng Kang, Meng Feiyan, Meng Yi, and a few elders of the Meng village. Before he could say anything, Meng Kang said, if young hero likes the nine-eyed lotus, you can pick them all. They will grow again next year anyway. As soon as he said this, the other village elders did not object to it. What a joke. Ling Xiao had saved the entire Meng village. All he did was pick some nine-eyed lotus. It was nothing. Let's not talk about that. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's like this. The place I came from is lacking in resources, so the warriors are relatively weak. Other than me, the strongest one is only at the 5th or 6th level of the reincarnation divine realm. What I mean is, can we let the Meng village become a place for our warriors to further their studies? Their talent is not bad, but unfortunately, they lack resources and such a good cultivation environment. Sigh, I was wondering what young hero was going to say. This is a small matter. But how many people can come? Meng Kang asked. Not many. At most, there are about 10 of them. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. He would naturally send a message back and choose the 10 most outstanding people. Bai Fang mentioned Dark Frost, Jian Fu Long, Long Shuo, and so on. Although these people had positions in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, this was a small matter. The matter over, there was no longer a big deal. The most important thing now was to let some experts appear in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One had to know that the laws over there had changed recently. Originally, only martial artists at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm were allowed to go there. It might not be so in the future. If the warriors of the 4 regions attacked the Western region, they could only wait to be slaughtered. However, as long as a few supreme experts appeared, it would be a different story. He believed in the aptitude of Dark Frost and the others. Once they came to this place, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. There are only so few people. Leave it to me. Meng Kang agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll thank you here. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for young hero Ling, our Meng village would be finished. Meng Kang still knew what was good for him. Chapter 3563. Then, I will talk about my second request. I plan to go to the Zifu Academy. However, I have never been there before, so I would like to ask for a map from you. Do you have it? He had already told Meng Kang and the other village elders about his identity. However, most of the people in the Meng village did not know about it. Aya, I'm afraid we can't help you with this. You should know that we are a poor village. The only maps we have are the Sleeping Forest and the City of Raging Fire. We don't have any other maps. Meng Kang frowned. Village head, when I was young, I went to the 10,000 Flames main city. When I came back, I bought a map. I have never used it, so I will give it to this young hero. No matter how grateful we are, it cannot be compared to the great kindness this young hero has shown our Meng village. One of the village elders smiled and stood up. I will be back soon. Young hero Ling, with the map of the 10,000 Flames main city, things will be easier. You can go to the 10,000 Flames main city first. Once you are there, you should be able to buy the map of the Purple Spirit Country. After that, you can go to the capital of the Purple Spirit Country. From there, it will be much easier to go to the Purple Mansion Country. Meng Kang explained. I understand. Thank you. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Zifu Academy directly, but it seemed that it would be more troublesome. However, haste makes waste. He might as well use the time on the road to improve his cultivation. He would try to become stronger when he reached the Zifu Academy. After a while, the village elder returned and gave the map to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a look at the map and memorized it in his mind. With the Tai Chi Eye, he basically had an eidetic memory. I will leave this map in the Meng village. I have memorized it. Maybe my friends will need it in the future. Ling Xiao was like a vanguard. He would pave the way for the Celestial Empire. The martial artists of the Celestial Empire only needed to follow the path he had taken. This way, it would be much safer. Memorized it. Everyone was stunned. This young hero Ling was not only strong, but his memory was also terrifying. He remembered it in just a moment. Yes, I will leave when the sun rises. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young hero Ling, the journey to the Purple Kingdom is fraught with danger. Not only were there bandits and robbers, but there were also evil cults like the Black Warriors. They had committed all kinds of crimes. Although you are powerful, you are still alone. It would be better to travel with others. I remember that there is a raging Inferno Guild Hall in the Myriad Flames main city. That is the place where Raging Inferno City's martial artists gather. Perhaps it will be of help. Meng Kang added. Thank you for your reminder. I won't stand on ceremony with the nine-eyed lotus then. Ling Xiao was not a bashful person. Since he had saved the entire Meng village, there was nothing wrong with using the nine-eyed lotus. Ha ha ha, I was worried that young hero Ling wouldn't use it. Meng Kang laughed out loud. Ling Xiao smiled as well. He stepped on the water and plucked all the nine-eyed lotuses. Then, they returned to the room from before. He spent nearly an entire night refining the nine-eyed lotus into 1,000 nine-eyed lotus pills. He first used one to raise his black tortoise divine physique to the peak of the king realm. Then, he took out 100 pills and went to Meng Kang. These nine-eyed lotus pills were refined by me. You can use them. The effect is 100 times better than the nine-eyed lotus. Also, I got these peak of the king realm martial skills from the leader of the Black Warriors. You can use them as well. I only have one request, and that is to treat my brothers and sisters well. Ling Xiao had always believed in one principle. Feelings would fade, but benefits would not. He had given so many benefits to the Meng village. In addition, these people were afraid of his strength. Naturally, they would do their best to take care of the people of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. This way, he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy with peace of mind. Young hero Ling, don't worry. I, Meng Kang, swear that as long as the Meng village exists, I will take good care of the people you mentioned. Meng Kang said very seriously. Yes, when they came, they would naturally wear a token. It's easy to recognize them. It's dawn, I should set off. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, Ling Xiao knew that he could not delay any longer. Big brother Ling, will we have a chance to meet in the future? Meng Feiyan bit her lips and said reluctantly. Don't worry, with your potential, you will come to the Purple Mansion Academy sooner or later. If I'm still there, we will definitely meet again. Farewell. After saying that, he did not say anything else and directly left. Although he could not fly, his speed was still very fast. Girl, young hero Ling is not the same as us. Don't waste your feelings. Meng Kang glanced at his daughter and sighed. He was an experienced person. How could he not see that his daughter liked Ling Xiao? But what kind of person was Ling Xiao? At such a young age, he already had such terrifying strength. In the future, he would definitely stand at the top of the 4 major regions. How could these people reach it? I know, father. Meng Feiyan gritted her teeth. She knew, but she was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to become better and be worthy of Ling Xiao. After leaving the Meng village, Ling Xiao followed the route on the map and headed toward the 10,000 Flames main city. On the way, he released a puppet eagle to help him stay alert of the surroundings. He had snatched this puppet eagle from Liu Ruhua. He had modified it after studying it. Basically, it could operate for about a month by consuming a piece of high-grade spirit stone. It was very frugal. However, it could only be used to survey the environment. It could not fight. Now, Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. If he went all out, He could defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm without using the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Just like the leader of the Black Warriors. Because he did not have an Emperor-class martial technique. He was at a disadvantage in front of him. He could even kill him in one move. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could even fight a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. But this was only for ordinary martial artists. If it was some geniuses, they would not be able to surpass so many levels. Therefore, Ling Xiao's desire for strength was very urgent. On the way, he did not avoid those powerful demonic beasts. As long as he could use his Emperor-class martial techniques, he would kill every demonic beast he saw. It was the same if he encountered some bandits. To him, fighting could increase his cultivation. Therefore, there was no need to avoid fighting. The Heart of Gold not only retained the method he used to increase his cultivation, but it also added a new method to increase his cultivation. To him, this was an extremely good thing. Since the heavens wanted him to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. After all, he was a person who liked to fight. To martial artists, when they stopped fighting, or when they were afraid of fighting, or when they were tired of fighting, it meant that their martial path had come to an end. The martial path was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. While you were relaxed, others were not. Chapter 3564. The distance between the city of raging fire and the city of 10,000 flames was not short. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's speed was not slow either. Along the way, he even subdued some wild demonic beasts to help him travel. Finally, after 10 days, he arrived at the border of the city of 10,000 flames. Looking at the huge city walls that were like a country, Ling Xiao knew that he had arrived at his destination. In terms of size, the city of 10,000 flames was at least 100 times larger than the city of raging fire. The population was probably 100 times larger as well. The normal population of the city of raging fire was about 1 million. The normal population of the city of 10,000 flames was about 10 million. He felt that if this was the case, the population of the entire golden firmament might be much more than what he had calculated previously. It was really frighteningly large. The layout of the city of 10,000 flames was similar to that of the city of raging fire. It was just that all the roads were more spacious. There were also more roads to enter the city. There were several official roads in the north, south, east, and west directions. Moreover, the city of 10,000 flames did not have a city wall. This was something that Ling Xiao had never seen before. Perhaps they felt that the city wall was meaningless. In front of powerful martial artists, the city wall was like a piece of paper. In the end, it was still the strong that decided the outcome of the battle. Entering the city of 10,000 flames did not require anything. There was not even a city guard. Everyone could enter and leave freely. Only when something happened in the city of 10,000 flames would they set up checkpoints to investigate. On the way, he saw many martial artists riding puppet beasts. Some puppet beasts were even modified to look very strange. They did not look like demonic beasts at all. They were just vehicles that carried people. There were also a few people riding real demonic beasts. Most of them were experts. After all, it was not easy to tame demonic beasts. On the way, he noticed that there was a checkpoint in front. He only knew when he walked in. It turned out that something had happened in front. There was a fight and one side was killed. Speaking of which, this kind of thing was not considered much in other cities. If the people did not report it, the officials would not investigate. In the martial world, what was killing a person? However, in the Purple Kingdom, it was actually so strict. He noticed that the cultivation of those soldiers in special clothes was not inferior to Wang Yongming's. One of them was even at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, stronger than Wang Yongming. He couldn't help but be startled. Since when did the strength of a soldier become so terrifying? Just as he was deep in thought, he heard a commotion from the crowd. He hurried over. This was because he was also very concerned about this matter. This was related to his development in the Purple Kingdom. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be very troublesome. Among the few people who spoke, The weakest cultivation was at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. 2 of the stronger ones were already at the 1st level of the divine vein realm. It was said that other than the children, the weakest person in the 10,000 Flames main city, regardless of gender, was at least at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. Those who had not reached this level of cultivation were not allowed to stay here for long periods of time. At most, he could only stay for a few days. Did you see that? It's the Z Mansion Army. That's right. The Purple Mansion Army is the official army of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The minimum requirement was the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. The Zifu Academy specializes in cultivating talents for the Zifu Army. TSK, how enviable. The Z Mansion Army is much better than the local army in terms of treatment and status. 10,000 men of the Purple Mansion Army are stationed in the 10,000 Flames main city, and they specialize in dealing with conflicts between warriors. I know about that. But I heard that a 4th level Divine Vein Realm warrior is involved in this murder case. That's why even a sergeant is here. Every sergeant is at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and they are only in charge of 10 men. I wonder how strong the centurions, chiliarchs, and captains are. Hehe, I've heard about this before. I heard that a centurion is in charge of 10 teams, a total of 100 men, and the centurion is at least at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Chiliarchs are at least at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Captains are at least at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and the stronger ones might even be at the Divine Core Realm. I heard that once a student from the elite class of the Zifu Academy graduates, he or she will be promoted to the position of captains. That's what I call awesome. But captains are nothing. I heard that the Purple Mansion Army has 50 million men, but the actual number might be even higher. That means there are at least 5,000 captains. Hearing up to here, Ling Xiao's mind was filled with terrifying waves. He thought that the hundreds of thousands of students in the Purple Mansion Academy were already abnormal enough. He never expected there to be something even more abnormal. The Purple Mansion Army actually had 50 million men. Luckily, he didn't feel complacent about it. If not, he would have just compared it to the Purple Mansion Army. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary Purple Mansion Army soldiers. Because of these 50 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers, the security of our Purple Mansion Kingdom is so good. Even if a warrior kills someone, he or she will have to investigate it thoroughly. Have you heard about it? A few days ago, a Purple Mansion Army soldier went missing in the city of Raging Flame. In order to investigate this matter, dozens of Purple Mansion Army soldiers have headed to the city of Raging Flame. Perhaps in other places, this kind of thing isn't a big deal, but in our Purple Mansion Kingdom, we can't allow this kind of thing to happen. That's right. Among all the kingdoms, no one is safer than our Purple Mansion Kingdom. All the surrounding kingdoms are filled with sects, and killing is a common occurrence. I heard that if a sect slaughters another sect, the imperial court won't do anything about it. After all, it's just a rumor. We are just ordinary people, and we might never be able to leave the Purple Spirit Kingdom, let alone the Purple Mansion Kingdom. As for the other kingdoms, we can only hear about them through hearsay. Sigh, when will I have the chance to visit the other kingdoms? It's not a bad idea. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao was carefully calculating in his mind. Not to mention the other kingdoms, just the Purple Mansion Army alone had 5,000 warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It was said that some of the stronger ones could even reach the Divine Core Realm. This was really frightening. Luckily, the ancient Sword Emperor didn't attack the Divine Devil City and come to the 4 major regions. Otherwise, even if they weren't killed, they would have been scared to death. After all, in the 4 major regions, existences like the ancient Sword Emperor could be found everywhere. As for existences like the 8 ancient emperors, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Ling Xiao was glad that Meng Kang had reminded him. With his current cultivation, he could only fight with a 5th-level Divine Vein Warrior by using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. In other words, he wasn't even qualified to be a centurion. With such strength, he wanted to go to the Purple Mansion Academy. What a joke! It was better for him to take one step at a time. Maybe he could spend some time in the Purple Spirit Kingdom and raise his cultivation to a higher level, then he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy. Those people's discussion didn't stop. After talking about the Purple Mansion Army, they also talked about the situation in the Myriad Flame main city. The City Lord of Raging Flame City was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, the same as the most ordinary Purple Mansion Army. Chapter 3565. The mayor of Wanyan Main City had reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Compared to the mayor of Raging Fire City, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, he was much stronger. And this cultivation was the strength of a Chiliarch of the Zifu army. It could be seen that every Chiliarch had the strength of a main city's mayor. They really couldn't be underestimated. However, the stronger the Zifu army was, the more Ling Xiao wanted to join. Only the more powerful the place was, the more powerful the opponent would be. Only then would one be able to obtain resources that would allow one to rise rapidly. He followed Meng Kang's recommendation and found the Raging Fire Guild Hall first. There were a few warriors from Raging Fire City resting there. These people were at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, which just met the minimum requirement of the Zifu army. They should be preparing to join the Zifu army. Ling Xiao also joined the conversation. Because he was also from Raging Fire City, they didn't reject him. I joined the Zifu army mainly to fight for a good future. One of them glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't pay much attention to him. He continued to talk about his own affairs. As long as you can become a Chiliarch, you can become the mayor of Raging Fire City after your service. After your service, you can become the mayor of this main city. At the very least, you can become a sergeant and sit on the throne of an ordinary main city's mayor. The mayor of Raging Fire City was actually not qualified. He only became the mayor of Raging Fire City because he had a relative who was a centurion. Don't think about those things now. Whether you can survive the bloody battlefield or not is the key, another person interrupted. Bloody battlefield, survival in a dangerous place. Without enough strength and brains, it's very easy to die there. Bloody battlefield? Ling Xiao heard a new word. Young man, you haven't heard of the bloody battlefield? One of them smiled and asked, then you still dare to join the Zifu army? Aren't you afraid of dying inexplicably? Please enlighten me. Ling Xiao took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones and handed one to each of them. These upper-grade spirit stones were good things. They could earn them by just saying a few words. It was impossible for them not to tell him. After the 2 of them took the spirit stones, one of them said, "This bloody battlefield is a small world. You know about small worlds, right?" "Yes, I know." Ling Xiao nodded. "Now that you know this, it's easy. The bloody battlefield is a very spacious place. Its area is equivalent to 30,000 small countries combined. Isn't that terrifying?" "It is indeed terrifying." Ling Xiao couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Flames main city was frighteningly large, and within the small Purple Spirit Kingdom, there were more than 1 million main cities like this. The surface area of this bloody battlefield was actually the surface area of 30,000 small countries similar to the Purple Spirit country added together. Wasn't this a little too big? Hihi, it has a large area and is rich in resources. It was said that the bloody battlefield came from outer space and fell into the hands of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. It was transformed into a training ground for the Z Mansion army. Every capital of a small country had a portal that led to the bloody battlefield. In the capital of the Zifu Empire, there are quite a few teleportation portals like this. I heard you say that this is the training ground of the Z Mansion army, right? What kind of training is there? Ling Xiao became more and more curious. To put it bluntly, it's a fight. It's PUBG. Within the bloody battlefield, there are many unique and extreme climates, and there's also a terrifying bloody beast. No one knows what the bloody beast is, but after it's killed, it will reappear every once in a while. It's as if there's no end to it. In addition, the worst part is actually the battles between the Z Mansion army. In order to cultivate the most outstanding Z Mansion army, the Purple Mansion Kingdom allows the soldiers of the Z Mansion army to fight and kill each other. Then, they use this extremely cruel method to select the strongest warriors. This is because in the bloody battlefield, random spatial rifts will often open. From these rifts, divine weapons, natural treasures, and martial arts manuals can be spat out. Once these things appear, they'll become the fuse that ignites a fierce battle. As they spoke of this, the two men's expressions became very serious. To them, the bloody battlefield was probably an extremely terrifying place. If possible, they probably wouldn't want to go to such a place. But martial artists were martial artists. When faced with such a place where danger and opportunity coexisted, they would often want to give it a try. They definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up so easily. That's right. Young man, you have to think carefully. The bloody battlefield is as bloody as its name. In fact, many people from the city of Raging Fire join the Z-Mansion army every year. But only about 10 or 20% of them can really survive. To tell you the truth, my big brother died in the bloody battlefield. The other man also sighed with emotion. Of course, in the bloody battlefield, the Z-Mansion army will collect the battle data of everyone. In addition to the treasures in the bloody battlefield, once they reached the outside world, they would be able to obtain huge rewards. This is indeed an opportunity. But if you make enemies in the bloody battlefield, won't you be afraid of revenge outside? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. That's possible. Don't worry. The Z-Mansion army is allowed to fight and kill each other in the bloody battlefield. You can also take revenge inside. But in the outside world, such things are absolutely not allowed to happen. Otherwise, there will be a very serious punishment. That's something that no one can bear. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. This was a good idea. The bloody battlefield was simply too suitable for him. What he needed now was to fight a large number of battles. After obtaining the Heart of Gold, he might encounter a large number of experts in the bloody battlefield. He estimated that his potential would be released explosively. His cultivation would definitely increase explosively as well. Originally, he had planned to join the Z-Mansion Academy, but now, he suddenly changed his mind. Listening to these people, it was obvious that the Z-Mansion army was more suitable for him. And the Z-Mansion Academy was probably a place that specialized in training officers for the Z-Mansion army. It was a bit like a military academy. He didn't particularly like it. He preferred to fight. Because fighting could not only bring rich battle experience, but it could also increase his cultivation. To him, this was the most suitable choice. A general's success was built on the bones of thousands. Perhaps in the Z-Mansion army, this was very appropriate. To become a general at the level of a major, you had to constantly kill in the bloody battlefield. Thank you for your advice. Take these spirit stones. I have to go to the purple spirit capital of the small purple spirit country. Ling Xiao stood up and gave each of them a high-grade spirit stone. Little brother, I see that you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go to the purple spirit capital alone. There is a mission hall in the 10,000 Flames capital. Many martial artists would go there to accept missions. Some of them are escorting missions. It is a group mission. Perhaps you can join them. That way, it will be safer. Therefore, spirit stones were still useful. If he didn't have spirit stones, these two probably wouldn't have given him such advice. Chapter 3566. What kind of good person? What kind of good intentions? Those were all fake. Only the spirit stones were real. Thank you. See you next time. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to leave. He walked toward the mission hall that the two of them had mentioned. Martial artists often needed to earn some pocket money, and taking on missions was the best choice. After all, there were many rich people in this world, but there were not many powerful people. It was normal for some people to hire martial artists to complete missions for their own safety. However, Ling Xiao had never heard of this mission hall before. In the past, the missions that he took on were all sect missions. The mission hall was much more magnificent than he had imagined. It was also very easy to find. Basically, from any corner of the 10,000 Flames main city, one could see the towering building. He had never seen such a building anywhere else. He did not even know how it was built. However, the 10,000 Flames main city was indeed a little too big. Even with his speed, it took him a full hour to reach the mission hall from the Blazing Fire Guild Hall. If not for the fact that martial artists had better eyesight, they would not have been able to see the hall from afar. Before arriving at the mission hall, one could feel the grandeur of the place. A person standing below was simply like an insignificant ant. After a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked in. The hall was bustling with activity. At first glance, it was filled with people. The 4 great regions had a lot of people, not to mention other things. The weakest martial artist in the mission hall was at least at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Most of them were at least at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Just like what the 2 of them had said, there were indeed many escort missions on the bulletin board. The bulletin board was also very magical. It was like a huge jade wall. There were all kinds of formations on it that could display all kinds of missions. It could also be adjusted at any time. Ling Xiao was quite interested in taking on missions. Although he was confident, he would not be conceited. Traveling from the 10,000 Flames main city to the Purple Spirit capital city was 10 times more dangerous than traveling from the Blazing Fire main city to the 10,000 Flames main city. If one was not careful, one could die miserably on the way. If there were more people, not only could they avoid being targeted by bandits and robbers, but they could also take care of each other. Although the security of the Purple Kingdom was pretty good, that was only within the city. Once they left the city, no one would care. Therefore, even if they were killed, they would have died in vain. Little brother, if you want to find a mission, there's a small console over there. You can see it more clearly. A uniformed person who looked like a service member of the mission hall came over and said with a smile, "Thank you." Ling Xiao was just worrying about how to choose a mission on the big screen. This service was really good. The so-called console was a small screen. After clicking on it, one would be able to flip through the pages and even search for the mission one wanted. He immediately chose the restriction and headed to the Purple Spirit capital. Suddenly, the number of missions decreased. After all, the majority of the missions here were located within the 10,000 Flames main city. Otherwise, they would head to the other main cities. There were very few people who actually went to Purple Spirit City. After all, everyone knew that it was dangerous there. There were 3 missions displayed on the screen. The first mission was to deliver a letter to Violet Spirit Capital. It required 1 person, so it was not suitable. The second mission was to go to the Purple Spirit Capital to kill people. There was no limit to the number of people, but it did not support the idea of teaming up. Finally, there was only the third mission left. The mission was to escort a few people to the Purple Spirit Capital. The number of people was limited to 15. The reward for this mission was quite generous. As long as the mission was successful, everyone would be rewarded with 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones was the price of a divine pulse elixir. However, although the reward was generous, the requirements were also quite high. One had to be at least at the 3rd level of the divine pulse realm. In other words, the minimum requirement for this mission was to be an ordinary member of the Purple Mansion Army. Let's give it a try. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the divine pulse realm, but his actual combat strength was already at the 5th level of the divine pulse realm. It was very easy for him to accept this mission. He tapped on the mission and checked the details. The person who issued the mission was waiting in a room on the 2nd floor of the mission hall. Those who wanted to accept the mission could go there to register. Ling Xiao looked at the information and walked up to the 2nd floor. As expected, there was a long queue at the door of the room indicated in the information. Ling Xiao was also at the back of the queue. He was not a person who liked to bully the weak. Otherwise, none of these people would be a match for him, and he could easily chase them away. Get lost. Just as he was waiting attentively, a loud shout came from behind him. A tall and burly man stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the man. The burly man said angrily, "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking to you. You look like a weakling. How dare you line up like others? Get lost, or I'll cripple you." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just suddenly circulated his soul power, and a terrifying light shot out from his right eye's 4-leaf demonic pupil. The burly man who spoke suddenly took a few steps back and was so frightened that his body was trembling. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't kill people in the city, I would definitely kill you, Ling Xiao said coldly. Not many people noticed this scene. Everyone was concerned about the situation in front. The burly man looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He didn't dare to say anything else and stood at the back obediently. However, he couldn't understand why this young man in front of him was only at the second level of the divine vein realm. How could he have such a terrifying aura? At this moment, the queue had moved quite a distance forward. Ling Xiao could see the situation in the room. There was an old man sitting at the door of the room. He looked about 60 years old. He was at the third level of the divine vein realm. There were 3 other people in the room. A young lady, a young man, and a middle-aged man. The young lady's strength seemed to have reached the 5th level of the divine vein realm. As for the young man, he was at the 4th level of the divine vein realm. As for the middle-aged man, he was only at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. Logically speaking, such a strange combination shouldn't be weak. He really couldn't understand why they needed to recruit guards. It seemed like this mission wasn't simple. Otherwise, there must be something fishy going on. In this mission hall, there were many martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao came early. Otherwise, he would have gathered all the people. He probably wouldn't have a chance. The old man had strict requirements for the guard's strength. However, he didn't have any other requirements. As long as they were at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, they could join. Finally, it was Ling Xiao's turn. There were only 2 people left. Ling Xiao walked to the door and looked at the old man. "Count me in." The old man was dressed in a grey robe. He wasn't strong, but his eyes were special. It was as if he could see through everything. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. He waved his hand coldly and said, "You can leave. Your cultivation isn't high enough." In this world, some people had special abilities to see through others' cultivation. Chapter 3567. Although there were many limitations to the ability to see through others' cultivation, Ling Xiao's cultivation was lower than this old man's. Naturally, he was easily seen through. That kid is really funny. His cultivation is not high enough, yet he still wants to go over. What a waste of time. That's right. Don't waste any more time. Barbarian Xiong, hurry up and chase that kid away. Someone urged the muscular man behind Ling Xiao. This muscular man, Barbarian Xiong, was usually very arrogant. Due to his powerful strength, he didn't even put others in his eyes. Everyone found it strange that he was suddenly so obedient today. "All of you, shut up. This young hero might only be at the 2nd level of the divine vein realm, but he is strong enough. Old man, count him in. You won't regret it." Barbarian Xiong roared at the old man. "You don't have the final say in this matter." The old man was still very insistent. "Uncle Ju, count him in." The young lady in the room suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Barbarian Xiong is famous for his ferocity in our 10,000 Flames capital city. Although he is only at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, his combat prowess wouldn't lose to a 4th level divine vein realm martial artist. Since he is recommending this young man, it means that this young man is outstanding. What's wrong with counting him in? Since young lady said so, this old servant will listen to you." Uncle Ju glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You 2 are the last 2. The rest can leave. This is not fair. You clearly said that only martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm and above are allowed to join." "That's right. What right does he have to say that his combat prowess is higher than a 3rd level divine vein realm martial artist? Surpassing levels to fight. Does he really think that he is a genius?" Uncle Ju's decision made the faces of the people in the queue turn ugly. They obviously felt that they were at a disadvantage. "I hope that the few of you can reconsider. Let a 2nd level divine vein realm martial artist join this group. Not only will he not be of any help, but he will also become a burden. Young lady, you don't want this to happen, right?" At this moment, even the martial artists who had passed the test were unhappy. No one wanted their companions to be weak. Barbarian Xiong said that Ling Xiao was qualified. But that could also be because Barbarian Xiong wanted to bring his little companion to the Purple Spirit capital city. He couldn't take it seriously at all. Please reconsider, the other 12 said at the same time. When Uncle Ju heard this, he looked at the young girl and said, "Miss, I think we should forget about it. Not only would the addition of this person be of no use, but it would also cause the team to be disunited. It's very disadvantageous for us. At the end of the day, you guys just feel that I'm not qualified and that I'm not as strong as you, right? Alright, I'll give you a chance now. Whoever wants to join the team can come and challenge me. If you beat me, you can take my place." Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the opposing cultivators. "However, I have to say the ugly words first. Although killing is not allowed in the city, killing is not allowed. However, it's still possible to cripple your cultivation or cut off your tongues." The reason why he made such a threat was naturally because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. If he showed mercy, everyone would probably want to come up and try. "Uncle Ju, let's do this." The young man suddenly laughed. Maybe he thought it was fun. "Alright then, everyone, make way." Uncle Ju instructed. Everyone made way. Ling Xiao walked to the center of the empty space and looked around. "Alright, who wants to challenge me? If there's no one, I'm going to carry out my mission. I'll do it." The one who spoke was a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. As he came late, he was at the back of the queue. However, he was only behind Barbarian Xiong. He originally thought that he would be chosen, but who knew that Ling Xiao, a martial artist in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm, would be chosen? He was very unhappy. "Come." Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and beckoned to the other party. "Lose for me." That person was very unhappy when he saw Ling Xiao's arrogant face. He stomped on the ground and suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. The steel saber in his hand flickered with resplendent light. Murderous aura surged. "Haha, that brat doesn't even dare to move. He's courting death." How can a martial artist in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm defeat a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm? What a joke. Everyone was waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Barbarian Xiong was the only one who looked nervous. He had seen Ling Xiao's ability before. Even though he only used his soul force, he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Crack. Ah. The sound of bones breaking was followed by a miserable scream. The crowd didn't even see clearly what had happened. The arm of the martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm had already fallen to the ground. What is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao did not use any weapons, nor did he use any martial skills. Other than the young girl, no one saw his movements clearly. In the end, his opponent's arm was broken. This was too terrifying. Clap, clap. The sound of clapping could be heard. The young man said excitedly, "What a powerful brother. With such strength, he is qualified to be our guard. He is probably stronger than a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. What a fast technique. That hand saber was as sharp as a blade." The young girl was also shocked. She felt that Ling Xiao might be able to reach the level of a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. However, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. That move was simply too terrifying. It was so fast that she almost couldn't see it clearly. "Are you satisfied now?" Ling Xiao sneered. After witnessing Ling Xiao's strength, no one dared to go up. "Alright, it will be you." The young girl spoke. At this moment, the martial artists who joined the team didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. They basically did not see clearly how Ling Xiao had done it just now. They thought that even if they made a move, they wouldn't be able to block that terrifying attack. At this moment, they looked at Ling Xiao with fear and reverence. "Ha ha ha, I already said that this brother is stronger than me. You didn't believe me and lost an arm for nothing. Idiots." Barbarian Xiong laughed loudly. "Yeah, Barbarian Xiong is right. This young man's aura is too terrifying. It doesn't match his cultivation at all. I'm afraid that he is stronger than Barbarian Xiong." The young girl nodded secretly and agreed with Barbarian Xiong's words. However, she probably didn't expect that if Ling Xiao went all out, even she wouldn't be a match for him. Uncle Ju, please clean up the bloodstains. Give the injured one 100 high-grade spirit stones and let him go. The young girl said indifferently. This old servant obeys. Uncle Ju nodded and quickly went to do it. The young girl walked towards Ling Xiao and said, "You can call me Miss Shangguan. That is my younger brother, Shangguan Yu. He is a martial artist like you and uses a sword." Ling Xiao's performance attracted the young girl's attention. Naturally, she became more talkative. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so concerned about a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Chapter 3568. Hihi, brother, if I'm bored along the way, we can spar. Anyway, with our speed, we'll need at least 10 days to reach the Purple Spirit Capital. Shangguan Yu was also curious about Ling Xiao. We'll talk about it when we get there. Ling Xiao said casually. Actually, it was not a bad idea to spar. After all, he could test his fighting skills. However, what Ling Xiao liked more was to fight and kill. It was more effective that way. All right, little you, we should go back and prepare. Everyone, gather at the east side of the city when the sun rises tomorrow. We'll only wait for half an hour. If we can't, we'll change people. Miss Shangguan smiled and left with Uncle Ju and Shangguan Yu. However, the middle-aged man stayed behind and said coldly, "Let me remind all of you. You'd better behave yourselves along the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After speaking, he left. It seemed that Ju Tong felt that there was no point in hiring cultivators. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of these cultivators. "Hehe, brother, I'll treat you today. Let's go and have a meal." Barbarian Xiong was a little rough and overbearing. Just like those demonic beasts. However, once he trusted someone, he would be obedient. After everyone left, Barbarian Xiong said to Ling Xiao, "Sure." Ling Xiao thought for a while and nodded. He did not know anyone in the 10,000 Flames capital city. Since Barbarian Xiong was kind enough to treat him to a meal, why should he not agree? He might even be able to find out something from Barbarian Xiong. "How should I address you, brother?" Barbarian Xiong asked excitedly. "Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao said indifferently. This name was very unfamiliar in the 4 major regions. Therefore, there was no problem in saying it out loud. "All right, brother Ling. I'll follow you in the future." Barbarian Xiong really knew how to curry favor with people. "It's not a problem to follow me. However, I'm very strict with my underlings. If you dare to betray me or plan to harm me, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you before I'm harmed." Ling Xiao sneered. "Big brother, don't worry. Even though I, Barbarian Xiong, am a person who is a bit bloodthirsty and rude, but I'm a person who values loyalty the most." Barbarian Bear patted his chest and said, "Since that's the case, let's go. I wonder if there's anything good in the Myriad Flames main city." Ling Xiao smiled. "Big brother, I know a place. The delicacies there are all made by spirit chefs. It was of great help to martial artists, but it was a little more expensive. However, since I'm treating you to a meal, Barbarian Bear is willing to do so." Man Xiong said. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked out of the quest hall. "Spirit chef? What's that?" Spirit chefs are as great as alchemists, puppeteers, and spirit augmentators. Basically, every large family hoped to have a spirit chef in their family. The delicacies cooked by these people could be said to be superb. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very effective. The food made by a good spirit chef can even allow one's cultivation to break through. Barbarian Bear said excitedly. As soon as the two of them left, a few people came out from the corner of the quest hall. "It's that kid. Brothers, you have to take revenge for me." The one who spoke was the martial artist whose arm was chopped off by Ling Xiao. The few people beside him had actually reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Their strength was extraordinary. But Barbarian Bear is by his side. "It's not easy." One of them said, "Barbarian Bear's cultivation might be on par with us, but that guy is a true savage beast. After transforming, his combat strength would increase by 10 times. Even a 4th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist might not be his match." "It's fine. Aren't they going to the delicious house? The spirit chef there is a sworn brother of mine. Barbarian Bear loves to drink. We just have to think of a way to get him drunk. The one-armed martial artist said. That's enough. Let's start. Hearing this, everyone immediately nodded. With the help of a spirit chef, it was naturally not a problem. Delicious house. Ling Xiao looked at the small store in front of him. The scale wasn't big, but there were many customers. Moreover, this small store had quite a lot of rules. Each person could only order one serving of each dish. Moreover, each dish had requirements for the martial artist's cultivation. If one couldn't meet the requirements, they couldn't be more precise. Why suffer? There are so many rules. Might as well find a random restaurant. Ling Xiao hated this kind of place that made a bunch of rules. He kept feeling that he wasn't free to eat, and it was very uncomfortable. After all, there's a spirit chef in charge here. It's normal to have more rules. Big brother, don't worry. I guarantee that you'll be absolutely satisfied with the food here. Barbarian Bear still recommended. Alright, since you're so eager to recommend, I'll go and try. The two of them walked into the store. Fortunately, there was an empty seat. Barbarian Bear hurriedly walked over and took it. At this time, a delicate-looking young man walked out of the kitchen. His expressionless face was as if someone owed him money. What do you two want? The young man asked indifferently. There was no enthusiasm of entertaining guests at all. It was as if he was saying, eat if you like, and get lost if you don't. He really didn't know how this kind of store could have so many customers. 2 servings of super egg fried rice. Remember, the egg must be from a 1-star 3rd-level divine vein realm demonic beast. As for the rice, it must be the shrimps grown on the edge of the storm ocean. The nutritional value of that thing is no less than a divine vein pill. Barbarian Bear said excitedly. You can, but he can't. The young man glanced at Barbarian Bear and then at Ling Xiao, and said, his cultivation is not enough, so there's no need to talk about it. Let's just choose the ordinary egg fried rice. It's also helpful for a 2nd-level divine vein realm martial artist. Big brother, what do you think? Barbarian Bear was a little helpless. It doesn't matter. I'll take the ordinary egg fried rice. How much is it? Ling Xiao asked. Super egg fried rice, 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones per serving. Ordinary egg fried rice, 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones per serving. The young man pointed at the small blackboard in the store and said, it's all written on it. Are you robbing me? Even a divine vein pill isn't worth 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Are you sure your super egg fried rice has the effect of a divine vein pill? Ling Xiao said with a frown. He had never eaten such an expensive egg fried rice before. You can't afford it. Then please leave. The young man had a smug look on his face that deserved a beating. Big brother, don't say any more. It's not that easy to get a divine vein pill. I'll pay for it. Big brother, don't worry. Although it's expensive, I only come here once a month. However, I'm going to the Purple Spirit Capital this time. I'm afraid I won't be back for a long time. Let's just eat one more time. Go, 1 super egg fried rice and 1 ordinary egg fried rice. Barbarian Bear stopped Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Ling Xiao sighed. It didn't matter. Since it was Barbarian Bear's treat, he would just eat. He wanted to see if such an expensive egg fried rice was worth its price. The young man went to cook. Barbarian Bear started to chat with Ling Xiao. Chapter 3569. Big brother, the reason why I joined this escort mission is because I want to safely arrive at the Purple Spirit Capital. I want to join the Purple Palace Army. Even if I have to die in battle, it's better than living a life of mediocrity. Our wild beast race's martial artists all have warlike blood flowing in our bodies. I was kidnapped and sold here when I was young, and I really want to go back and have a look. But without strength, I can't use the teleportation formation in the capital. Therefore, joining the Purple Palace Army is my only way out. I might even be a genius in martial arts. You are indeed a genius, although you are still far from those top geniuses. But, with your talent, breaking through to the divine core realm shouldn't be a problem for you. Ling Xiao had checked Barbarian Xiong's talent, and he knew that this savage beast clan's talent was perfect for cultivating martial arts. He wondered if every savage beast clan's talent was the same. Anyway, Barbarian Xiong's talent was above average. If he worked harder, he might be able to break through to the divine core realm. Thanks for Big Brother's words, I'll take it seriously, haha. Barbarian Xiong laughed. He didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously, he just thought that Ling Xiao was making fun of him. I'm serious, you'll know in the future. Cultivate well, don't waste your potential. Ling Xiao said in a serious manner. I know, Big Brother, are you going to join the Purple Palace Army as well? Barbarian Xiong asked. That's right, but I'm different from you, my cultivation hasn't reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, I'm afraid I can't join. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Big Brother, you're worrying too much. The Purple Palace Army recruits based on their strength, not their cultivation. If not, those spirit augmenters, puppet masters, and alchemists won't be able to join. After all, a man's energy is limited, and it's hard for him to take care of everything. Big Brother, you're stronger than me, I'm sure you can join. Barbarian Xiong said. I see, I understand now. Ling Xiao was worried that his cultivation wasn't strong enough, but now, he didn't need to worry. With his strength, he could easily defeat a 3rd-level Divine Vein Warrior. Therefore, joining the Purple Palace Army should be easy as well. While both men were chatting, the young man walked over. He placed 2 plates of egg-fried rice on the table. He even gave her a bottle of wine. Barbarian Xiong, you can be considered a regular customer of my store. Take this jug of wine as a farewell gift for you. It's free. But he can't drink it. The young man said. Thank you, thank you. The barbarian bear loved wine. Moreover, the wine in the pot was the best wine in the store. Although he felt a little sorry for Ling Xiao, he still wanted to stay and taste it. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Barbarian Xiong, let me take a look at this wine. Ling Xiao suddenly said. A stingy person who adhered to the rules to the extreme had suddenly gifted wine to others. Why did it feel like there was something wrong? Oh. Barbarian Xiong nodded and passed the wine jug over. Ling Xiao brought the jug of wine to his nose and sniffed it. His brows suddenly furrowed. What's wrong, Big Brother? Is there a problem? Barbarian Xiong's expression changed. Like I said, I don't usually see this guy being so kind. Now you're giving me wine. He stood up and was about to flip out. Sit down. The wine is fine. Drink up. Ling Xiao smiled. No problem. Barbarian Xiong was stunned for a moment and said, But Big Brother, your expression just now was not right. There's nothing wrong. I'm just curious about the ingredients in this wine that make it so fragrant. Ling Xiao laughed. Haha, so that's how it is. Barbarian Xiong did not doubt it. He ate the egg-fried rice while drinking the wine. Ling Xiao also ate a mouthful of egg-fried rice. Although this rice was not worth 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, the taste was indeed not bad. Moreover, after eating it, he did feel that the potential in his body had increased by a lot. This meant that this spirit chef still had some ability. It was just that his heart was a bit too black. It was already good enough that this thing cost 100 high-grade spirit stones. After all, the egg-fried rice sold outside could be bought with a mid-grade spirit stone. The ingredients were also demon beast eggs and special rice. It was just that there was no spirit chef to cook it. It didn't take long to finish a serving of egg-fried rice. However, Barbarian Xiong fell asleep on the table. Time to close, time to close. The spirit chef, who was also the owner of this small store, directly came out and shouted. Some people who had not finished their meal could only pack it up and take it away, not daring to offend this spirit chef. It seemed that this spirit chef had a deep background. Otherwise, there was an expert protecting him. Otherwise, a spirit chef at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm was so annoying. He would probably have been killed long ago. Just as the customers in the store had almost left, Ling Xiao saw a few figures walking in from outside. He recognized one of them. It was the martial artist whose arm was broken by him. What? You're still not satisfied with a broken arm? Are you planning to leave your life behind? Ling Xiao mocked. And this spirit chef, I don't care if you sell things at a high price. I'm also not interested in caring if you cheat people. If your attitude is bad, that's your freedom. But if you put drugs in the wine, that's your fault. Do you really think that no one can deal with you because you're very powerful? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, Ling Xiao had seen through their conspiracy. But he did not choose to leave because of this conspiracy. Instead, he waited for them here. What did this mean? It meant that this kid had the confidence. Don't be afraid. No matter how powerful he is, he only has the combat strength of the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. The one-armed martial artist shouted. That's right. Kill. Everyone no longer had any doubts and rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of making a move at all. He just watched with a smile. Suddenly, Barbarian Bear, who was lying on the table, stood up. He transformed into the appearance of a human bear. With a slap of his paw, 2 of the martial artists were directly slapped to death. You dare to scheme against me? You guys are really tired of living. It was true that Barbarian Bear was bloodthirsty. Once this guy fought, he was simply as terrifying as a demonic beast. A 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm martial artist was simply a pitiful prey in front of him. In the blink of an eye, only the one-armed martial artist was left. Big brother, should I leave this guy to you? Barbarian Bear asked. No need. I'm not interested in killing this kind of trash. Kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Spare me. Spare me. We were just muddle-headed for a moment. We won't dare to do it again. Only now did the one-armed martial artist feel terrified. Muddle-headed for a moment. I told you at that time to learn to be obedient and not throw away your life. You just didn't listen. Barbarian Bear, don't talk nonsense with him. Directly make a move. Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes. As he spoke, Barbarian Bear directly smashed that guy's head with his paw. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at that spirit chef and said, everyone has to be responsible for what they have done. You guys can't kill me. If you kill me, the city lord won't let you guys off. The spirit chef retreated while speaking in terror. At this moment, he completely didn't have that smug attitude from before. Chapter 3570. City Lord, haha, I'm so scared. So he's your backer. No wonder he's so arrogant. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you have to leave with us. The journey to the Purple Spirit capital city is very boring. If I can eat your food every day, I think it'll be great. Ling Xiao sneered and put the spirit chef into the beast ring. Then, he walked out of the delicious house with Barbarian Xiong. We can't stay in the city today. Let's wait outside. Ling Xiao said to Barbarian Xiong. Okay. Barbarian Xiong nodded. Then, he left with Ling Xiao. About 10 minutes after they left, the entire delicious house was ablaze. On this day, the 10,000 Flames capital city was very lively. The delicious house was on fire, and there were several corpses. This made the city lord of the 10,000 Flames capital city furious. The Purple Mansion army also cooperated with the investigation. But after a day and night, they didn't find anything. The next morning, the sky was just turning white. Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong had already appeared outside the eastern city. After a while, a puppet carriage also arrived outside the city. Other than that, there were 16 blazing flame puppet beasts. These blazing flame puppet beasts were based on the blazing flame beasts. All of them had the combat strength of a 1-star Divine Vein Realm cultivator. But looking at the pedals, it was obvious that they were mounts. As for the puppet carriage, it looked like a rhinoceros, but it was bigger. There were a few windows and doors on the rhinoceros's body to let people in and out. There were beds, tables, and chairs inside. It felt like a small bar. But the puppet carriage didn't have any combat strength. Only its defense was amazing. It was like a fortress. The two of you are early. Miss Shangguan walked out of the puppet carriage and said with a smile. Since we accepted the mission, we have to be more proactive. Ling Xiao smiled. If not for yesterday's incident, they wouldn't have come so early. He noticed that Shangguan Yu, Uncle Ju, and a young man were sitting in the puppet carriage. He was about 20 years old, and his eyes were shining with a cold light. His strength was probably on par with Miss Shangguan. They were both at the 5th level of the divine vein realm. He didn't know his identity. However, none of this had anything to do with Ling Xiao. There was no need for them to protect such an expert. As for the Ju Tong from yesterday, he rode on a blazing fire puppet beast. He looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated a martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm yesterday, in his opinion, it was just a coincidence. He didn't trust Ling Xiao at all. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, the rest of the people arrived one after another. Little sister Mingyu, there's no need to hire these guards and waste your money. With me around, who can hurt you? The young man walked out of the puppet carriage and looked at the crowd with disdain. He especially despised Ling Xiao. There is actually a piece of trash at the 2nd level of the divine vein realm. Uncle Ju, how did you choose your disciples? The young man was somewhat displeased. That's my choice. If you're unhappy, you can go back. Shangguan Mingyu said coldly. It seemed that she did not like this young man. Big sister, Big brother Feng is the young city lord. It's our fortune that he can personally escort us. Shangguan Yu's small head popped out of the window. Young city lord? This guy should be called Chen Feng. Barbarian Xiong lowered his voice and said to Ling Xiao, his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the divine vein realm. He's not to be trifled with. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He had no interest in provoking such a person. Of course, the premise was that the other party didn't find trouble with him. Otherwise, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. HMPH, everyone, listen up. These 15 blazing fire puppet beasts are your mounts. In order to reach the purple spirit capital as soon as possible. I'll give them to you temporarily. If the mission can be completed successfully, they will belong to you forever. Each of these blazing fire puppet beasts is worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones. You must cherish them. Shangguan Mingyu said sternly, our Shangguan clan will never treat those who have helped us unfairly. But if someone has evil intentions, don't blame us for being impolite. Your mission is very simple. It is to escort me and my brother safely to the purple spirit capital. As for the rest, you can ignore them. After speaking, she entered the puppet carriage. Chen Feng sneered and walked in as well. The puppet carriage was in the middle of the group. There were a total of 16 blazing fire puppet beasts. 8 at the front and 8 at the back, protecting the puppet carriage tightly. Big brother, where did this woman come from? She's so rich. She gave away 1,000 high-grade spirit stones puppet beasts just like that. Barbarian Xiong moved to Ling Xiao's side and asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, but her identity is definitely not ordinary. Barbarian Xiong, listen up. This mission might be dangerous. It might not even be something we can deal with. If we really can't, escaping is more important. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said, this group of people didn't tell us the danger level of the mission. If it exceeds that level, it'll be considered as them breaching the contract first. We don't have to die with them. Got it, big brother. Barbarian Xiong trusted Ling Xiao very much now. In the puppet carriage, Chen Feng, who was sitting by the window, sneered. Looking at the guards who were talking and laughing, he thought to himself, you guys can be happy for now. But soon, your lives will be gone. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. His heart couldn't help but tremble. When he turned his head to look, he realized that it was that trash at the 2nd level of the divine vein realm. Then he shook his head and thought to himself, I'm really too careful. A mere trash at the 2nd level of the divine vein realm can make me so nervous. The speed of the group was very fast. The puppet beasts and the puppet carriage consumed spirit stones. And the leader of this group obviously didn't lack spirit stones. Therefore, they could travel without tiring. When this group disappeared on the main road, another group walked out from the thicket. These people were all wearing the same black armor that covered their entire body. General Chen, are we really going to make a move? That's the famous Shangguan Trading Company in the Purple Spirit Capital City. Once we're discovered, we won't be able to bear the consequences. One of them said to the person beside him. Ha ha, you dare to disobey the orders of the city lord? General Chen sneered and said, no need to worry. This matter, we must do it without anyone noticing. Absolutely no one will notice. Moreover, with the young city lord as a spy, are you still afraid of not succeeding? Are we going to do it ourselves? The person beside him asked again. Unless it's a last resort, we naturally won't do it ourselves. Let's go to the Black Desert City, that's the best place to make a move. The Black Desert Army there is a rebel army and has always liked to plunder caravans. If we tell them that the Shangguan Trading Company passed by there, what do you think will happen? General Chen sneered and said. Brilliant. Let the Black Desert Army take action and finish off those people. After that, we'll take the opportunity to finish off the Black Desert Army. This way, not only will there be no mistakes, but there will also be merits. Chapter 3571. That's right, that's what the mayor meant. The Black Desert City is a place they have to pass through. There are no rebels, and they don't like money. General Chen sneered. But, can the Black Desert Army deal with those people? Someone beside him asked worriedly. It shouldn't be a problem. Among those people, Shangguan Mingyu and her brother are the strongest. One is a 5th-level Divine Vein Warrior, while the other is a 4th-level Divine Vein Warrior. The rest are only 3rd-level Divine Vein Warriors. I'm more worried about where they hid the treasure. What if those idiots from the Black Desert Army destroyed it? General Chen furrowed his brows and said. He, it must be in that woman's storage ring. Speaking of which, this Shangguan Trading Company really doesn't put our Myriad Flames capital city in their eyes. How dare they come here and fight for that treasure? In the end, they're just doing us a favor. What good will come of offending the mayor? Someone beside him laughed. That's right, but no one expected that there would be a treasure of that level in the Myriad Flames capital city. The Violet Sun Pill is worth at least 100,000 upper-rank soulstones. Only the Shangguan Trading Company can afford it, even our mayor doesn't have the funds to do so. General Chen said coldly, the Violet Sun Pill is a divine pill, a natural treasure born from the natural purple energies. If taken directly, it can help a 9th-level Divine Vein Warrior break through to the Divine Core Realm. Basically, it can increase the success rate by 50%. This item is extremely rare, even in the entire Purple Kingdom. If there's a powerful alchemist who can refine and improve this Violet Sun Pill, then, its efficacy will be increased by at least 40%. It can increase the success rate to 100%. TSK, at that time, it will be even more expensive. I don't think even 1 million upper-rank soulstones can buy it. If our mayor can get his hands on this Violet Sun Pill, he will break through to the Divine Core Realm in no time. In the future, we can also benefit from it. General Chen sneered and said, let's go, we'll take a shortcut. We have to reach the Black Desert City before them. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and started speeding up. In comparison, the escort team was much slower. After all, the puppet chariot wasn't that fast. Soon, they overtook the escort team and started heading toward the Black Desert City. Just as they expected. On the way from the 10,000 Flames capital city to the Purple Spirit capital city, they had encountered many troubles. Due to the strength of this team, many small groups of bandits did not dare to invade. However, there were still quite a number of bandits along the way. However, their general strength was not that great. These people never talked as much as they did in books. Without saying a word, he would immediately make a move. It was either a volley of arrows or a heavy ambush. However, these were all discovered by Ling Xiao in advance, so the threat to the team was almost zero. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Ling Xiao fought, he continued to familiarize himself with the martial skills he had mastered. Especially the 9 Supreme Sword technique and the 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique. To him, both of these techniques could reach the level of an Emperor-level martial skill. Naturally, he had to cultivate diligently. Moreover, the advantage of the 9 sovereign sword arts was that they could freely adjust their attack power from mid-king level to Emperor-level martial skills. This was practically tailor-made for him. In battle, He mostly used the 9 Sovereigns sword technique and Ice Age. After all, there were very few martial artists who had Emperor-level martial skills at this stage. A peak King-level martial skill was already considered top-notch. With the Ice Emperor sword technique and the 9 Supreme sword technique, Ling Xiao could easily unleash the combat power of True Energy Realm level 3 and above even if he did not transform. Of course, he had been suppressing his opponents. He did not want to expose himself too early. After 3 days of training, he finally mastered the 7 swords in one of the 9 Supreme sword techniques. Although the level of this move was no different from the 6 swords in one, its power was increased by 5 times. In addition, he had also mastered the first move of the 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique, Descent of the Fiend God. To reach the transcendent state, he had to undergo a truly challenging battle. At least not yet. Therefore, he began to comprehend the second move of the 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique. First appearance of Divine Light, Demonic Shadow Attack. The 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique had a total of 6 moves. The first move, Descent of the Fiend God, was the starting move, and he would use it for every subsequent move. Moreover, the power of the moves would also increase. With his current cultivation level, he could instantly kill a Divine Pulse Realm level 5 expert with just a single move. This was the advantage of an Emperor-class martial technique. The first appearance of Divine Light, Demonic Shadow Attack was twice as powerful as the Descent of the Fiend God. Its power would be even more terrifying. Barbarian Bear was just as he had said. Once he recognized his boss, he would be very loyal. When Ling Xiao was comprehending the martial technique, he would stand guard at the side. To him, the mission had become secondary. Another day passed. Ling Xiao had already comprehended the essence of the second move. After successfully comprehending it, he directly reached the lesser mastery level. However, if he wanted to increase the power of this move, he would have to do it in actual combat. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he stopped comprehending and looked into the distance, waiting for the enemy to attack so that he could test out this move. Everyone, stop and form a defense. For 3 consecutive days, Ling Xiao was the first to discover the enemy and make effective predictions. At first, everyone was not used to him giving orders. But now, everyone was basically following his instructions. A person's prestige wasn't something that could be said with words. It was something that was reflected in one's ability. In the sky, a majestic eagle was soaring. That was the puppet eagle that Ling Xiao released. It could directly transmit everything it saw to his Tai Kai eye. This greatly made up for the distance disadvantage of his Tai Kai eye. There are quite a lot of people coming. They should be bandits. There are a total of 50 of them. Most of them are below the Divine Pulse Realm level 3. Don't worry too much. Ling Xiao observed as he spoke. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a main road, it was extremely desolate on both sides. From time to time, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. It made people feel extremely uneasy. Moreover, there were many bandits who didn't fear death. They would be fearful if not for the strength of your team. Ling Xiao, don't go overboard. I'm the commander of this team. You have to listen to me. Ju Tong was very unhappy. At first, these people would listen to whatever he said. But since 2 days ago, these people started to turn a deaf ear to his words. Instead, they were very serious about Ling Xiao's orders. Then please go ahead. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to argue with such people and smiled faintly. Continue on our way. Don't listen to that Ling Xiao's nonsense. Ju Tong said loudly. He wanted to go against Ling Xiao. Because he was unhappy with Ling Xiao. Ju Tong, you're just a servant of Miss Shangguan's family. What right do you have to order us? We're taking Miss Shangguan's money, not yours. Barbarian Xiong glared at Ju Tong and said disdainfully. These few days, he had confirmed that his big brother, Ling Xiao, was right. This Ju Tong still insisted on going against them. He completely did not put their lives in his eyes. Chapter 3572. Barbarian Xiong, don't think that you can mess around just because you are strong. Believe it or not, I will drive you away now. Ju Tong's face was very embarrassed as he roared sternly. Uncle Ju, Who made you angry? How about I help you vent your anger? At this time, Chen Feng got out of the puppet car, sat on the roof, and said with a smile, "It's those two guys who have always been undisciplined." Ju Tong pointed at Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong and said coldly, "Okay, I will kill them for you." A cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. These days, he felt more and more that Ling Xiao would be a scourge and would affect their plan. So he had always wanted to find an excuse to kill Ling Xiao. Now, he finally found a reason. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he directly charged towards Ling Xiao. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He was actually a warrior. And he felt that his spear soulless already had the strength of Hutian's 6th stage. "Stop!" Just as Ling Xiao was about to fight with Chen Feng, Shangguan Mingyu's voice sounded. "Chen Feng, they are all guards I hired. They killed countless enemies along the way. They helped us a lot. But you just sat in the puppet car and rested. What qualifications do you have to attack them?" Shangguan Mingyu did not give Chen Feng any face. "Bitch, wait and see. This young master will definitely make you cry under my body." Chen Feng was choked, and he was very unhappy in his heart. But in order to carry out the plan smoothly, he did not fly into a rage. Otherwise, with his strength alone, he really could not deal with so many people. "Uncle Ju, you too." Along the way, Ling Xiao's prediction has never been wrong. Why bother about who has the command? I will make a decision now and hand over the command to Ling Xiao. He will have full authority to deal with it. Shangguan Mingyu glanced at Ju Tong. This person was really too disappointing. Originally, they were on the same side. She did not want to say anything. But Ju Tong, this guy, actually knew that there was an ambush ahead and still insisted on rushing over. Wasn't this purely courting death? If he did not understand this logic, how could he command those 15 people? This subordinate obeys. Ju Tong felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Instead, he poured all his hatred onto Ling Xiao. "Brat, it's all your fault. Just you wait. As long as I have the chance, I will kill you." Ju Tong secretly gritted his teeth. At this moment, a large number of bandits appeared in front of them. "Mingyu, you said that I've been resting. Now, I'll show you my strength. To put it bluntly, I'm just too lazy to deal with those little thieves. Do you really think I'm going to do nothing?" He looked at the dozens of bandits in front of him. Chen Feng sneered. With a flick of his spear, he charged over alone. The strength of this group of people wasn't weak. There were more than a dozen of them who were at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. The rest of them were either at the 1st or 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Surprisingly, there were no martial artists below the Divine Pulse Realm. Chen Feng's battle prowess was not for show. With a sweep of his spear, he killed 6 or 7 bandits. Then, his spear moved like a dragon, and his figure flickered among the crowd. After a moment, the 50+ bandits were actually all killed. They did not even have the chance to escape. After killing, Chen Feng walked back. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, "Brat, when offending people, best weigh your own weight. Right now, you're Mingyu's guard. I won't hurt you. But reaching Purple Spirit Capital City, your mission is completed. At that time, it'll be your death date. Also, you guys, whoever dares to be with him, all have to die." This guy was already a completely undisguised threat. Apart from Barbarian Xiong, although the other 13 people admired Ling Xiao, it was also impossible to offend Chen Feng for him. They all retreated to the sides, maintaining a distance from Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong. "Humph, that's good. This young master's temper isn't good. Furthermore, I hold grudges." Chen Feng snorted coldly and put away his spear. He gave Ling Xiao a cold glance and said, "See that? This is reality. Strength is everything. Young Master Chen Feng's strength is so formidable. Why don't you take on the following battles?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Bullshit, let me take on all of them. Why do I need a bunch of good-for-nothings like you?" Chen Feng didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only not be afraid of his threat, he even dared to make fun of him. "If everyone else is good-for-nothings, then why are you still here? You're really thick-skinned." It seems that Miss Shangguan didn't ask you to escort her, right? Ling Xiao was still as sharp-tongued as usual. He had long wanted to deal with this guy. Because of this guy, he didn't even dare to release the spiritual chef in the beast ring. This was because Chen Feng definitely knew that spiritual chef. Once released, the matter of 10,000 Flames capital city would be exposed. However, this place was already out of the territory of 10,000 Flames capital city and into the territory of Purple Spirit capital city. It didn't matter. You're courting death. Chen Feng's expression became increasingly unsightly. All right, the two of you, stop talking. It's giving me a headache. How about this? We've been rushing for a few days. Everyone must be tired. There's a river ahead. Let's rest by the river and eat something. Shangguan Mingyu had no choice but to be the peacemaker. The caravan arrived at the river. Originally, everyone was able to chat. However, because of Chen Feng's threat, the remaining 13 people could only gather together to have a picnic. Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear found a place. They directly released the spiritual chef. Tell us what ingredients you want. Immediately prepare a delicious meal for us. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Ling Xiao looked at the spiritual chef coldly and said, "Young city lord, save me." Suddenly, the spiritual chef shouted at the puppet carriage. Chen Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the spiritual chef's voice. "Good lad, so it's you who burned down the delicious restaurant and captured the spiritual chef." The killing intent in his eyes became denser. "So what if it's us?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "Do you think this is still the territory of 10,000 Flames capital city? Young city lord. It's not important whether this is the territory of 10,000 Flames capital city or not. What's important is that you dared to kidnap the spiritual chef under my father's protection. My father is furious. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I return with face?" Chen Feng said coldly. "Chen Feng, when we reach Purple Spirit capital city, you can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. But now, they are my guards. I won't allow you to touch them. Moreover, I've also heard about the spiritual chef's skills. He's just a little too arrogant. When he went to the delicious restaurant to eat, he was actually refused the door. Now that I've asked him to cook, he shouldn't dare to refuse, right?" Shangguan Mingyu's words made Chen Feng calm down once again. He secretly told himself that he must endure. He couldn't ruin the plan because of a moment of impulse. When they reached the Black Desert City, everything would be clear. Not only did he have to kill Ling Xiao, but he also had to kill Shangguan Mingyu, and the treasure on Shangguan Mingyu's body, the purple sun pill, would also belong to 10,000 Flames capital city. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, "Since Sister Mingyu said so, I'll agree." Chapter 3573. With Shangguan Mingyu's warning and the fact that Chen Feng didn't want to spoil the plan. Thus, he endured it. Another 4 days passed. During this period of time, Ling Xiao and the others would deal with martial artists below the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. If they encountered experts, Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu would personally take action. It could be said that the 15 guards were here to clean up the small thieves. On the 8th day, they arrived at the periphery of a dirt city. After passing through this dirt city, we will soon reach the Purple Spirit capital. However, there is a Black Desert Army stationed in the Black Desert Dirt City. The Black Desert Army has 10 Wolf Kings and each of them is very powerful. Thus, I remind you not to provoke the Black Desert Army. As long as you pay enough toll, the Black Desert Army won't casually attack. After passing through the Black Desert Dirt City, I will pay you half of the reward. When we reach the vicinity of the Purple Spirit capital, we will pay the remaining half. Shangguan Mingyu looked at the dirt city in the distance very seriously and said a few words before returning to the puppet carriage to rest. The closer they got to the Black Desert Dirt City, the more experts they encountered. Shangguan Mingyu had fought several battles consecutively, but it was already very tiring. Thus, she needed to rest in time to replenish her energy. Just in case. Ling Xiao glanced at the Black Desert Dirt City, then turned the raging inferno puppet beast and headed towards the puppet carriage. Previously, His puppet eagle had noticed a team coming from the 10,000 Flames capital and took a shortcut to get in front of them. Originally, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. He thought that they were on a special mission. However, this troop suddenly disappeared from the Black Desert Earthen City. That team wasn't weak. It was impossible for the Black Desert Army to eliminate them without leaving any traces. Thus, there was only one possibility left. That was, this team came from the 10,000 Flames capital and wanted to seize some treasure. Moreover, they were preparing to join forces with the Black Desert Army or even borrow the Black Desert Army's hands. Although all of this was just speculation, Ling Xiao felt that since he had accepted this mission, he had to take the money and eliminate the disaster. Since he had accepted the mission, he had to do his best. Even if he couldn't become enemies with the Black Desert Army, he could at least tell Shangguan Mingyu what he knew. It was already considered extremely benevolent. "What are you doing?" Zhu Tong stopped Ling Xiao and asked sternly. Ling Xiao ignored him and said to the puppet carriage, "Miss Shangguan, there are some things I have to tell you." However, there was no response even after a long time. He was about to speak again. Uncle Zhu came out and said, "There's no need to shout. If there's anything, just tell me. Miss and young master are asleep." Fell asleep. Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Shangguan Mingyu had just finished speaking, and she fell asleep so quickly. He felt that something was not quite right. But if someone else said that she was asleep, what else could he do? Therefore, he sighed and said, "There's no harm in telling you. I suggest we take a detour and not go through the Black Desert City. Because it could be a trap." After that, he told Uncle Zhu what he had observed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zhu sneered and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself just because Miss thinks highly of you. Detour? Do you know that taking a detour will take away twice the distance? Who would be responsible for the delay? Furthermore, is it safe to take a detour? Moreover, the Black Desert Army and our Shangguan Trading Company still have some friendly relations. No need for you to worry. Just do your own things well will do." "Heh, am I meddling in other people's business?" Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh. He already said what he wanted to say. As for whether others would listen or not, that was not what he could resolve. Laughing coldly, he walked back once more. "Big brother, what happened?" Barbarian Bear asked. "There might be a fierce battle inside the Black Desert City. Don't charge forward foolishly. Let's walk to the side of the team. Once the situation changes, immediately escape." Ling Xiao already did what he should do. It could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Others not listening, it was also impossible for him to throw his little life away. "Got it, big brother." Ling Xiao did not go and inform other people. He was not so kind-hearted. Those people ignored him because of Chen Feng's threat. Why did he need to be that holy mother? As long as he and Barbarian Bear survived, it was fine. Other things did not matter. The team finally still entered the Black Desert City. However, no one noticed the puppet eagle flying in the clouds. Ling Xiao paid attention to the surrounding movements all along. He did not want to lose his life for no reason. Furthermore, in order to be able to conveniently escape, he even memorized the situation of the Earth City through the puppet eagle. At that time, he would not need to panic and not choose a path. In the beginning, there was nothing wrong. Everything in the Earth City was exactly the same as in the city. It was just that the numbers were much fewer. The people on both sides of the street were all doing their own things, as if nothing had happened. However, Ling Xiao noticed through the Taiji eye that these so-called ordinary people each released a faint killing intent. The people on the street all have problems. Don't catch them blind later. Kill if you can, escape if you can. Follow me closely. Since he recognized Barbarian Bear as his little brother, Ling Xiao would not abandon him and not care about him. Furthermore, Barbarian Bear's combat power was not bad and could be of considerable help. After the team completely entered the Earth City, that thick and heavy door suddenly closed. A woo tilde tilde, a wave of wolf howls sounded out. The people on both sides of the street that were originally still doing their own things suddenly became ferocious and fiendish, transforming into the appearance of werewolves. It was rumored that the Black Desert Army all came from the Savage Beast region. All of them were of the werewolf race. Looking at it now, it really lived up to its reputation. No one noticed that Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear already quietly hid. After all, everyone's attention was focused on those werewolves around them. A group of people also appeared at the same time in front. The two people in the lead felt that their strength was very terrifying. Ju Tong's expression changed. It's the 10 Wolf Kings and 9 Wolf Kings. Why did they suddenly come? Could it be that they saw through our secret? Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear were not in a hurry to leave. At this time, the battle had yet to begin. Leaving in a hurry would instead become the target of public criticism. But after seeing those 2 Wolf Kings, his fighting spirit involuntarily rose. Along the way, the experts that they encountered were all finished off by Shangguan Mingyu siblings. His cultivation was unable to break through all along. But today, he could give it a try. Barbarian Bear, you hide well later. If you see a chance to escape, leave by yourself first. I'll go and meet those 2 Wolf Kings. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Big brother, this is the nest of the Black Desert Army. I think all 10 Wolf Kings are here. If we get entangled by them, we won't be able to escape. Barbarian Bear said anxiously. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. For Ling Xiao, the Earth Elemental Golden Light skill was a godly escape skill. After all, there were very few people below the Divine Core realm who could catch up with him. Ninth brother, let me take care of these idiots. The one who spoke was the 10th Wolf King. He was about 16 or 17 years old, the same age as Ling Xiao. Chapter 3574. The 10th Wolf King already had 4th level Divine Vein Realm cultivation without transforming. After transforming, he was probably close to 5th level Divine Vein Realm. He was definitely not easy to deal with. But the more it was so, the more Ling Xiao liked it. Facing the obstruction of the 9th and 10th Wolf Kings, Ju Tong's expression was very ugly. The guards were also complaining incessantly. They participated in this escort mission and did not intend to be enemies with the Black Desert Army. But looking at this, the Black Desert Army did not seem to plan on letting them leave easily. Although this was not the Black Desert Army's lair, it was said that there were 3 permanent Wolf Kings. Now, 2 had already appeared. There was still one more. The weakest 10th Wolf King had 4th level Divine Vein Realm cultivation and 5th level Divine Vein Realm combat power. The 9th Wolf King was even stronger. And the other Wolf King that had yet to appear was probably even more terrifying. Ling Xiao, go over and ask what the situation is. Ju Tong shouted. Ling Xiao? Only now did he notice that Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear actually left silently. Bastard! Ju Tong was furious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not even know when Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear slipped away. He could only brace himself and go forward. 2 Wolf Kings, we're from the Shangguan Trading Company. All along, we've been paying the Black Desert Army toll. I wonder why you're stopping us today. The 9th Wolf King sneered and said, I know you're from the Shangguan Trading Company. I also know that you've paid the toll. Your relationship with us is pretty good. That's why we didn't make a move immediately. Now, I'll give you a chance. Take out that thing, and we can let you go immediately. Otherwise, with just the few of you, I'm afraid you'll die in the Black Desert Earthen City today. Please forgive me for being slow-witted. I wonder what the 9th Wolf King means. Ju Tong was stunned for a moment. Since you don't know, then why are you standing out? Scram. The 10th Wolf King's temper was not good. He was young and impetuous. He directly slapped Ju Tong, flying out with a claw. Ju Tong fell to the ground, trembling in fright. He was already heavily injured. Come out and speak. Otherwise, we won't have any patience. Kill without mercy, the 9th Wolf King sneered. At this time, Uncle Ju came out of the puppet carriage. He cupped his hands and said, This old man is the Shangguan Trading Company's housekeeper. He had never heard of any treasures. The 2 Wolf Kings must have been deceived by a scoundrel. How about this? We're willing to pay 50,000 high-grade spirit stones for our safety. We hope that the 2 Wolf Kings will let us pass. Ha 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 ha, do you take us for fools? Do you think we'll believe whatever people say? Without evidence, how can we offend the Shangguan Trading Company, this god of wealth? The ninth Wolf King laughed maniacally. Did you guys get the violet sun pellet? Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Ju Tong really didn't know about the violet sun pill. However, Uncle Ju was very clear in his heart. When he heard the ninth Wolf King's words, he knew that the news had been leaked. It was impossible to hide it. He hurriedly returned to the puppet carriage and used a special method to wake up Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. When Shangguan Mingyu heard that the news of the Xiang pill had been leaked, his face changed greatly. Shangguan Yu was a child and was extremely anxious. Ninth Wolf King, 10th Wolf King, my Shangguan Trading Company has always been on good terms with your Black Desert Army. But today, you stopped me from robbing. Aren't you afraid that the Shangguan Trading Company will settle the score in the future? Shangguan Mingyu said coldly. Ha 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 ha, after killing you all, who can still spread the news here? The 10th Wolf King said viciously. Is that so? I'm afraid that you don't have that ability. Chen Feng, haven't you always wanted me to marry you? Today, as long as you help me kill one of the Wolf Kings, I'll marry you. The other one, I'll take care of it personally. Shangguan Mingyu, this woman was really calm enough. At this point, she could still think of ways to inspire people. Although the Black Desert Army's numbers were not few, actually, the ones who truly posed a threat were also just the 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King. The numbers on their side were not few either. They might not lose. The rest are responsible for stopping the Black Desert Army. I believe that you all should also be clear that encountering this kind of thing today, if you can't work together, you'll probably all die here. These people want to kill us, it's also impossible to let you all go. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, they're also afraid of the Shangguan Trading Company and Purple Spirit Capital City's revenge. Shangguan Mingyu said loudly. Therefore, everyone, this isn't just fighting for us, but also fighting for yourselves. But our Shangguan Trading Company won't treat you all unfairly. After the matter is done, each person will add another 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you all die in battle, my Shangguan Trading Company will be responsible for sending your ashes back to your hometown. Furthermore, we'll give your family 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. I believe that this money is enough for them to spend for a lifetime. Shangguan Mingyu continued, I swear here. If I violate the oath, I'll definitely die a horrible death. This woman really knew how to rally people's hearts. With her saying so, those guards who originally wanted to escape also steeled their hearts and stayed. Even if they died, they could also leave a huge fortune for their families. Furthermore, even if they escaped, they could not escape either. The Black Desert Earthen City was already completely sealed off. With their strength, they could only be defeated one by one if they spread out. Don't worry, Miss Shangguan. We're not cowards like Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear. We won't run away at the last minute. A person roared. The rest also echoed one after another. What? Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear ran away? How did they escape? Shangguan Mingyu was immediately stunned. Younger sister Mingyu, why care about two cowards who ran away? With me around, there's naturally no problem. Chen Feng said with a smile. It seems that you don't intend to hand over the treasure today. Okay, kill them. The 9th Wolf King roared and finally gave the order to attack. The 10th Wolf King took the lead and pounced on Shangguan Mingyu. At this time, Chen Feng grabbed Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu and fled in the opposite direction. The enemy wants the purple sun pill. As long as the two of you escape, it'll be fine. Follow me and kill our way out. Shangguan Mingyu knew. This Black Desert Earthen City was an important stronghold of the Black Desert Army. If they fought here, even if they killed two Wolf Kings, they would probably be exhausted. Chen Feng was right. They should indeed choose to escape. It's just those guards. What a pity. Shangguan Mingyu sighed and said. What's a pity? Since they accepted the mission, their lives are up to fate. Besides, they can also escape. I'm afraid that they can't escape. Chen Feng said disdainfully. At the same time, they had already arrived near the gate. The gate actually opened directly. This scene surprised Shangguan Mingyu, Shangguan Yu, and even the two wolf kings. They did not understand why. The opening mechanism of the gate was in a very hidden place. While everyone was confused, Uncle Ju also carried Ju Tong and fled outside. Everyone, don't fight foolishly. Hurry up and run. Someone among the guards shouted. Everyone lost their fighting spirit and fled in the direction of the gate. However, what made them despair was that the moment Uncle Ju and Ju Tong escaped from the gate, those two bastards actually closed the gate from the outside. Chapter 3575. At this moment, the Black Desert Army had already surrounded all the guards. Kill them all. 10th brother, follow me to chase after those people. The 9th Wolf King opened the door again and chased out. Following the footprints, it was still possible to catch up. Big brother, didn't you say that you were going to fight with the 10th Wolf King? Barbarian Xiong asked curiously, why did we sneak out too? The situation has changed. I reckon that someone in the Black Desert Army has already been bribed by the people of the 10,000 Flames main city. This bunch of bastards are really smart. Alright, follow me to the front and wait for Chen Feng to reveal his fox tail. Then, we'll play the hero to save the beauty. Ling Xiao smiled. Hero to save the beauty? Big brother, are you interested in that girl Shangguan Mingyu? Barbarian Xiong asked. I'm not interested in her, but the purple sun pill. Ling Xiao had thought about it. Even if he didn't want the reward from the Shangguan Trading Company, he had to get the purple sun pill. Of course, if it was convenient, he could also save the Shangguan sisters. As the two were talking, suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. There were also curses. Chen Feng, you bastard, what are you going to do to my sister? The voice belonged to Shangguan Yu. Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong went over. At this moment, they saw that Shangguan Mingyu had been hit by some secret technique and was unable to move. As for Chen Feng, he was searching her body. Shangguan Yu was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. She was afraid that Chen Feng would harm Shangguan Mingyu. Do you really think that I like your sister? Idiot. What I want is the purple sun pill on her. Chen Feng sneered. The purple sun pill is not on my sister, but on me. As long as you let her go, I'll give it to you. Shangguan Yu suddenly said. Really? Chen Feng said coldly. Of course it's true. Alright, then take it out for me to see. Chen Feng smiled and said, as long as it's true, I can let your sister go after I confirm it. Shangguan Yu was a child after all, and one could tell that she was a flower growing in a greenhouse. She basically had no experience. Hearing Chen Feng's words, he really had to take out the purple sun pills. It was a purple oval crystal in a crystal bottle. It continued to release powerful energy. Give it to me, or I'll kill your sister. Chen Feng suddenly sneered. After confirming that the thing was real, he would not let Shangguan Mingyu go. You didn't keep your word. Shangguan Yu was on the verge of tears. So what if I don't keep my word? If you want your sister to live, you'd better do as I say. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. At this moment, Chen Feng's ugly face was completely exposed. Alright, don't hurt my sister. I'll hurt my sister. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Shangguan Yu said anxiously when he saw Chen Feng pressing the tip of his spear against Shangguan Mingyu's throat. Give it to me. Chen Feng sneered in his heart. This thing was really obtained without any effort. As long as he could obtain the violet sun pill. Then, he could shift the blame to the Black Desert Army. The Black Desert Army going to the Purple Spirit Capital was a great enemy. No one would believe each other's words. Their myriad flames main city could instead benefit from it. Just as he was fantasizing about a beautiful future and was about to take the violet sun pill from Shangguan Yu's hand. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. The thing in Shangguan Yu's hand disappeared. Chen Feng was stunned. Shangguan Yu was also stunned. The next moment, Chen Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He immediately chased after them. Shangguan Yu was not concerned about the violet sun pill. Instead, he went to check on his sister's condition. After confirming that his sister was fine, only frozen by the spirit talisman made by the spirit augmentation master. After removing the spirit talisman, everything was fine. "Where's that bastard Chen Feng?" Shangguan Mingyu roared. He ran away to chase after the violet sun pill. Shangguan Yu lowered his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about the violet sun pill anymore. Although the violet sun pill is precious, it's more important for us siblings to survive. Let's escape first. After returning to the Shangguan Trading Company, we'll think of a way to deal with the Black Desert Army and the Myriad Flames main city." Losing the violet sun pill was a huge blow to them. It basically meant that this trip to the Myriad Flames main city was a complete failure. However, Shangguan Mingyu was still relatively calm and rational. Unfortunately, trouble came at this moment. Uncle Ju and Ju Tong actually lured the two Wolf Kings over. "I'm sorry, young miss, young master. We had no choice. If we didn't lead the way, they would have killed us. These two guys were too weak." After being captured by the two Wolf Kings, they actually took the initiative to say that they had a special way to find Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. "You guys, you're really something." Even if Shangguan Mingyu was angry, there was nothing he could do now. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you afraid?" "Sister, I'm not afraid. At most, we'll die here together." Shangguan Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Perhaps we don't have to die. I'll deal with the 9th Wolf King. You hold back the 10th Wolf King and try to stall for time. Just don't let him interfere with my battle. After I kill the 9th Wolf King, I'll go and help." After saying that, Shangguan Mingyu had already charged out. Shangguan Yu was not careless either. Although he had little experience in the martial world, he still had a backbone. While they were fighting, on the other side, Ling Xiao had already stopped. He looked at Chen Feng opposite him with a faint smile. "It's actually you." Chen Feng had never expected that the one who snatched the violet sun pill from Shangguan Yu's hands was actually Ling Xiao. "That's right, it's me," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Since you've snatched it, you should scram. Why are you still waiting for death here?" Chen Feng did not understand. "Aren't I giving you a chance? You said that you want to kill me. I'll give you this chance now." Ling Xiao was still smiling. Chen Feng, who was at the 5th level of the true energy realm, was definitely a great opportunity for him to temper himself. In terms of strength, unless he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would not be Chen Feng's opponent even if he transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. However, there was an exception. So far, his Emperor-class martial technique still had the absolute advantage. It could instantly kill a 4th-level true energy realm martial artist. It also had an overwhelming attack power against a 5th-level true energy realm martial artist. Therefore, even if he did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could still defeat Chen Feng with his Emperor-class martial technique. More importantly, the Emperor-class martial technique could trigger the effect of the Heart of Gold. It would allow the energy in his sea of cultivation to increase faster. He needed to break through. "Seems like you're really courting death." At this time, a few guards who had luckily escaped passed by and hurriedly lay down. It was quite strange. Just now, there was an internal strife in Black Desert City. Suddenly, a mysterious force entered Black Desert City and started a massacre. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. Out of 13 people, 6 survived. It was not a small number. That Ling Xiao must be sick in the head. Why is he fighting with young city lord Chen Feng? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Who knows? Hasn't Chen Feng always wanted to kill Ling Xiao? Now, the people of Shangguan Trading Company are nowhere to be found. No one is protecting Ling Xiao anymore. Chapter 3576. These two are not good people. They actually escaped first and almost got us killed. Why don't we wait and see if we can take advantage of them? Everyone discussed in secret and came up with an idea. Although they all thought that Chen Feng would win. But Ling Xiao might not be so weak. Otherwise, he would not go against Chen Feng. At this moment, there was a change in the battle situation. Ling Xiao's aura, which was originally weak, suddenly soared. A set of ferocious beast armor appeared on his body. It was incomparably cold. At the same time, a powerful aura also bloomed from his body. Ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation, Facing the powerful Chen Feng, Ling Xiao had no choice. From the beginning, he used his strongest form. You really want to fight with me? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, only to see Ling Xiao suddenly attacking. That speed was simply like a ferocious beast. At that moment, Chen Feng had no time to defend. He had no choice but to block with his fists in front of him. The aura of the 5th level of the Divine Pulse Realm suddenly erupted. And at this moment, Ling Xiao's attack had already landed. It was a palm, but the palm wind was more like a sword light. It shocked Chen Feng so much that he had to retreat suddenly. This was because he could feel the terrifying sharpness of Ling Xiao's hand. But his speed was still too slow. Ling Xiao's hand hit his hand. At that moment, Chen Feng felt like something was torn apart. Then, there was a piercing pain on his arm. His figure even retreated dozens of steps away. It was directly put into the dust. His arm was actually pierced through. Those guards who were lying in the dark watching the battle were a little stunned at this moment. No one expected that it would turn out like this at the beginning. Chen Feng actually suffered a hidden loss. His arm was pierced through by Ling Xiao's palm, and he was even sent flying. This Ling Xiao should only be at the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse Realm. How could he have such a terrifying attack power? They were a little stunned. They did not understand what had happened at all. At this moment, Chen Feng had already stood up from the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Behind him, Chong Wuhuan exploded. As for Chen Feng, his eyes were filled with a thick killing intent. Oh no, that Ling Xiao seems to have angered Chen Feng. He's in trouble now. Didn't he do well the first time? Even Chen Feng was injured. That was merely Chen Feng underestimating his opponent. Next, Chen Feng will definitely go all out. To Chen Feng, being injured by Ling Xiao was a great humiliation, regardless of whether he had underestimated his opponent or not. Along the way, he had found many opportunities to kill Ling Xiao. However, they were all stopped by Shangguan Mingyu. He thought that since Ling Xiao was alone this time, his chance had come. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In the eyes of others, the first attack was because he had underestimated his opponent. However, he knew in his heart that Ling Xiao was not simple. Otherwise, even if he had underestimated his opponent wouldn't have been able to take advantage of him. With the long spear in hand, the spear energy erupted. The yellow sand was swept up, forming a strange yellow dragon. It coiled around the long spear, spewing out terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao, good boy, I actually didn't realize that you were so powerful. That's because you're too arrogant, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had no intention of chasing after him. He just wanted to anger Chen Feng. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to use an emperor-level martial skill? Arrogant. Chen Feng sneered and said, don't think that you're a powerful person just because you've taken advantage of me through a sneak attack. In my eyes, you're still just a dead bug. Hihi, you're still so stubborn even now. You're indeed powerful, but in front of me, you don't have much of an advantage. Ice Age appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Then, the divine demon sword soul was released. Ice Age turned into black and white swords again. They were both emitting a terrifying cold aura. However, one sword obviously had a sacred feeling. The other sword was emitting a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Whether I'm stubborn or you don't know what's good for you, we'll know soon enough. Go to hell. The spear moved like a dragon. Chen Feng suddenly launched an attack, trying to turn the situation around. The terrifying spear martial soul bloomed with a sharp light. A shadow attacked Ling Xiao crazily. It's really a 6th-level martial soul, but it's a pity that it's too weak compared to me. Ling Xiao's advantage was not only the transformation of the infinite heavenly rat beast soul. He also had a powerful innate sword soul. I'll let you have a taste of an emperor-level martial skill. The first move of the 9 transformation technique of Celestial Demon, Descent of the Celestial Demon. In the void, a vigorous shadow suddenly fell. This illusory figure had 2 faces. One face was extremely ferocious, emitting a terrifying killing intent and demonic aura. The other face was kind, emitting a majestic and sacred aura. The shadow instantly merged into the black and white swords. Ling Xiao went up to meet it. He was not afraid of Chen Feng's attack at all. "You're courting death. How dare you fight back? My martial skill is at the peak of the king level." Chen Feng's confidence came not only from his cultivation, but also from the martial skill he used. The long spear in his hand kept shaking. The sand dragon roared and rushed toward Ling Xiao. The scene was extremely shocking. Unfortunately, he was facing Ling Xiao, and he was facing an emperor-grade martial skill. Boom! With a terrifying loud sound, Chen Feng was blasted dozens of meters away and fell heavily into the sand. Hehe, this is the feeling. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, using an emperor-level martial skill would consume more than half of his true essence. He could not attack continuously. However, he was already very happy when he felt the energy in his sea of cultivation increase. How can it be? Chen Feng looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Your martial skill is an emperor-level martial skill. It's too late for you to realize it now. Ling Xiao sneered. Didn't you want to kill me? Come again. With your cultivation, you can only use an emperor-level martial skill once at most. You can't kill me. Chen Feng stood up from the ground. Although he was injured, it did not seem to be a big problem. A 5th-level Divine Vein expert was indeed powerful. If it was a 4th-level Divine Vein expert, he would have been killed instantly. However, the stronger Chen Feng was, the happier Ling Xiao was. He put away the Ice Age. I'll let you have a taste of an even more powerful move. Ice Supreme Sword. Fire Supreme Sword. Exquisite Sword. Snake Supreme Sword. 7-Star Sword. Soul Supreme Sword. Myriad Kingdom Sword. 7 swords in one. Kill. After waiting for a while, Ling Xiao's true essence had completely recovered. He sneered. He used a sword skill that was 5 times more powerful than Descent of Gods and Demons. A terrifying aura rushed towards Chen Feng with unstoppable force. At that moment, Chen Feng's face was extremely ugly. He roared and circulated all the true essence in his body. He frantically unleashed his strongest attack. However, facing the power of 7 swords in one, Chen Feng was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This time, he felt that several bones were broken. Chapter 3577. Why? Why is it like this? Chen Feng could not believe what had just happened. The first time, he had underestimated his opponent. But now, even his treasure-grade Emperor artifact spear had been directly shattered by it. How terrifying was his opponent's attack? Stand up. You won't die so easily, right? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Emperor-level martial skills were tyrannical. Before encountering another martial artist who had the same level of martial skill, the martial skill of the Emperor level was very powerful. He had a huge advantage at this stage. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he might not be Chen Feng's opponent. Chen Feng crawled up once again. But this time, he did not choose to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he suddenly turned and ran. Extreme Frost Domain. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. Can you escape? Facing the heavily injured Chen Feng, Ling Xiao's advantage was very obvious. In an instant, he stood in front of Chen Feng. Don't kill me. I can do anything for you. You should know that having a subordinate like me is very important to you. My father is the city lord of the Myriad Flames capital city. Even if you can't survive in the Purple Spirit capital city, you can still do well in the Myriad Flames capital city. This cowardly Chen Feng actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and cried out. Bang! Ling Xiao kicked Chen Feng and said with a cold smile, "Are you cursing me? Cursing me to not be able to join the Purple Mansion army? Or cursing me to be killed in the Purple Mansion army? No, you misunderstand. How would I dare? I don't know how to speak. But hero, there is no real grudge between us. I beg you, don't kill me. Even if you want me to be your servant, it's fine." Chen Feng's only thought now was to live. As long as he lived, there was hope. Because he knew that his third uncle was leading a massacre in the Black Desert City. Once the matter there was settled, his third uncle could come and help. When the time came, he would definitely make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. How dare he humiliate him like this? He had to take revenge. At this moment, the guards who were secretly observing and preparing to take advantage of the situation were all dumbfounded. There was no suspense in this battle. It ended too quickly. In just 2 moves, Ling Xiao defeated Chen Feng. Moreover, Ling Xiao was actually using an emperor-level martial skill. A martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm was actually able to use 2 emperor-class martial skills consecutively. What was going on? In their eyes, the incomparably fearful Chen Feng had become completely powerless in Ling Xiao's hands. Run! Run! Suddenly, someone warned and hurriedly fled into the distance. Why are you running away? There were still some people who were somewhat puzzled. Idiot! When we were on the road, we purposely distanced ourselves from Ling Xiao because of Chen Feng's words. And today, we saw something we shouldn't have seen. That Ling Xiao will definitely silence him. With this explanation, everyone understood. Like a madman, he fled into the distance. However, a huge domain of extreme cold instantly enveloped everyone. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Ling Xiao carried Chen Feng's severely injured body and walked to the front of the crowd. If you want to live, each of you come over and stab this guy. Ling Xiao said coldly. No, don't. Chen Feng was so frightened that he turned pale. You were very proud when you wanted to kill me back then. Ling Xiao mocked. Those surviving guards were also a little hesitant. If you don't kill him, all of you will have to die. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't want to kill indiscriminately, but he couldn't allow these people to leak out that he killed Chen Feng. Therefore, the best way was to tie everyone to the same boat. It was much safer this way. Let me do it. Finally, someone took the lead. Me too. They knew that if they didn't follow Ling Xiao's instructions, they would definitely die. Anyway, only they would know that they killed Chen Feng here. As long as they didn't say anything, no outsiders would know. Chen Feng was hacked to death by those people in extreme fear. They probably never thought of it before. These trash that they looked down on became the executioners of their own lives in the end. All right, you can go now. Ling Xiao removed the extreme cold domain and burned Chen Feng's body with fire. Take a detour there. Although it's a little far, it's very safe. The reason why he gave these people directions was purely because he didn't want them to be caught. Once they were caught, there might be people who couldn't stand the torture and leak out that he killed Chen Feng. Thank you. They still believed Ling Xiao's words. Along the way, Ling Xiao was right. If it wasn't for Uncle Ju who didn't listen to Ling Xiao's advice, then they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Everyone disappeared into the vast desert together. Seeing Ling Xiao's shadow gradually disappear, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I really didn't expect that Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. Yeah, if I had known, I would have stood on his side. I reckon that barbarian bear would have fled long ago. Sigh, let's not talk about that. He's already extremely benevolent by not killing us. Keep your mouths shut in the future. Don't cause trouble. He even dared to kill Chen Feng. We're nothing. That's right, let's go quickly. Everyone didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly took a detour. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he headed in the direction of Shangguan Mingyu. He was still a person with a conscience. Shangguan Mingyu treated him well along the way and even protected him in front of Chen Feng. No matter what the purpose was, she helped him. As a person with a conscience, helping this woman along the way was no problem. Moreover, that Shangguan Yu was quite cute. Along the way, he sparred with her several times. Even if they weren't friends, they could be considered acquaintances. He couldn't not save her. Of course, the most important reason was that he wanted to get remuneration from the Shangguan Trading Company. High-grade spirit stones were good things. It would be a waste not to take them. Another reason was that the 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King hadn't reached the point of despair yet. After the battle with Chen Feng, his cultivation C energy had increased by 20%. Now, it had reached 50%. To break through, he had to reach at least 100%. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King were considered good practice targets. It didn't take long for him to feel the battle on the wasteland. Although this battle wasn't as earth-shattering as the one in the western region. However, every time they collided, the ground would still shake. Sand and dust flew. The scene was extremely spectacular. He sped up and rushed over. In order to be able to enter the battle as soon as possible, he still maintained the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. So his speed was extremely fast. Under the transformation state of the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul, his face could be covered by armor or exposed. The combat strength was not much different. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face was exposed. He wanted to tell the Shangguan sisters who saved them. Chapter 3578. A moment later, Ling Xiao had already arrived near the battlefield and entered the Shadow Dancer state. He observed the ongoing battle. At this moment, the Ninth Wolf King was locked in battle with Shangguan Mingyu. The two of them were evenly matched. However, Shangguan Mingyu's actual combat experience was obviously inferior to the Ninth Wolf King's. If this continued, the battle would probably end in less than half an hour. At that time, Shangguan Mingyu would definitely lose. As for the other side, Shangguan Yu's situation was even worse. She was suppressed by the 10th Wolf King to the point that she couldn't fight back at all. Although Shangguan Yu tried her best, the wounds on her body were still increasing. Shangguan Mingyu was worried about her brother's safety and was at a disadvantage. As for Uncle Ju and Ju Tong, the two arrogant idiots, the two of them were currently trapped and sitting on the ground, watching the battle in horror. They still hoped that the Shangguan sisters would win. Because these two were young and easy to fool. They definitely wouldn't die. But if the two Wolf Kings won, it would be terrible. At that time, the two of them would definitely lose their value and be killed. Shangguan Mingyu was incomparably anxious. She wasn't even so anxious when she lost the purple sun pill. Although that thing was precious, as long as one was alive, there was hope. But at this moment, her brother was being suppressed by the 10th Wolf King and was covered in blood. He was about to die. But there was nothing she could do. The 9th Wolf King seemed to be deliberately watching her suffer, and his cold laughter became stronger and stronger. Little girl, I advise you to hand over the purple sun pill. In that case, we can give you a quick death. Otherwise, we will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. You should still be a virgin, right? Hee, it wouldn't be good if you were defiled. The 9th Wolf King's mouth was full of obscenities, and he was very proud. I've already said that the purple sun pill is no longer in our hands. It was snatched away. Shangguan Mingyu was very helpless. If she really had the purple sun pill, she would definitely hand it over, even if it was just to protect her brother's safety. But the problem now was that she didn't have the purple sun pill at all. This was really depressing. Sister, don't worry about me. If you can escape, then escape. Let father take revenge for me. Although Shangguan Yu was covered in blood, she became braver and braver as she fought. This made the 10th Wolf King a little surprised. In fact, Shangguan Yu was also very surprised. Along the way, after sparring with Ling Xiao dozens of times, he found that his fighting skills had improved a lot. If it was in the past, he would probably be dead by now. But now, not only was he still alive, he wasn't even fatally injured. It even left a few shallow wounds on the 10th Wolf King's body. He didn't know who Ling Xiao was, but he knew that Ling Xiao's combat skills were probably unmatched. Even his father might not be able to do it. He was simply a natural-born warrior. No, I won't leave. I won't leave you behind. Shangguan Mingyu vaguely remembered that when she was young, she was not as strong as she was now. On the other hand, his younger brother, Shangguan Yu, was very sturdy. When she was bullied, it was her younger brother who ran out to protect her. Although it was beaten until it was covered in wounds, the little fellow never retreated. Now, in the face of these ferocious enemies, how could she abandon her younger brother? Xiao Yu, big sister is coming to save you. Run. Shangguan Mingyu decided that even if she died, she would let Shangguan Yu escape. She suddenly pounced on the 10th Wolf King. She completely ignored the 9th Wolf King's attack. You're courting death. The 9th Wolf King snorted coldly. How could he not see through this woman's purpose? Since she wanted to die, he would give her a quick death. He was a savage beast, and he had no intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. In his rage, his speed increased sharply. A terrifying attack blasted towards Shangguan Mingyu's back. That huge wolf claw flickered with an icy cold light under the sun. "Sister, don't." Shangguan Yu was scared out of his wits. Of course, he knew what his sister was going to do. But he definitely didn't want that to happen. As for the 10th Wolf King, when he saw Shangguan Mingyu pouncing towards him without caring about her life, he didn't dare to hesitate. He did not dare to be negligent. He gave up on Shangguan Yu and attacked Shangguan Mingyu. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King. One from the front and one from the back, they attacked Shangguan Mingyu from both sides. Even if Shangguan Mingyu wasn't weak, she was still in a situation where she would die. "Xiao Yu, run." This was the effect that Shangguan Mingyu wanted. She alone entangled the 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King. Then, she would let Shangguan Yu escape. Unfortunately, Shangguan Yu had no intention of escaping at all. Because he was calmer than Shangguan Mingyu. If he escaped, Shangguan Mingyu would definitely die. He wouldn't be able to escape from the palms of these two people. So what he had to do now was to attack. He suddenly condensed his most powerful move. Emperor-level martial technique, sky-shattering cloud. With a roar, he used the Emperor-level martial technique with his cultivation at the 4th level of the true element realm and charged towards the 10th Wolf King. The 10th Wolf King was shocked. Because Emperor-level martial techniques were very precious. Ordinary martial artists definitely didn't have them. But thinking about it carefully, the Shangguan Trading Company was one of the more famous trading companies in the Purple Spirit capital city. It was normal for the young masters and young ladies here to have Emperor-level martial techniques. Damn it! Although the 10th Wolf King also knew Emperor-level martial techniques, the troublesome thing was that he was being attacked by Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. Helpless, he could only choose to dodge. "Ninth brother, I'll leave it to you." He retreated rapidly and avoided Shangguan Yu's terrifying attack. At this moment, Shangguan Mingyu was still in danger and couldn't escape. Although there was no danger of being attacked from the front and back. But at this moment, her back was facing the 9th Wolf King. How could she fight back? Her combat ability was not as good as the 9th Wolf King's. Now that she had her back to others, she was still in a dead end. "It's a pity that I couldn't see little Yu safely return to the Purple Spirit capital city." Shangguan Mingyu knew that she was dead meat. She was prepared to die together with the 9th Wolf King. She had to create some conditions for her brother to escape. Unfortunately, she probably wouldn't be able to see if she could succeed. "Sister, don't." Shangguan Yu roared as she crazily attacked the 10th Wolf King. At this moment, the 9th Wolf King, who was attacking Shangguan Mingyu, suddenly went crazy. He actually attacked in a direction in the void with the wolf claws in his hand. Of course, this was only what Uncle Ju and Ju Tong thought. Shangguan Mingyu had already felt it. On the battlefield between her and the 9th Wolf King, the aura of a third person appeared. Boom! A terrifying collision exploded in the void. The 9th Wolf King was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away. However, the invisible martial artist was also exposed. He retreated more than 50 meters away. There was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao, who was in the state of shadow dancer, couldn't use martial techniques. This was troublesome. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage in this collision. Chapter 3579. It's you, brother. Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu were both shocked. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao had already escaped when they were in the Black Desert City? Why would he suddenly appear here? He even saved Shangguan Mingyu's life. Surprised my ass. If it wasn't for your *T Uncle Ju who didn't listen to my advice and rashly entered the Black Desert City, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Shangguan Mingyu, I'll leave the 9th Wolf King to you. I'll deal with the 10th Wolf King. Shangguan Yu, move aside. Ling Xiao directly rushed over, picked up Shangguan Yu, and threw him aside. Then, he fought with the 10th Wolf King. You actually dare to meddle in other people's business. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King were a little stunned. They didn't expect such a person to appear out of nowhere. especially this person's demonic beast aura, which was more like their beast race. This made them a little confused. Meddle in other people's business? You don't understand, right? I'm a guard hired by the Shangguan Trading Company. Ling Xiao looked at the 10th Wolf King and smiled faintly. Now that he had obtained the purple sun pill, the next step was to do his best to help Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu escape. As for the two idiots who were tied up over there, he wasn't interested in saving them. So it's another reckless thing. 10th brother, no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill him. The 9th Wolf King said coldly. Got it, 9th brother. The 10th Wolf King looked at Ling Xiao. No matter what you are, you won't be able to escape death today. Ling Xiao glanced at the 10th Wolf King and couldn't help but smile. He then said to Shangguan Mingyu, can you still hold on? No problem. Shangguan Mingyu finally came back to her senses. It was as if she had crawled out from the abyss and was extremely glad. All right, then you stall the 9th Wolf King. I'll kill the 10th Wolf King first. Ling Xiao said. I'm afraid you can't do it. After the 10th Wolf King transformed into a wolf, his strength has reached the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Shangguan Mingyu said, take Xiao Yu away. I'll stop them. Shut up and listen to me. Otherwise, I'll leave right now. Ling Xiao's attitude was very overbearing. Because there was no time to talk nonsense. The puppet eagle told him the truth. That meant that the battle in Black Desert City was about to end. General Chen was fighting with the 8th Wolf King. However, it seemed that the 8th Wolf King's strength was inferior to General Chen's. At this rate, the battle would stop in at most 20 minutes. They also had to end the battle and escape. Otherwise, even if they managed to kill 2 Wolf Kings, they would still be killed by General Chen's group. Shangguan Mingyu was stunned. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw Ling Xiao suddenly pull out a sword. The body of the sword was sparkling and translucent, releasing a bone-piercing cold. That guy is serious. Shangguan Mingyu swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Xiao Yu, let's go. No, I have to treat my injuries first and help little brother later. Otherwise, he won't be a match for the 10th Wolf King. Although Shangguan Yu was young and innocent, she was quite loyal. Don't worry, the ones who will die today will be them. Ling Xiao sneered. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King were both at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Only after transforming could they reach the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. No matter which one it was, they weren't too strong. Divine Demon Sword Soul, unleash. While speaking, Ling Xiao unleashed the Divine Demon Sword Soul. The Ice Age in his hand turned into a black and white sword. This guy actually has a divine-grade Empyrean weapon on him. The 10th Wolf King's eyes widened. The 9th Wolf King was drooling as well. A divine-grade Emperor weapon, even in the Purple Spirit Capital, it was an extremely precious and top-tier weapon. No, it was definitely the strongest weapon for anyone below the Divine Core Realm. 10th brother, you have to get that thing. This guy doesn't look like an ordinary guy. The 9th Wolf King shouted. 9th brother, don't worry. There are only 3 divine-grade Emperor weapons in our Black Desert army. They are all in the possession of 3 brothers. If we can get that one, we can exchange it. What do you think? The 10th Wolf King said. We'll do as you say. The 9th Wolf King said. Both of them didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if as long as they attacked, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. You guys are really careless. A divine-grade Emperor weapon is great, but too bad, I'm afraid both of you won't have the fortune to use it. Ling Xiao smiled. A terrifying sword intent was unleashed from his innate sword soul. The entire battlefield suddenly became piercingly cold, as if a terrifying whirlwind of blades had blown past. The battle was about to start. Ling Xiao and the 10th Wolf King stood together. In order to end the battle quickly, he used the 9 transformation divine demon art right from the start. A terrifying energy was unleashed from both swords. The 10th Wolf King was sent flying dozens of meters away. He even suffered some serious injuries. It's an Emperor-grade martial skill, but do you think you're the only one with an Emperor-grade martial skill? The 10th Wolf King stood up from the ground. He circulated his true yuan. The The two claws suddenly became longer and sharper. Emperor-grade martial skill, Phantom Wolves cross-kill, die, human, hair. Ling Xiao was a little surprised to see the other party use an Emperor-grade martial skill. He finally saw an opponent with an Emperor-grade martial skill. He felt that the power of this move was stronger than his Descent of the Divine Demon because of the other party's cultivation. Its power was almost the same as the 7 swords in one. However, it was obviously weaker than the second move of the 9 transformation Divine Demon art. This move was displayed. The 10th Wolf King suddenly turned into an afterimage. His speed was extremely fast. His crazy claws pierced directly toward Ling Xiao's chest. That terrifying power was enough to make one tremble in fear. Ling Xiao did not put away Ice Age. At this time, the 7 swords flew directly out of the storage ring. They floated around his body. A terrifying power began to condense. The 7 sword lights merged into one. 7 venerables attack, 7 swords roar, kill. The 7-colored sword light frantically swallowed and spat out. It headed toward the 10th Wolf King. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a venerable respected by all, incomparably majestic and solemn. The power of the 7 swords as one was stronger than the 10th Wolf King's attack. But the problem was that Ling Xiao's cultivation was not enough. So the attack power of these 2 moves should be basically the same. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded, and the 2 actually retreated dozens of meters away. The 10th Wolf King looked at the martial artist in front of him in horror. He simply could not understand. How could a martial artist with a cultivation of the 2nd level of the true Yuan realm be able to tie with him? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Because he could feel that after using 2 Emperor-grade martial skills in a row, the energy in his cultivation C had increased by 20%. At this stage, perhaps it was because the Emperor-grade martial skills consumed a lot of his true Yuan and occupied a lot of his potential. So the speed of improvement was extremely fast. It was estimated that the speed might slow down in the future. Chapter 3580. The battle was still going on. The excited Ling Xiao used Advent of Gods and Demons and 7 swords in one to attack his opponent. The 10th Wolf King finally couldn't hold on any longer. Even if he was a martial artist at the 4th level of the true element realm, he could only use his Emperor-level martial technique 5 times at most. At this time, his true essence had been completely exhausted. This is the last blow. I'll send you to see the god of death. Ling Xiao sneered. This time, he didn't use the Emperor-level martial technique because he didn't need it. It wouldn't increase the energy in his cultivation C. This time, he used the Peak King-level martial technique, Freezing Instant. The 10th Wolf King didn't react at all when Ice Age blasted over. His true essence had been exhausted. Even if his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's, it was meaningless. A martial artist's defense and attack mostly relied on true essence to maintain. Although the physical strength of the savage beasts was stronger than that of ordinary human martial artists, it wasn't enough for the 10th Wolf King to block that terrifying attack. The 10th Wolf King watched as his entire body froze. Then, he stopped struggling. His entire body was completely stiff. Then, the sword light exploded from his body. It completely shattered the ice. The 10th Wolf King's body also dissipated. Only ice and debris were left on the ground. Even a complete corpse couldn't be pieced together. This scene made the 9th Wolf King furious. His 10th brother was actually blasted to pieces just like that. He frantically repelled Shangguan Mingyu and then pounced on the 10th Wolf King. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he angrily waited for Ling Xiao. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The 9th Wolf King's strength was stronger than the 10th Wolf King. But not by much. Therefore, he didn't have any confidence at all. Ling Xiao scornfully hooked his hand and said, "Come on, I'm waiting." The battle with the 10th Wolf King had finally increased his cultivation C energy to 90%. With only 10% left, he might break through again. Reaching the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm was just the beginning. After all, the weakest martial artist in the Purple Mansion army was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. However, What he didn't expect was that the ninth Wolf King seemed to have deep affection for his brother. It seemed that he hated Ling Xiao to the core. He gathered all the true essence in his body. He actually chose run. He really had to run. He disappeared into the desert at an extremely fast speed. By the time Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Forget it, he doesn't know who I am anyway. This grudge will be held against the Shangguan Trading Company. It has nothing to do with a nobody like me. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided not to chase after him. This was not a place to stay for long. He had to get ready to slip away. He glanced at Ju Tong and Uncle Ju. Ling Xiao walked over. You guys have been very arrogant along the way. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Shangguan Mingyu, what should we do with them? Kill. Shangguan Mingyu coldly glanced at Uncle Ju and Ju Tong and said. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. This Miss Shangguan was more decisive than he imagined. But it was also true. Ju Tong and Uncle Ju actually lured the two Wolf Kings over and almost killed the siblings. It wouldn't make sense to not kill them. Miss, please spare my life. This old servant has worked for the Shangguan Trading Company for so long. You can't just kill me like that. Uncle Ju said loudly. Sister, let them go. We're fine anyway. Shangguan Yu was still soft-hearted. She couldn't bear to see the old man crying like that. Shangguan Mingyu frowned and seemed to have the idea of letting this person go. You guys have to think carefully. Let's not talk about that, Ju Tong. As for this Uncle Ju, don't you think everything is strange? There shouldn't be many people who know about the purple sun pill, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's right. Only Xiao Yu, Uncle Ju, and I know about the purple sun pill. Could it be, Uncle Ju, you betrayed us? Shangguan Mingyu finally came back to her senses. You're not stupid. I was wondering. I clearly told this Uncle Ju that there was danger in the Black Desert City. He didn't listen at all. Even if the two of you were sleeping, you shouldn't be sleeping so soundly. I shouted for a long time, but you didn't respond. Ling Xiao said again. Uncle Ju used a silent gauze curtain. Shangguan Mingyu was getting clearer and clearer. Miss, don't listen to this person. He's the spy. Otherwise, how could he know about the danger in the Black Desert City in advance? Otherwise, why would he and that barbarian bear hide first? Uncle Ju was still biting there. At this point, you still refuse to admit it. Do you really think I'm stupid? I've actually suspected it before. After Chen Fengfeng revealed his true purpose, I understood that you've been selling our information to the 10,000 Flames capital city. Shangguan Mingyu walked towards Uncle Ju. Although the things Ling Xiao did were strange, she didn't suspect it. Because the reason was very simple. Ling Xiao saved the siblings and killed the 10th Wolf King. She didn't want to suspect her savior. If Ling Xiao really wanted to harm them, he didn't need to do so at all. For the sake of your years of service, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Shangguan Mingyu sighed and finally made a move, killing Uncle Ju with a slap. Then, she glanced at Ju Tong and said, Get lost. If you don't remove the roots, be careful of endless troubles. Ling Xiao reminded. Although his Uncle Ju's son, he didn't collude with Uncle Ju. Shangguan Mingyu shook her head, untied the rope on Ju Tong's body, and said, You can go. Thank you, miss. Ju Tong lay on the ground. Shangguan Mingyu leaned over to help him. However, at this moment, Ju Tong suddenly raised his head and a sharp arrow shot out from his mouth. It directly shot towards Shangguan Mingyu. What a pity. Shangguan Mingyu sighed at this moment. Her figure flashed slightly, and with a finger, it directly pierced through Ju Tong's throat. She actually agreed with Ling Xiao's words just now. But she really couldn't do it to Ju Tong. So she needed a reason. And Ju Tong just gave it to her. See, little you, in the future, you must remember that kindness will make you lose your life. This time, fortunately, Sister had predicted it. Otherwise, even with Sister's strength, it would be impossible to avoid it. Shangguan Mingyu said. Shangguan Yu was really shocked. This time, he had experienced too much. Chen Feng's betrayal. Uncle Ju's betrayal. Ju Tong's repaying kindness with ingratitude. These would allow him to grow quickly. Let's go, or it will be too late. Ling Xiao felt that there was a team rushing over from the Black Desert City. Let's go. Anyway, they were about to reach the Purple Spirit Capital. The three jumped on a blazing fire puppet beast at the same time and headed towards the road beside the Black Desert City. Although it would take more detours, it was safer. Miss Shangguan, don't forget the promised reward. Those guys' rewards should all belong to me, right? On the way, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course. Chapter 3581. Shangguan Mingyu did not object to giving all the rewards to Ling Xiao. It was just that Shangguan Mingyu had been confused. Who took the purple sun pill? Was it someone from the 10,000 Flames capital city? Or was it someone else? It was a pity that she would never be able to figure it out. Unless one day Ling Xiao could not hold it in and said it himself. Then she might still know. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao liked high-grade spirit stones because everything he did now required high-grade spirit stones. Buying medicinal herbs, activating puppets, cultivating, setting up formations, and so on. Without high-grade spirit stones in life, there was nothing to do. By the way, where's that barbarian bear? Didn't he escape with you? Shangguan Mingyu asked curiously. Shangguan, you had already fallen asleep. This child had suffered too much shock and probably needed to digest it properly. I told him to go to the Imperial Mausoleum first. I alone am enough to save people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I really don't understand. You're so powerful. Why didn't you tell us earlier so that we could be mentally prepared? Shangguan Mingyu complained. Tell you earlier? If I told you earlier, I would have been destroyed first. Ling Xiao always believed that hiding a part of his strength was the key to survival. You must make others unable to see through you. You are the most powerful. Shangguan Mingyu wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by Ling Xiao. You should rest too. When we reach the Purple Spirit Capital City, I will wake you up. All right. Shangguan Mingyu was actually very tired. But for some reason, she always felt very safe by Ling Xiao's side. He actually fell into a deep sleep. After some time, she was woken up by Ling Xiao. The Purple Spirit Capital City was already in front of them. This is the reward. Let's part ways here. To be honest, you might not have a good thing if you go to the Shangguan Trading Company, so don't make it public. Shangguan Mingyu took out a total of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones from her storage ring and gave them to Ling Xiao. Then, she left with Shangguan Yu. Ling Xiao understood what she meant. The Shangguan Trading Company was too complicated. It was hard to guarantee that no one would think that he had ulterior motives. Therefore, it was better not to go. Actually, that was what he meant as well. He found it troublesome. He might as well take the money and enjoy himself. He watched Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu leave. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and sat down. Then, he called out Yuan Venerate. Master, does the Xiang pill really have the effect that they say it does? Ling Xiao asked. The effect of the purple sun pill isn't as miraculous as they said, but it can indeed increase a warrior's chances of breaking through to the divine core realm. How about this? I'll teach you a method to refine the violet sun nature pill. This purple sun fortune pill could double the effects of the purple sun pill. However, it would require a lot of precious materials. In the days to come, try your best to slowly gather the money. No matter what, you're only at the second level of the divine vein realm. There's still a long way to go before you reach the divine core realm. Yuan Venerate thought for a moment, then passed the pill formula to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Master. I'm now a rich man. If I have any treasures that can strengthen my soul, I'll definitely buy them for you. Just try your best, there's no need to force yourself. Anyway, I'm fine as I am now. If I obtain a physical body too early, it might cause trouble instead. After Yuan Venerate said that, he returned to the mountain river realm. Ling Xiao stood up and stretched his body. Only now did he notice that the Violet Spirit Capital was much bigger than the Myriad Flames Capital. The Myriad Flames Capital had already surprised him, but the Violet Spirit Capital was even more majestic. There were only about 10,000 Purple Mansion Army soldiers stationed in the Myriad Flames capital. However, the Violet Spirit capital had over 1 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers stationed there. Although this place couldn't be compared to the Violet Mansion capital, it was still very powerful. There were over 1 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers, and about 3 million local soldiers. The population of the Violet Spirit Kingdom exceeded 1 billion. Just the Violet Spirit capital alone had a population of about 100 million. Although it was a lot, it didn't look crowded. The main reason was that the city was too big. If it weren't for the fact that there were many martialists in the mystic world, it would have been impossible for ordinary people to build such a huge city. Just like the Myriad Flames capital, the Violet Spirit capital didn't have city walls. The security in the city was basically maintained by the local army. The army was stationed at a place further away from the city. However, the puppet technology of the 4 major regions was more developed. Once something happened, the garrison could quickly arrive. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, the city defense army in the city was enough. The strength of these city defense army soldiers wasn't lower than the first level of the Divine Vein realm. Although they couldn't be compared to the Purple Mansion army, they were still very powerful. Furthermore, there were also some experts in the city defense army. There were people at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. As for the Purple Mansion army, they were stationed even further away. They had their own city walls and residences. Their purpose was to quell rebellions and deal with some troublesome matters. In addition, they were in charge of recruiting and training new soldiers. As the saying went, soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used for a single moment. They didn't fight. However, if a war broke out in the Violet Kingdom, they would definitely be of great use. Following the crowd, Ling Xiao headed toward the Violet Spirit capital. Along the way, there were all kinds of strange puppet carriages and puppet beasts. It was a dazzling sight. The spacious and clean streets were pleasing to the eye. A martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm was simply insignificant in the midst of hundreds of millions of people. There were hundreds of millions of people entering and exiting the city every day. No one would pay attention to a mere Ling Xiao. It seems like this will be my main training ground for the next stage. Here, I have to raise my cultivation to the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. I have to reach the level of a captain. Only then will I be able to do better in the Violet Kingdom capital. Otherwise, even if I go there, I will still be a nobody. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He discovered that there were many puppet beasts flying in the sky above the Violet Spirit capital. There were also many fixed puppet beasts that stayed in one place. They seemed to be monitoring everyone. Ling Xiao finally understood why there was no need to build a city wall here. Those puppets, big and small, have recorded everything you've done. If you weren't strong enough, who would dare to cause trouble here? Even if someone barged in, they would probably be killed by the martial artists here in less than 10 minutes. The City Defense Army, the Violet Kingdom Army, and the garrison weren't to be trifled with. The Violet Kingdom had its own laws, and the Violet Spirit Kingdom had its own laws. Other than copying the Violet Kingdom's laws, they also had their own laws. The Violet Spirit Kingdom's king was the pinnacle existence in the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Generally speaking, the king, emperor, and so on in the mystic world were also the strongest in that kingdom. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to convince the masses. There was no need to even think about surviving. It was because of the strict laws that dictated what should be done and what shouldn't be done that this city appeared to be prosperous and prosperous. Chapter 3582. I wonder where the Purple Mansion Army is stationed. How can I go there to report? Ling Xiao felt that his top priority was to join the Purple Mansion Army. Only by joining the Purple Mansion Army would he be able to go to the bloody battlefield. Only by entering the bloody battlefield would his cultivation be able to break through faster. Big brother, this way. While thinking about the Purple Mansion Army, Ling Xiao suddenly heard Barbarian Xiong's voice. He couldn't help but feel happy. Walking over, Barbarian Xiong dragged him to the restaurant. Big brother, you must be looking for information about the Purple Mansion Army. There's a restaurant over there. I've asked around. They have been hosting the Purple Mansion Army for a long time. And every time someone comes to look for the Purple Mansion Army, they will go there to eat. Hearing Barbarian Xiong's words, Ling Xiao didn't resist. But speaking of food, he suddenly thought of the spirit chef that was still trapped in the beast ring. It wasn't a good idea to keep him around. After all, this kid was very crafty and didn't want to be disciplined. Let's kill him. This guy didn't do anything that offended the heavens and reason. He decided to just let him go and invest some money to let him open a restaurant in the Purple Spirit capital city and gather information for him. With the soul-absorbing pill and the four-leaf demonic eyes, he wasn't afraid that this kid wouldn't listen to him. Thinking of this, he was already pulled into the restaurant by Barbarian Xiong. He found a corner on the first floor and sat down. From here, he could see the entrance and the street, as well as all kinds of people in the restaurant and what was happening. Ling Xiao noticed that all the martial artists who entered the restaurant were all at least at the first level of the Divine Vein realm. Those with lower cultivation were the old, the weak, the women, and the children. These four regions were really terrifyingly powerful. A mere Purple Spirit capital city was already like this. He wondered what the Purple Mansion Army would be like. "Waiter, how's the thing I asked you to gather information about?" Barbarian Xiong asked with a smile when he saw the waiter bringing the dishes over. "How can I not do what you asked me to do? Take a look at this booklet. It's the recruitment booklet for the Purple Mansion Army. The details are all there. You can know anything you want," the waiter said with a smile. Ling Xiao noticed that the waiter's cultivation was at the second level of the Divine Vein realm, the same as him. "I didn't expect you to print such an exquisite booklet." Barbarian Bear took the booklet and smiled as he read it. "We didn't do it. It was the Z Mansion Army that gave it to us. The Zifu Army also wanted more people to join them. It just so happens that our restaurant's business is booming, and there are many warriors coming in and out. Many of them are here for the Purple Mansion Army. That's why we usually have the most recruitment brochures," the waiter said proudly. "I see. Thank you very much." Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. The Purple Mansion Army had entered the bloody battlefield, and many of them had died. To be able to maintain the number of 50 million, there would probably be a large number of martial artists joining every year. The Mountain River martial spirit had been around for many years. This naturally had a huge impact on the profound world. Now that there were more and more strong warriors, he didn't know if the Z Mansion Army's recruitment method had changed. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little worried. What the hell? Why is he only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm? Didn't they say that anyone at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm could join? Barbarian Bear suddenly cried out in alarm. If it was only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm, it meant that he had no chance. His combat strength was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm, which wasn't enough to deal with someone at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. "Your information is too outdated. The Purple Mansion Army has always maintained the number of 50 million. But now, there are more and more strong warriors. Therefore, they raised the level of entry. You said that those at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm joined before. If they are still at that cultivation level after 3 years, they will be eliminated," the waiter said excitedly. "Looking at your cultivation level, it doesn't seem to be strong. Why don't you just stay in our restaurant? After cultivating for a few more years, it won't be too late to take the exam. I'm not trying to discourage you. I saw a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm getting eliminated a few days ago. He had been hiding in his room and drinking wine." "Why was he eliminated?" Ling Xiao asked. "They said that his talent wasn't good because there were too many people signing up. Therefore, the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm is just a reference. It is the minimum. It doesn't mean that you are qualified to enter just because you have reached that cultivation level," the waiter explained. "I see." Ling Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. The waiter thought that the two were discouraged and hurriedly said, "You don't have to be discouraged. The Purple Spirit capital city is a good place. Cultivating here is better than any other main city. The two of you should be able to give it a try after working hard for more than 10 years. "More than 10 years? You might as well kill me," Barbarian Xiong said helplessly. There are really people who commit suicide. Sigh, in my opinion, there is no need. Our shopkeeper also came to the Purple Mansion Army to take the exam. In the end, he didn't get in. So, he started a business here. Now, he has made a lot of money and improved his cultivation level. The waiter smiled. Go do your work. Ling Xiao looked at the waiter and said, Okay, but don't take it too hard. Besides the Purple Mansion Army, there are still many ways out. Before the waiter left, he kindly reminded them. Ling Xiao smiled and patted Barbarian Xiong. Don't be so discouraged. With your talent, you should only need 1 year. Next, I plan to invest in opening a restaurant here. I will let the spiritual chef be the head chef and you will be the boss. Every day, besides cultivating, you will be enjoying good food. Wouldn't that be great? Next year, I will be a veteran of the Purple Mansion Army. If you enter, I will be able to take care of you. Wouldn't that be better than this year? Big brother, you really know how to comfort people. Okay, I will listen to you and stay for a year. Anyway, the Purple Spirit capital city is very big and much more fun than the 10,000 Flames main city. Moreover, I can make money and don't have to worry about my parents. Barbarian Xiong thought for a while and drank the wine. Ling Xiao took the booklet and read it. The booklet explained the recruitment of soldiers in detail. First, the minimum cultivation level is the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. If you don't have the cultivation level, you can reach it. Second, the Purple Mansion Army is stationed in the Rising Sun City, which is 10 miles away from the Purple Spirit capital city. The Rising Sun City is different from other cities. It is the place where the Purple Mansion Army lives. It is strictly governed by the military. There is also a large area of forest and wasteland nearby that can be used for military training. On normal days, it is very strict and no unrelated people are allowed to enter. Third, the recruitment period is in the middle of every month. The recruitment will continue for 10 days. During these 10 days, you can sign up and participate in the assessment as you wish. Under normal circumstances, the acceptance rate is 1 in 10,000. Fourth, the assessment method is very simple. You just have to defeat the puppet martial artists. These puppet martial artists are like the puppet beasts. They have strong combat power and don't know fatigue. Their defense is very terrifying. Of course, according to the rules, the shortest time you take to defeat the puppet martial artist, the more damage you cause to the puppet martial artist. The lighter the injuries, etc., are all factors for the assessment. If you defeat more opponents, you will be graded according to these factors. Chapter 3583. There were 4 people in charge of grading. 3 of them were centurions, and 1 of them was the new commander of the Purple Mansion Army. Basically, that was the general content. Of course, there were also some pictures. It should be the Purple Mansion Army's daily life and training scenes that could be shown to the public. It looked pretty cool. It could really attract many young martial artists to participate. Ling Xiao calculated the time. It was the middle of the month, but according to the start time, the recruitment had already been going on for a few days. There were only 3 days left. He wasn't in a hurry. It didn't matter even if it was the last day. After all, it was just a registration. Everyone had to take the test at the same time. This time, they would be recruiting around 100 people. According to the number of applicants in the previous years, there would be around 1 million people. This number was quite terrifying. However, a small country had dozens of main cities under its jurisdiction. There wouldn't be many applicants with 1 million people. Most of them would be eliminated in the first round. It didn't say anything about the puppet martial artist, but it should be around the same strength as a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. For the sake of safety, I should try my best to raise my cultivation to the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. This way, I will have a higher chance of success. Moreover, there is no need to use most of my trump cards at the start. Ling Xiao always insisted on one point. He looked down on his opponents strategically and treated them seriously tactically. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. According to the grading, even if he killed the puppet martial artist, he might not pass the test. He had to be faster, more accurate, and more ruthless. The stronger he was, the more chances he had. Big brother, what is going on outside? It is so lively. Just as Ling Xiao was about to put away the booklet and start eating, Barbarian Xiong pointed outside the window and asked. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked outside the window. There were actually some city guards on the street. They were riding on puppet demonic beasts and were clearing one of the roads. The people who were walking on the road were all driven to the barricades on both sides of the road or directly to other roads. Some big shot is probably coming. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. He realized that the Purple Spirit capital city's control was really strong. Even if the passers-by complained, they didn't dare to resist. They obediently retreated to the sides of the road and turned their attention to the city gate. It was obvious that a major figure would appear on that path. At this time, the shop assistant from before also came to the window and looked outside. He looked extremely excited. Buddy, who is it? Why are you so excited? Ling Xiao asked with a smile while eating. Hee, it's no wonder you don't know. You're new here, so you don't know much about Purple Spirit capital city. The shop assistant looked out of the window and said with a smile, the king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom is a peerless beauty. More importantly, she was only in her early 20s. However, his strength was terrifyingly strong. It was said that he had reached the divine core realm. Today, the person who was coming was a Daoist master who had traveled all the way here from the Zifu capital city. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the Purple Mansion Kingdom's king. Grandpa Daoist's group of 4 didn't have much strength. It was said that he wasn't even a divine vein realm martial artist. However, his 3 disciples were extremely powerful. 2 of them came from the beast race of the wilderness, and 1 came from the deep-sea dragon domain, especially his eldest disciple. He was a mighty warrior from the divine ape clan, and his strength was unfathomable. He was also sealed with a seal, and most of his strength was sealed. However, his current strength was still at the divine core realm. The king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom was in her 20s, but she was still single. It was said that she had met this Daoist master once in the Zifu capital city. She even called him Big Brother. Clearly, she liked him very much. Because of this, the hearts of tens of millions of men in the Purple Spirit capital city were broken. After all, the king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, Zi Chenye, was the goddess in all men's heart. After hearing what the shop assistant said, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. There was a traveling team that was sent by the king of the Purple Kingdom to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. The leader of this team had some connections with the king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom. The leader was a Daoist master, and it was rumored that he was an expert in secret techniques. Although he wasn't strong, all 3 of his disciples were strong. Especially his eldest disciple. The king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom was extremely powerful as well. Buddy, it seems like you know your king, Zi Chenye, very well. Ling Xiao joked. He was basically immune to beauty, because he had seen too many beautiful women. In the world of warriors, beauty was not as useful as strength. I don't know much about her. Most of the information I got were just rumors. If you want to know the truth, I really can't give you an answer. Let me put it this way, the general of the Purple Kingdom's Purple Palace Army, Yu Qilong. Once you join the army, you'll be the general. According to the rumors, his cultivation is at the 3rd level of the divine core realm. Our great and beautiful king's cultivation is even stronger than this general Yu Qilong. Let me tell you, once you join the Purple Palace Army, you better not offend this general. Within the Purple Palace Army, there were strict military positions. The general who commanded 100,000 Purple Palace Army soldiers was a major general, and his cultivation was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the divine core realm. The general who commanded 1 million Purple Palace Army soldiers was a lieutenant general, and his cultivation was between the 3rd and 4th level of the divine core realm. The general who commanded 1 million Purple Palace Army soldiers was a general, and his cultivation was at least at the 6th level of the divine core realm. There were 5 generals in the Purple Palace Army, and the one who stood at the top was the Purple Palace Army's chief marshal. On the same level as the generals, there were also the chief staff officer, chief supervisor, and chief instructor. However, These 3 positions didn't directly lead the Purple Palace army. They all had their own special missions. However, their overall strength was on par with the 5 generals. This General Yu Chilong is the son of one of the generals. He is young and promising. Although his strength isn't the best amongst all the lieutenant generals, he is still young. Furthermore, he has great talent, and everyone says that he is the most likely successor to that general. Hearing what the salesman said, Ling Xiao couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He felt like a real ant that had stepped into the territory of giants. No matter if it was the Lieutenant General Yu Chilong or the King, Zi Chenye, they were both people he couldn't reach. They were people he couldn't afford to offend. If he didn't have enough strength, offending these people was the same as courting death. He really wanted to thank the salesman for telling him all this. If not, he would have never offended anyone. Salesman, this is for you, thanks a lot. Ling Xiao took out a top-rank soul stone and gave it to the salesman. The salesman's eyes lit up. Originally, he didn't want to continue talking. But now, he just sat back down. After all, the goddess of his dreams, Zi Chenye, hadn't shown up yet. Since you're so kind, I'll tell you more about it. This year, the Purple Palace army has undergone a huge adjustment. Although the lowest-ranking soldiers haven't changed much. But, from sergeant to sergeant, they have all been strengthened. Now, the requirement for sergeant is to reach the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Centurions must reach the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Chiliarchs must reach the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Captains must reach the 1st level of the Divine Core Realm. Chapter 3584. In the Purple Mansion Army, captains are also called brigadier generals. They are only second to major generals. Of course, they didn't have such high requirements in the past. But now, the martial artists are getting stronger and stronger. The Purple Mansion Army has no choice but to change the system. In the future, they will probably have to raise the requirements even more. Although Ling Xiao had already expected what the shop assistant said, but when he heard it, he still felt helpless. He thought that he was already very close to the upper class of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. But now, he was still an ant. Even captains had to be at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Then, those who couldn't reach the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm in the Purple Mansion Army would probably be forced to change jobs. Thinking of this, he sighed with emotion. In the West region, a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm could become a supreme expert and a legendary existence. But here, they were only stronger than the old, weak, women, and children. Sir, I think you are quite ambitious. In 8 to 10 years, you can become a captain or even a centurion. Then, you can become a superior person. When you get married and have children, your family members will be military families. Not only will you be honored, but you will also be protected and treated well. The children could even enter the young army and the young army of the Zifu army for training. You will have a higher chance of becoming a member of the Purple Mansion Army in the future. But don't forget me when you get rich in the future. Come to my restaurant for a meal, and just give me a little more money. The waiter said with a smile. Haha, I will. There was no need to argue about this. After all, on the surface, his cultivation wasn't very good. Even with his real strength, he was just qualified to enter the Purple Mansion Army. Others said this not because they looked down on him, but because they were just stating facts. However, he was very clear in his heart that his talent and comprehension ability were definitely not something that others could compare to. He came to the 4 regions from the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. It had only been a few months, and he was already a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Next, his breakthrough speed would be even faster. They are here. It's the carriage of that royal brother. Barbarian Xiong suddenly turned around and said. Ling Xiao and the waiter looked out of the window. He saw that there were Purple Mansion Army soldiers riding on puppet beasts to protect him. And in the middle, the 4 people were very obvious. The person in the lead was riding a white horse. He was quite handsome and wore a daoist robe. He looked like an immortal. His cultivation was indeed not very high, but Ling Xiao's intuition told him that he should not underestimate this person. This Taoist is called Su Mengzhen. That monkey head was his eldest disciple, Sun Sheng. The fat one was his second disciple, Zhu Neng, and the one who looked like a shark with a ferocious face was his third disciple, Shuo Hai. Other than Su Mengzhen, the other 3 disciples were all extremely strong. I've already told you about my eldest disciple. The second and third disciples are both divine core warriors, and they are extremely frightening. But this time, there's going to be a show to watch. The shop assistant suddenly laughed. Lively? What excitement? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Our beautiful ruler likes this Daoist master Su Meng. However, the lieutenant general of the Zifu army, Yu Qilong, likes our beautiful ruler. It was a classic love triangle. With these 3 people together, don't you think it's going to be lively? The shop assistant laughed and said, Yu Qilong's hometown is in the purple spirit capital. When he was young, he had a very good relationship with our beautiful ruler, and he even said that he wanted to get married when he grew up. It was just a joke when he was young. How can you take it seriously? I always think childhood sweethearts are no match for those who fall from the heavens. Ling Xiao laughed and said, unless that Daoist master Su Meng gives up on his own accord, I don't think Yu Qilong can do anything about it. Haha, you're right, guest. With the current situation, I think Lieutenant General Yu Qilong is going to be very depressed. The shop assistant laughed. No one here would know what they were talking about anyway. They wouldn't dare talk about the ruler and the lieutenant general in front of them, but they could gossip behind their backs. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in any of this. No matter who was with whom. It had nothing to do with him. What he cared more about was how he could join the Zifu army, and how he could enter the bloody battlefield as soon as possible. It wouldn't be too late to talk about this after he reached the level of those people. Ling Xiao activated his Tai Kai Eye. Suddenly, he noticed that a few dozen men were charging toward Su Mengzhen's group. These men were not ordinary men. They could actually fly in the sky. Only divine core warriors were able to break free from the gravitational pull and fly in the sky in the 4 major planets. Dozens of divine core warriors had suddenly appeared. This was really shocking. These men were too strong. Although their auras were weaker than the 3 men from the Wang Quan family who had tried to kill him, they were almost there. In other words, those 3 men from the Wang Quan family should be at the divine core realm. Finally, he had a rough idea of what they were. Back when he was in the western region, he didn't even know what cultivation level his enemies were at. But now, he finally knew. In the blink of an eye, when the dozens of men arrived, the Zifu army's guards couldn't do anything about it. Because they were divine core warriors, and the Zifu army's guards were only divine vein warriors. Ling Xiao turned to Su Mengzhen and asked. The man who looked to be in his 30s didn't even look at the sky. He had a smile on his face, and he was so calm, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. Zi Qianye, Yu Qilong, what are you 2 bastards doing? How dare you send men to assassinate my master? Sun Sheng let out a loud roar. He didn't care if Zi Qianye and Yu Qilong could hear him or not. Without hesitation, he leapt into the sky. He waved a club made of an unknown material and lightly swung it. The dozens of cultivators were all sent flying. Damn it, this is too strong. They are all divine core warriors, but it's like he's beating his own grandsons. Ling Xiao couldn't believe what he saw. The weapon in Sun Sheng's hand was the same as his transformative weapon, a heavenly king weapon. However, Sun Sheng didn't use any martial skills, he just used an ordinary attack to knock the men away. With just a single strike, the dozens of men left as quickly as they came. After leaving behind a dozen dead bodies, they disappeared into the horizon. Are divine core warriors so worthless? How did he manage to kill so many of them in such a short time? Barbarian Xiong was startled as well. It's not that divine core warriors are worthless, it's that Sun Sheng is just too strong. To put it bluntly, in the entire Golden Heavenly region, besides the Golden Sovereign, I don't think there is anyone stronger than him. However, his cultivation base has been sealed, that's why he doesn't seem that scary. Just listen to how he didn't even take Lieutenant General Yu Qilong and Lord Zi Qianye seriously. The shop assistant's eyes lit up. Perhaps he really admired such a strong man. Who didn't love heroes? Who didn't love strong men? Chapter 3585. More people are here. I think they are from the King Palace. Ling Xiao noticed a group of people not far away. Most of these people were actually women. Perhaps it was because the king of the Violet Spirit Kingdom was a woman. There were at least 1,000 people in this group. Among them, there were a few hundred divine core warriors. Perhaps all the mighty warriors from the King Palace were here. This Zi Chenye really thought highly of Su Mengzhen. Why are there so many divine core warriors? Barbarian Xiong asked the same question. You should know, there are over 100 million people in the capital city, but there are only a few thousand divine core warriors. Most of them are divine vein warriors. There are also some reincarnation divine warriors. The salesman wasn't surprised at all. It was normal for there to be a few thousand divine core warriors in a city with over 100 million people. After listening to his explanation, Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong found it easier to accept. For Ling Xiao, becoming a divine core warrior was still too far away. Even among the divine vein realm martial artists, there were plenty of people who could easily kill him. Therefore, it looked like he had to keep a low profile while he was in the capital city. It would be best if he didn't provoke those mighty warriors. If he did, he would be in deep trouble. Comparing a divine core warrior to a divine vein warrior, there was a feeling of transcendence between them. Divine cores were formed in their bodies. It felt like there was a small universe running in their bodies. No matter if it was their true yuan or their bodies, they were much stronger than divine vein warriors. Divine core realm, that will be my next goal. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The warrior from the royal family killed by Black Devil didn't count. After all, that wasn't Ling Xiao's strength. But, once he became a divine core warrior, he would be closer to Yu Fanghua. Before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had sworn that he would protect every reincarnation of the Moon Lady. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Although it was still uncertain, it wasn't impossible. As long as he could touch it, he would be able to get it sooner or later. He had the martial soul of Tyrant, the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts, and the heart of gold. His cultivation speed was several times faster than others. Therefore, he was still very confident. Her Majesty looks like she will never age. I remember that she looked like this 10 years ago. That's right. I've only become more charming. Nothing else has changed. Don't bother about his looks. The strength of the monarch is the most terrifying. I feel that he is even stronger than the last time I saw him. Although he was in the Purple Spirit capital city, the monarch spent most of his time in the monarch residence. Not many people could actually see her. Thus, Zi Chenye's appearance immediately caused a lot of discussion. Ling Xiao turned his head to look. There were people by the window and at the door. Even behind them, there were people constantly squeezing over, wanting to catch a glimpse of their beauty. However, what made Ling Xiao feel funny was that the huge canopy had a veil hanging down, completely covering the monarch inside. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to see it. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to look through the canopy. However, he discovered that Zi Chenye was still wearing a white veil. He still couldn't see his face. But to be honest, this woman's temperament was definitely very elegant. Sitting there, she was like a white lotus flower in a flourishing age. Dressed in white, she was like a fairy. This was the kind of woman that people were talking about. He wanted to get close to her, but he was afraid of sullying her. This kind of woman was naturally to be admired from afar and not to be touched. Apart from her looks. In terms of figure, this woman seemed to have reached the level of the Moon Lady. It was just her temperament that felt inferior. When a woman was beautiful to a certain extent, she actually had her own merits. It was difficult to determine who was better. However, Ling Xiao was still confident. If the Moon Lady stood together with Zi Chenye, they would definitely attract more attention. Even this woman's light would be stolen by the Moon Lady. But now, this woman was like a bright pearl, shining with endless light. She blocked everyone else in the darkness. No wonder all the men in the Purple Spirit capital city said that this woman was their dream goddess. This woman indeed had the aptitude. Many men couldn't help but feel ashamed of their inferiority when they saw her. But since he had the Moon Lady in his heart, Zi Chenye was just a piece of art that Ling Xiao could admire. Besides, What he was more concerned about was Zi Qianye's strength. He shouldn't be as strong as Sun Sheng. But at the same time, he was unfathomable. What could he do? He was just too weak. As long as it was a divine core warrior, he would be able to easily kill Jiang Chen. King! King! The entire crowd cheered. Although there were some who were jealous of this woman, most of them felt proud to have such a king. Proud. Happy. Finally, Zi Qianye flew out from the imperial canopy. She landed on the ground. A long red carpet was laid out on the ground, extending all the way to the white horse. Although Zi Qianye was wearing a veil, her eyes were filled with excitement. Obviously, this woman really liked Su Mengzhen. Not only her, even Ling Xiao had developed a strong interest in this Su Mengzhen. Su Mengzhen was a real man, but he was too beautiful. He was even more beautiful than a woman. Her indifferent temperament was even more mesmerizing than that of the monarch. In this day and age, men look like this. It really makes people speechless. It's probably because of that peerless face. That must be one of the reasons why Zi Qianye likes him. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Right when Zi Qianye and Su Mengzhen were walking on the red carpet and were about to hug each other, suddenly, a deafening noise came from the city gate. All of them were purple puppet war horses. All of them were wearing purple armor. This was simply shocking. Those should all be purple spirit armors. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rumble. A large number of Purple Mansion Army soldiers stopped at the entrance of the Purple Spirit capital. Only a few hundred Divine Corps warriors followed Lieutenant General Yu Qilong into the Purple Spirit capital. Yu Qilong didn't look at anyone next to him, his eyes were fixed on Su Mengzhen. It looked like the rumors weren't fake. This Yu Qilong had definitely treated Su Mengzhen as his rival in love. The Purple Mansion Army was different from ordinary warriors. Obviously, they had been trained by killing and killing. Even though they had restrained their aura, their killing intent still leaked out uncontrollably. It made many passers-by tremble. So strong. Those must be the captains and chiliarchs of the Purple Mansion Army. That's right, all the captains are Divine Corps warriors. Some of the chiliarchs are Divine Corps warriors as well, and there are a few hundred of them. Why did the Lieutenant General call all of them here? I wonder if he's trying to put pressure on them, or if he's trying to make it look grand. It looked like most people knew about the story between Yu Qilong and Zi Qianye. Ling Xiao smiled. He wasn't interested in this kind of gossip. Instead, he looked at Yu Qilong. Chapter 3586. Yu Qilong was really young, probably not even 20 years old. How could he become a lieutenant general of the Zi Mansion Army at such a young age? Not only was he young, but he was also handsome and powerful. He was simply the dream lover of countless women. There were many people pursuing Yu Qilong, but he was set on Zi Qianye. One had to admit that he was really stubborn. Yu Qilong ignored Su Mengzhen and went straight to Zi Qianye. His arrogance was probably due to his talent and strength. Most people were not worth mentioning in front of him. Currently, no one could compare to him, including Ling Xiao. Qianye, why didn't you inform me that you were going to welcome Daoist Su? No matter what, Daoist Su is the king's younger brother. Yu Qilong stood between Zi Qianye and Su Mengzhen to prevent them from touching each other. Su Mengzhen just smiled faintly and elegantly as if nothing could affect his mood. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, greetings to General Yu. He cupped his hands and bowed. Zi Qianye was a little angry, but he knew that Yu Qilong had no ill intentions, so he could not blame him. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart. But this time, Su Mengzhen was going to stay in Ziling City for a long time. She would have a lot of opportunities to meet Su Mengzhen. Yu Qilong could not stop them all the time, could he? Sister, don't you understand Brother Qilong's intentions? Why can't you be nice to him? At this moment, a 15 or 16-year-old boy walked out from the crowd and rolled his eyes at Zi Qianye. Haha, isn't this Xiaolong? You seem to have broken through. You are indeed your sister's younger brother. Not bad. Yu Qilong was in a good mood when he heard Zi Long speaking up for him. Zi Long was Zi Qianye's younger brother, and he was Zi Qianye's most beloved brother. His name was similar to Yu Qilong's, and he had a good relationship with Yu Qilong. Moreover, when it came to his sister's marriage, he firmly supported Yu Chilong to be with his sister. After all, no matter how good Su Mengzhen was, he was still a wandering daoist. No one knew when he would go somewhere else. Zilong and Zi Qianye looked very much alike. If Zilong hadn't dressed like a man, people would have mistaken him for a girl. When Ling Xiao saw this purple dragon, he could not help but clench his fists. A young man who was about 15 or 16 years old, even younger than him, but he was already a first divine core warrior. This kind of strength really made people have a whole new level of respect. Big brother Chilong, you are truly overpraising me. Compared to you, I am nothing. Zilong smiled. Oh right, Zilong isn't a member of the Z Mansion army yet, right? Yu Chilong suddenly asked. That's right. Speaking of this, big brother Chilong, you have to open a back door for me. I want to join the Violet Mansion army. Zilong smiled. Back door? Ha ha ha, I say, Xiaolong, stop joking around. With your strength, isn't it easy for you to enter the Zifu army? But the Purple Mansion army is very dangerous. I'm afraid your sister won't be willing to part with it. Yu Chilong looked at Zi Qianye. There's nothing to be reluctant about. As long as Xiaolong is willing, I believe him. Zi Qianye nodded his head and said, Big brother Chilong, did you hear that? My sister has agreed, you can now arrange for me to join, right? With my strength, participating in the exam is just bullying others. You can just let me join. I don't think anyone will object to this. Zilong said. Alright, I'll go through the procedures for you when I get back. Yu Chilong wanted to please Zi Qianye, and also because Zilong was really strong. Reaching the first divine core realm at the age of 16, his talent was even more frightening than Zilong's. This is great. Zilong was really excited. Are you guys done chatting? Suddenly, 1,000 catty stick dropped down from the sky and smashed onto the road. Zi Qianye, Zilong, and Yu Chilong were so scared that they immediately took a few steps back. Sun Sheng was pissed off. What's with those assassins just now? Sun Sheng asked with a stern voice. I think they are just some people who are unhappy with your actions. Yu Chilong said with a cold voice. Little son, be nice. With a smile on her face, Su Mengzhen walked over and said, Did we cause trouble for the king by coming to Purple Spirit Capital? No, I'll immediately send someone to investigate those assassins. I won't let them disturb brother Yu again. Zi Qianye hastily said. Alright, let's welcome Daoist Su to the King Mansion. The group started moving again, and Yu Chilong followed behind them. It looked like this guy had decided to be the third wheel today. Stop looking, they're gone. Let's continue eating. In the restaurant, everything returned to normal. However, there were still many people who were reminiscing about the scene from just now. I've heard that the king's younger brother, Zilong, is very strong. I thought he was only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, but he has already broken through to the Divine Core Realm. He's only 16 years old. This is so frustrating. How can we compare ourselves to him? We have different resources. Ling Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. From his observation, Zilong's cultivation was indeed strong, but his combat experience was terrible. He was similar to Shangguan Yu, but his cultivation was much stronger than Shangguan Yu's. When it came to cultivating talents, a big family was really good at it. Even idiots could be cultivated. Besides, if you had a little bit of talent, you could be cultivated into a genius. This was something no ordinary man could compare with. According to the information we have, the king of the Violet Spirit Kingdom is at least at the 4th level of the Divine Core Realm. What about the strongest man in the Violet Kingdom? I think he's at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Core Realm. What about the Eastern Victory Kingdom? The Golden Heavenly Kingdom? Are the strongest warriors in the Golden Heavenly Kingdom really below the Divine Core Realm? As for the Eternal Palace, it's even stronger than the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. It's one of the strongest forces in the 4 major regions. How strong are they? Too bad, he still couldn't get the answers to these questions. But he was sure that the opponents he was going to face were frightening beyond his imagination. Right now, he had no choice but to take things one step at a time and break through to the Divine Core Realm. Only when he broke through to the divine core realm would he be qualified to see the wider world. Alright, please enjoy your meal. Since the show is over, I should get back to work. The waiter let out a sigh and said, everyone is different. If young Master Zilong joins the Violet Palace Army, I think he'll be able to become a Captain General. At the very least, he'll be a Captain General. Does the Violet Palace Army only look at strength, and not military merits? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course, but, with young Master Zilong's strength, it'll be easy for him to get some military merits. The waiter waved his hand and said, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It has nothing to do with us anyway. After saying that, he turned around and left. After Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong finished their meal, they went to the streets to look for a shop. Surprisingly, they found out about something wonderful. The Violet Palace Army wanted to improve everyone's meals, therefore, they wanted to bring in some restaurants in Chaoyang City. Chapter 3587. Hearing that the Z Mansion Army wanted to open a restaurant, Ling Xiao went to look for it directly. Under the control of the soul-absorbing pill and soul-absorbing eye, the spirit chef was completely at his mercy. This spirit chef's strength was not very good, but his cooking was absolutely first class. He actually passed. This restaurant was in the outer city of Chaoyang City, and the garrison was usually in the inner city. They did not affect each other. Of course, the restaurant had to go through strict inspection every day. After all, it was a Z Mansion Army cook. If something happened, it would be a big matter, and no one dared to neglect it. Buying the land, he spent 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Buying all kinds of things, he only spent another 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao left another 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones for Barbarian Bear as starting capital. The restaurant was ready, and only waited for business. Ling Xiao did not care about the details. He had already returned to his room in the restaurant and started to cultivate. This was Chaoyang City, the city where the Z Mansion Army was stationed. It was even safer than the Purple Spirit capital. Unless someone ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts and dared to cause trouble here. Therefore, it was absolutely safe to cultivate here. After cultivating the 9-turn God Demon technique for a while, Ling Xiao stood up again. The cultivation of the martial technique was very smooth. But if his cultivation did not break through, he would not be able to improve further. So he planned to go out and look for opportunities. The outer city of Chaoyang City was not as strict as the inner city. As long as he came back before dark, there would be no problem. Ling Xiao went directly to the Purple Spirit capital. There were many people there, and he should be able to find a suitable opportunity to improve. He had heard that the Purple Spirit capital city had many underground fighting arenas for martial artists to use to battle. After winning, one could get a large amount of spirit stones as a reward. He did not know if he was lucky or not. When he arrived at the Purple Spirit capital, he did not have time to find the underground fighting arena. Instead, he saw a fire break out. There were many skyscrapers in the Purple Spirit capital. Ling Xiao did not know how such buildings were built. But he noticed that upstairs, the fire was raging and there were many people trapped there. Originally, this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. And with his strength, he could not help much. However, there was one thing that he was particularly concerned about. It was the monarch's younger brother, Zilong, who actually helped to save people when he passed by. Ling Xiao had seen such a young master before, but there weren't many of them. They were usually arrogant and domineering people. This purple dragon was really not bad. He found it interesting and stood there looking with the Taiji eye. In the beginning, things went very smoothly. Zilong cooperated with the other city defense army martial artists to extinguish the fire. Many people were saved. However, just as Zilong was about to leave, he was trapped in the building. Because there was another person in there. A masked man wearing a black scarf. The masked man's cultivation was at the second heavenly divine core realm, and he had rich combat experience. He didn't know what method it used, but it actually blocked that space. Only his Taiji eye could see through it. The battle began in an instant. Zilong was indeed a genius. Although his cultivation was inferior to the other parties, he was still able to hold on. Unfortunately, his opponent was even stronger. Not only was his cultivation higher than Zilong's, but his battle experience was also extremely rich. Both men fought fiercely. Ling Xiao had to use the Taiji Eye and the Heart of Gold in order to see every single attack clearly. A battle like this was very pleasing to the eyes. At the same time, it was also a great help to him. After all, Zilong's combat experience was inferior to the other parties, and he had consumed too much of his energy in order to save people. The more difficult the battle was, the more he was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Zilong used some unknown method to penetrate through his opponent's defense and dashed towards the outside. However, the other party was even faster. He slammed his palm onto Zilong's back, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. Zilong's body went through the window, and he fell down from a height of over 100 meters. Damn! What a coincidence! Ling Xiao was speechless. He was just here to watch, and Zilong had been slammed to his side by a single palm strike. Ling Xiao was only a second heavenly divine vein warrior. Facing a battle between two divine core warriors, there was nothing he could do. Even if he wanted to help Zilong, there was nothing he could do. The speed of the man chasing after Zilong was incredibly fast. A frightening aura was unleashed. Initially, it was aimed at Zilong, but it had also enveloped Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's potential was crazily unleashed. His cultivation, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, suddenly broke through. He had broken through to the third heavenly divine vein realm. This was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. Somebody, help! Zilong shouted out loudly. After all, this was the capital city of Purple Spirit. Therefore, very soon, some men were rushing towards them. The assassin furrowed his brows, then he increased his attack speed. If those men arrived before him, he would have no chance to save Zilong. No one noticed the weak Ling Xiao standing next to them. No one would have thought that this weakling would become the turning point of this battle. Ling Xiao was having a mental struggle. In the end, he decided to help Zilong. Not because of anything else, but because as a young master, Zilong had personally gone to save those refugees. Just because of this, he couldn't let him die. Of course, Ling Xiao had the ability to do so as well. Earth-crossing golden light. Suddenly, Ling Xiao unleashed the earth-crossing golden light. Zilong, who thought he was going to die, suddenly felt the scenery in front of him change rapidly. After that, the assassin's attack landed on the ground. Damn it! It was too late for the assassin to chase after Zilong, because a large number of City Defense Army warriors had arrived, and some of them were Divine Core warriors. He had no choice but to leave. Even if he couldn't complete his mission, he couldn't expose his identity. Damn weakling, how could he be so fast? Even before he left, the assassin was still in a bad mood. His mission was about to be completed. But it was ruined by an ant on the side of the road who he didn't take seriously. This was a complete disgrace. But he didn't pay any attention to that man just now, that's why he didn't see what he looked like. It's all right, young Master Zilong. Ling Xiao stopped. He was still feeling scared. He was taking a gamble. If that assassin really wanted to chase after him, he would be in big trouble. Of course, he was lucky, because he made the right bet. The assassin didn't want to expose his identity, perhaps because he was Zilong's friend. Thank you for saving me. Zilong let out a sigh of relief. Although he was severely injured, it was worth it to be able to keep his life. He looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Ling Xiao's aura was very weak, he should only be at the third level of the Divine Vein Realm. But the speed at which he fled was extremely fast. But there seemed to be a mysterious aura coming from this man. Zilong wondered if it was just his imagination. No need to thank me, I'll take my leave now. When Ling Xiao saw someone approaching, he immediately turned around and left. Chapter 3588. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was noble and didn't want to repay the favor. It was just that he didn't have the courage to ask for such a favor. What a joke! With his current strength, even if he really got close to Zilong, he would only be treated as a hired thug or a man of sacrifice. He wasn't interested in being someone else's slave. Besides, he had too many secrets on him. A powerful man always had a way to find out the secrets of others. If he was exposed, he would be in a lot of trouble. Sigh. I still don't know what his name is. Zilong looked at Ling Xiao's disappearing back and sighed helplessly. But, I think he was hiding his true strength. If not, how could he save me from that second-level divine core warrior? He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was only at the third-level divine vein realm. Naturally, he thought that Ling Xiao was hiding his true strength. Young master, are you all right? Reinforcements had finally arrived. Zilong's mind was once again focused on the assassin. Damn it, I've been cultivating in the King Mansion, and I just came out recently. Why is someone targeting me? Is he targeting me? Or is he targeting my sister? This question wouldn't be answered in a short period of time. After successfully breaking through, Ling Xiao didn't need to go to the underground arena anymore. Instead, he chose to return to Chaoyang City. After that, he went to the Purple Mansion Army's registration area and registered. After that, he waited for the unified examination that would take place in 2 days. As for the assassin who killed Zilong, it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care. He still had a lot of things to do, and he didn't want to be dragged into this mess. 2 days passed by quickly. Not only had Ling Xiao consolidated his cultivation base at the third-level divine vein realm, he had also cultivated the second style of the 9 Revolutions divine devil skill to major completion. Of course, its strength had increased tremendously. Similarly, during these 2 days, their restaurant's business had been booming. Many of the customers who came here to eat were the real soldiers of the Purple Mansion Army. These were delicacies cooked by spirit chefs, and their effects were naturally different. On the day of the examination, the venue was in the outer city. Therefore, the restaurant's business was booming. However, there were spirit chefs and helpers. Barbarian Xiong, on the other hand, had nothing to do. He followed the crowd and arrived at the venue. It was the Purple Mansion Army's arena in the outer city. This place had always been used by the Z Mansion Army to recruit new soldiers. The spacious battlefield was very suitable for martial artists to display their abilities. Although there were no spectator stands around, there were many spectators because the outer city gate had opened. Among the spectators, there were members of the Z Mansion Army, but there were also a large number of people who came to watch the show. Among them, there was no lack of people who wanted to apply for the Zifu Army. In any case, the crowd was densely packed, and there were probably more than 100,000 people. Fortunately, there was a huge magic array screen at the scene. It could be seen from afar. Otherwise, they would probably only be able to look at other people's heads. In the Purple Mansion Army's arena, a large number of warriors had gathered. All of them had signed up. More than 90% of these people were at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. That was because this was the minimum requirement for warriors in the Zifu Army. There were also a small number of martial artists at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm who were confident that their combat strength could meet the requirements. Ling Xiao was the only martial artist below the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Ayo, little friend, are you lost? You even dare to sign up for the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm? The Zifu Army didn't have any restrictions on the registration. As long as one was willing to sign up, it was fine. However, if one's cultivation didn't meet the minimum requirement and still signed up, there would be no one to protect. In the battle with the puppet martial artists, no one will save you. In other words, your death would be in vain. It was different for martial artists at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm and above. Even if they couldn't defeat the puppet warriors, they would be saved. This was to prevent people from trying their luck even though they didn't have the strength, which would be a waste of everyone's time. It would also be a waste of the Zifu Army's energy. Ling Xiao was only around 17 years old, and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Naturally, he became the target of ridicule. Why do you care about him? He is just here to die. Not only is he wasting everyone's time, but he is also wasting the Zifu Army's energy. Serves him right if he dies. Ling Xiao pretended that he didn't hear the discussions of these people. After all, one's strength couldn't be seen directly. It could only be shown through battle. His cultivation might only be at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, but his combat strength was already at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He had already surpassed everyone here. A bunch of idiots actually mocked him. It was really laughable. "Brat, come over here and sit on the human bench for me. If you were weak, you would be bullied by everyone. It wasn't that others wouldn't touch you just because you didn't want to provoke them." Ling Xiao was enjoying himself when a rough voice suddenly sounded. He turned his head to take a look. It was a bald-headed man. He wasn't old, probably around 30 years old, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This kind of cultivation wasn't considered high. However, the strange thing was that there were a few 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists gathered around him. There was no need to ask. This fellow must have a backer. He probably had a relative in the Zifu army. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Ling Xiao glanced at this person and closed his eyes to rest again. He couldn't be bothered with him. "Damn it, how dare you ignore my word? A 3rd-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist is courting death." The bald-headed man stood up abruptly and roared furiously. "Brother Bing, don't be angry. That brat doesn't know how powerful you are. That's why he said that." Someone at the side persuaded. When the bald-headed man heard that, he felt that it was right. He laughed mischievously and said, "My name is Tang Bing. My uncle is in the Zifu army. How dare you not give Brother Bing face? You still want to enter the Zifu army? Come over here obediently. Otherwise, I will use force." This fellow only knew how to bully the weak. He didn't even dare to ask those 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists to be his human bench. He was probably afraid. This time, Ling Xiao didn't even open his eyes and completely ignored him. "Damn! Kill him for me." Tang Bing was really angry. Originally, he wanted to show off his power in front of his group of disreputable friends. In the end, he met someone who didn't listen to him. This really infuriated him. If he didn't teach this brat a lesson, where would he put his face? "Brother Bing, it's better not to make a move here. After all, this is the Zifu army's arena. If we offend the Zifu army, we won't be able to bear the consequences." Someone at the side advised. "All right, I won't kill him, but I can at least beat him up. I heard that the Zifu army likes to exchange pointers between soldiers. I will personally exchange pointers with him." Tang Bing stood up and sneered as he walked towards Ling Xiao. In his opinion, a trash at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm dared to act cool in front of him. He was simply courting death. Even if he wasn't allowed to kill here, he could still cripple this brat and reduce some trouble for the Zifu army. "Brat, don't blame me. You asked for it." Tang Bing laughed mischievously and said, "I will give you one last chance. Lie down and be my human bench. Otherwise, I will cripple you today." Chapter 3589. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened, and a horrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. "You are the one courting death." At that moment, Tang Bing felt as though he saw a sword stabbing towards him. He was so frightened that he took a step back. However, he recovered after a short moment. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was so ferocious just now, but now he was frightened by Ling Xiao and retreated. This was simply a great humiliation. He couldn't let this matter go so easily. "Good. Very good. You are courting death. Since you don't want to submit, I will give you a quick death." With a furious roar, Tang Bing pounced towards Ling Xiao. He didn't use any weapon. After all, wasn't Ling Xiao just a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm? What was he afraid of? He could send Jiang Yi flying with a single slap. "Tang Bing, stop it." At this moment, a voice was heard. A Purple Mansion army soldier wearing the purple spirit armor walked over and looked at Tang Bing. "Don't you know that you can't use force without permission in Chaoyang City? How dare you make such a scene?" "Cousin, I was wondering who it was. You gave me a fright." Tang Bing let out a breath of relief. This cousin was really his uncle's son, and he was also a sergeant in the Purple Mansion army. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. "What are you making a scene for? Bullying others again?" The sergeant looked at Ling Xiao and asked Tang Bing. "Cousin, you can't blame me. Didn't our Purple Mansion army say that we are recruiting martial artists at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm and above? This kid is only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, and he is here to make up the numbers. He is simply wasting everyone's time. I am just teaching him a lesson and chasing him away. Tang Bing shrugged his shoulders. You don't have to care about this. There will be a test later. If he can't pass, no one will pity him even if he dies. Why do you have to be so calculative? The squad leader sighed. Immediately after, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Young man, your life is at stake. Don't joke with your life. You better go back quickly. It is impossible for you to pass. Ling Xiao kept staring at Tang Bing and the corporal. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that nepotism was something that could be encountered everywhere. Even the Zifu army was no exception. Since she had kissed Tang Bing, she naturally wouldn't have a good ending. But now that the matter had come crashing down on him, there was no way he could hide. Because he was not that kind of person. After all, his goal was to enter the bloody battlefield, not to get a promotion or a raise. It didn't matter even if he was always an ordinary soldier. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at the squad leader and said, I have confidence. Did you see that, cousin? This brat is simply boasting shamelessly. Did he think those puppet warriors were easy to deal with? It's like a dog biting Lu Renxian. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Tang Bing said while shaking his body exaggeratedly. If he doesn't want to leave, then forget it. Why are you so anxious? All right, just sit here obediently. This is for you. The squad leader saw that Ling Xiao did not listen to his advice and was too lazy to say anything more. He directly took out a piece of paper and gave it to Tang Bing. He lowered his voice and said, When you fight the puppets later, there will be a drawing of lots. You just have to put on an act. The puppet on this lot has been tampered with. You should be able to pass smoothly. Hee, many thanks, cousin. Tang Bing was very excited. They thought that their conversation was soft enough and that no one here could hear it. But Ling Xiao's Taikai eye saw through their mouths. You are really shameless. No wonder you dare to take the Zifu army test when you are only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. I thought you were really capable. After all this time, you are actually planning to cheat. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This Tang Bing had been looking for trouble with him. How could he let this guy have his way? All right, I am leaving. You wait here by yourself. After the squad leader finished speaking, he turned and was about to leave. Cousin, that brat is really a good-for-nothing. Can't you give me a chance to show off? After all this time, Tang Bing still didn't want to let Ling Xiao off easily. Anyway, that brat is about to die. I should be able to teach him a lesson to vent my anger, right? I really don't know what to do with you. Squad leader Tang sighed and said loudly, due to the large number of people taking the test this time, the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm is really too weak. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm was truly a waste of time. Let me test your strength. If you can take a punch from me, I will let you continue to stay here. This is for your own good. Cousin, wouldn't that brat be dead if you punched him? Let me do it for you. Tang Bing said. The two of them were putting on a show and had already discussed it beforehand. Squad leader Tang seemed to be in a difficult position. He sighed and said, Forget it. You are right. Then you do it. Try to be gentle and don't injure him. Got it, squad leader Tang. I will. Tang Bing was now using a real chicken feather as a sword. After speaking, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The aura of a 4th level Divine Vein Realm burst out completely. He didn't have the intention to be gentle. He was going all out and wanted to kill Ling Xiao right here. Under normal circumstances, a 4th level Divine Vein Realm martial artist would attack a 3rd level Divine Vein Realm martial artist like this. The only thing a 3rd level Divine Vein Realm martial artist could do was to escape. Otherwise, this punch would have been able to kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. However, the strange thing was that Ling Xiao didn't run away. He seemed to be scared silly and didn't even move. It was as if he was completely intimidated by Tang Bing's aura. Damn, he really made a move. Who asked him to have a backer in the Purple Mansion army? Sigh, I pity that third-level divine vein realm brat. He is going to be killed just because he doesn't want to be someone's meat stool. There is no choice. Who asked him to come to the Purple Mansion army with such a low cultivation? If we don't bully him, who else can we bully? Wait, there seems to be a situation. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die this time. Who knew that at this moment, Tang Bing actually stopped his attack? Get lost. Ling Xiao's right eye had already activated the four-leaf demonic pupil and released the horrifying soul-absorbing ability. The powerful soul power condensed into a spiritual hammer and smashed into Tang Bing's soul realm. It had been a long time since he used his soul power to directly injure someone. This time, Ling Xiao planned to use it in order to not expose his strength. PFFF. Tang Bing actually knelt down on the spot and spat out blood. His eyes were a little dazed. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew what Ling Xiao did. Then, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Tang Bing. Get down, he said coldly. Tang Bing actually couldn't control himself and really got down on the ground. Ling Xiao sat on him and grinned. No wonder someone likes to sit on a meat stool. It is so comfortable. No one noticed that he had taken out the piece of paper that Tang Bing had hidden on his body, and then directly crushed it. He didn't need this thing. With his current strength, any fifth-level divine vein realm puppet wouldn't be a match for him. Get lost. At this moment, Sergeant Tang was obviously enraged. He pounced over and attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 3590. Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at Sergeant Tang, who was charging at him. A sergeant at the 6th level of the divine vein realm might not be a match for him as long as he wanted to. But now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need to have a conflict with the Purple Mansion army. He stood up, but he didn't leave. Instead, he kicked Tang Bing towards that sergeant. Sergeant Tang was in a hurry to check on Tang Bing's condition, so he didn't have time to care about Ling Xiao. Don't worry so much. He was just injured. He will be fine after resting for a while. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You dare to be a businessman in the Purple Mansion Army's arena? Get lost immediately. You are not qualified. Sergeant Tang roared. Hehe, what this corporal said is hilarious. He was the one who attacked me first. Everyone here saw it. Also, I believe there should be monitoring puppets here. If the upper echelons of the Purple Mansion Army knew what happened here, guess who will be the unlucky one? Or you. Ling Xiao said calmly. At most, he would be chased away. At most, he could join the Purple Mansion army somewhere else. But this Sergeant Tang would probably be kicked out of the Purple Mansion army forever. Even if he had a backer, there were some things that the backer couldn't help him with. You win. Sergeant Tang was a smart man. Naturally, he knew that Ling Xiao was saying this because he didn't want to fall out with him. But remember, I am just a sergeant. I might not be able to interfere with you. But among the 4 examiners, one of them is my father. He is the centurion here. Let's see how you can join the Purple Mansion army. With a cold snort, he left with Tang Bing. With Tang Bing's condition, he couldn't stay here alone. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen. Brother, I think you should quit. There is no need. You offended that Sergeant Tang. You won't have a chance anymore. With your talent, you can easily defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm when you are only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Won't you have a better chance next year? Someone in the crowd reminded. Yes. There are problems this year, and there will be problems next year. If you met Sergeant Tang this year, you might meet other sergeants next year. Therefore, the problem should be solved this year. Even the examiners wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's true. After all, there are still Chiliarchs keeping watch. Even Lieutenant General Chilong might be present. That person said. But I still have to thank you for your reminder. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in greeting. Then, he went to the side and closed his eyes to rest. After what had just happened, no one dared to look down on him anymore. To be able to defeat a cultivator in the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm without even making a move, Zhongxian's strength was indeed terrifying. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm would not have absolute confidence in defeating him. The preparation work was still in progress because there were too many people who had signed up. Therefore, the preparation work became complicated. Fortunately, it was still early, so everyone waited patiently. Some people were bored, so they sat there and chatted about the assessment. According to them, the Zifu army's recruitment was only held once a year. Ling Xiao was really lucky to have encountered this year's recruitment season. Otherwise, he would have to wait until next year. Hey! The Queen and Goddess are here as well. Right at this moment, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone turned their heads towards the grandstand. Indeed, Zi Qianye, Su Mengzhen, and a few others were sitting in the VIP area. Among them was the injured Zi Long. But, it looked like his injuries had been fully healed. Of course the Queen and Goddess are here. I heard young Master Zi Long is going to participate in the puppet battle as well. Of course, he won't take up our spot. After all, he is a divine core warrior. He just wants to prove that he didn't get in through the back door. You're quite well informed. But, it's quite interesting to be able to watch young Master Zi Long fight. Someone laughed. I'm more interested in watching the Queen and Goddess fight. TSK, just thinking about it is so beautiful. Don't be a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Aren't you afraid of choking? Hehe, a man without dreams is no different from a salted fish. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the VIP area. Zi Qianye was chatting with Su Mengzhen. Sun Sheng, Zhu Neng, and Shuo Hai were sitting nearby. Since Zi Qianye is here, I'm sure Yu Qilong will be here as well. While Jiang Chen was thinking, he saw Yu Qilong arrive with a few other men. Ling Xiao was laughing in his mind. With so many people here, the 4 examiners wouldn't dare to give their marks carelessly. With this, the possibility of him joining the Purple Mansion army would be greatly increased. Soon, the 4 examiners arrived as well. One of them was a Chiliarch, he should be the commander of the recruit camp. As for the other 3, they were all centurions. And they were the elites amongst all centurions. Each of them was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. As for the Chiliarch, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and he wasn't far from the Divine Core Realm. A lineup like this was enough to shock all the new recruits. After all, the minimum requirement for new recruits was to be at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. There was no need to send a Divine Core warrior here. The 4 examiners first bowed toward Yu Qilong and the other men on the spectator stand. After that, they turned around and looked at all the applicants. There were just too many people. If the arena wasn't big enough, it might not be able to accommodate all of them. Ling Xiao carefully observed the 4 examiners. 2 men and 2 women, they were a perfect match. It was a woman in a red dress. It was a woman dressed in white. There was also a male warrior dressed in black. The last one should be Sergeant Tang's father, Tang Bing's uncle, Tang Chuan. This man looked 70% similar to Tang Bing, that's why Ling Xiao was able to recognize him with just a glance. The total number of applicants for this year is 1,080,000. Because there are too many people, at the beginning, we'll have a mixed battle to eliminate most of you. The remaining 1,000 people will have a one-on-one test. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, leave the arena and go to the spectator stand. All rookies, you may enter now. The female examiner in red was the first to speak. Her words were in line with Ling Xiao's estimation. After all, there were so many people. If they had a one-on-one test, God knows how long it would take. On the other hand, a chaotic battle was a method that was easier to eliminate and test people. After that, the female examiner in white added, after the countdown ends, we'll release 500,000 5th-level Divine Vein puppets. There are puppets, and warriors. Some are strong, and some are weak. What you need to do is survive, and become one of the last 1,000 people. The male examiner in black continued, you can choose any method, including hiding, running away, or using yourself as a human shield. In short, in this huge arena, all you need to do is try your best to survive. This is similar to the bloody battlefield. But don't worry, you won't really be killed once you enter a state of near death. Once you're in a state of near death, you'll be teleported out by the arena's formation. Therefore, this is a show of gentleness. Let's let you experience the atmosphere of the bloody battlefield. Chapter 3591. In the end, Tangchu Nunnery announced the start of the test. All the martial artists who signed up became nervous. Ling Xiao looked at the entrance of the arena. The ground seemed to be shaking. A terrifying aura surged over like a monstrous wave. This is really a big deal. 500,000 puppets, and all of them are at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. If they were in the western regions, they could easily take over the entire western regions. Feeling the aura, many people started to choose a safer place. However, there was no place to hide in the arena except for the entrance. The rest of the area was an open space. There was no place to hide. Everyone, don't panic. Suddenly, a young man yelled. Form a battle formation and guard the entrance. This way, the puppets won't be able to rush in easily, and we will be able to hold on. Ling Xiao looked at the young man. He was actually at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, which was slightly stronger than the sergeant. Looking at this person's expression, it was obvious that he had been through actual combat. Facing the terrifying aura, many people were already panicking. However, he was still very calm. Most people didn't listen to him. However, there were still people who followed him to the entrance and formed a defensive line to defend against the puppet's attack. Isn't that Liu Xiong? He is from the City Defense Army, and he is actually here to take the Zifu Army test. Someone recognized the young man. Why do you care? It's fine as long as he meets the requirements. However, can you really stop them? There are 500,000 puppets. Ling Xiao didn't go over, and he wasn't interested in stopping them. After all, the purpose of this chaotic battle was to eliminate people. If he stopped the puppets, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He leaned on the edge of the arena and looked at everything indifferently as if everything had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the puppets finally appeared. The entrance wasn't big, but it was still over 100 meters wide. A dozen puppet beasts occupied the entire entrance. One of the giant lion and bull puppets crashed into the human wall crazily. As a result, several martial artists were sent flying. This won't do, Liu Xiong. The impact of these puppet beasts is too terrifying. Someone shouted. Retreat. Let's form a small group and fight together. Liu Xiong ordered decisively. Thus, the battle formation that had just been formed collapsed in an instant. Liu Xiong led a few hundred people to form a group. They formed a battle formation to deal with the puppet beasts. The others also wanted to join in, but it was too late. A large number of puppets rushed in through the entrance. Many martial artists did not even have time to react before they were sent out of the arena and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Hundreds of people were eliminated in an instant. How terrifying. Ling Xiao smiled and entered the shadow dancer state. He was not in the mood to waste time here. In his opinion, these puppets were too weak. It wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation. He might as well take a break and wait for the next round of the assessment to show his skills in a one-on-one battle. Didn't that kid break the rules? In the stands, an expert noticed Ling Xiao's actions and couldn't help but comment. Of course not, as long as he doesn't leave the arena. Someone explained. After chatting for a while, they stopped because the battles in the arena were too exciting. Of course, it could also be said that it was too cruel. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 puppets were eliminated. Tens of thousands of rookie martial artists had been eliminated. And the speed of elimination was still continuing. Liu Xiong's small group was really good because everyone was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. When they worked together, they were much stronger than those martial artists who fought individually. Therefore, many people began to form a group to fight. Because only in this way could they survive. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck the crowd. Thousands of martial artists were eliminated. It's the Thunder Puppet. There were exclamations from the stands. The Thunder Puppet was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. However, it had an offensive power that was not inferior to an Emperor martial technique. Therefore, it could eliminate thousands of people with a single strike. The team that had just formed a group was directly destroyed. What a terrifying puppet beast. It's not that the puppet beast is terrifying, but that bunch of rookies are too weak. With the same strength, as long as they calm down, they will definitely have the upper hand. Now, they are being slaughtered. Everyone had their own opinions, but this did not hinder the battle in the arena from continuing. Finally, after a full 2 hours had passed, about 100,000 puppet beasts were lost. As for the martial artists, more than 900,000 had been eliminated. It was nearing the end. There were close to 100,000 people left, and they were still desperately holding on. However, their disadvantage was getting more and more obvious. Because at the beginning, it was 50 against 100. Now, it was 40 against 10. The martial artists' advantage in numbers had turned into a huge disadvantage. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a strange murderous aura in the air. It was as if an invisible demonic beast had mixed in. Then, he saw martial artists being eliminated continuously. However, no one could discover the existence of the demonic beast. Even Liu Xiong's team was scattered by this monster. It's the invisible puppet. A martial artist who was familiar with the puppet explained the reason. And there's more than one. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh in his heart. There were really all kinds of puppets. No wonder Tang Bing wanted to cheat. If he encountered the thunder puppet and the invisible puppet, Tang Bing would probably lose miserably. Another 10 minutes passed. There were only about 2,000 people left. We can't let that kid have it easy. He didn't participate in the battle from the beginning. At the examiner's seat, Tang Chuan said coldly. He didn't violate the rules. The black-clothed examiner frowned. What's the use of such a passive person coming to the Purple Mansion army? Tang Chuan sneered and flicked out a spiritual talisman. When the spiritual talisman reached the arena, it directly broke all the invisibility states. This included Ling Xiao's shadow dancer state and the invisible puppet's invisibility state. Ling Xiao glanced at Tang Chu nunnery and thought to himself, revenge has indeed come. However, it didn't matter. It was just a puppet at the 5th level of the divine vein realm. He didn't take it seriously. Array, lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying array. Array, Vajra array. Ling Xiao sat there and released 2 array refining stones. As his cultivation base increased, the level of the array formation's creation also increased day by day. With him controlling the array formation, he could make the array formation even more powerful. Countless puppets rushed over and crashed into the array before being bounced back. Haha, I didn't expect this kid to be an array master. No wonder he dared to sign up with such a weak cultivation. The black-clothed examiner laughed and said, Examiner Tang, I'm afraid you are at your wit's end. Because Tang Chuan's actions didn't cause much impact. Therefore, the Chiliarch didn't say much. Chapter 3592. The chaotic battle quickly came to an end. When there were only 1,000 people left, the puppets suddenly stopped their actions and uniformly walked towards the exit. This was the advantage of puppets. Compared to demonic beasts, puppets were clearly more obedient. They were easier to control. Ling Xiao removed the formation and sneered in his heart, Come, I want to see what other tricks you can play. Unless that Yu Qilong is blind, the Purple Mansion army will definitely want to maintain their face. You definitely won't dare to cheat so brazenly. Next was the rest time and the clearing time. More than 1 million contestants had been cleared in a single battle until only 1,000 remained. This was really cruel. Roughly an hour later, the examination continued. Just now, during the rest time, I believe that everyone has drawn their corresponding number. Next, according to your number, you will enter the arena and fight with puppet warriors or puppet beast. The target of the duel is random. Before you enter, you have to draw lots. Whichever one you draw will be your opponent. The red-clothed female examiner announced. Ling Xiao looked at his number. 231. This number was neither too close to the front nor too close to the back. He didn't have to wait too long. He could look at the performance of the people in front of him for reference. The white-clothed female examiner added, This time, we will only recruit 100 Purple Mansion army soldiers. Therefore, You must try your best to display your strength and perform well. Strive to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. The faster you finish the battle, the higher your score. This is the most important thing. In addition, the fewer injuries you suffer, the higher your score. In short, the more perfect the victory, the higher your score. The 4 of us examiners will grade you separately, and in the end, the total score will determine who will remain in the end. Hearing this, Ling Xiao secretly nodded. Even if Tang Chuan gave him 0 points, as long as the 3 people in front of him gave him full points, he should still be able to pass. Therefore, there was no need to be too nervous. Are there any other questions? The black-clothed male examiner asked coldly. There are no questions now, but after the start, no more questions are allowed. No one said anything. Everyone's understanding of the rules was very accurate. All right, old Tang, you can announce the start. The black-clothed male examiner looked at Tang Chuan and said. Tang Chuan nodded, and then waved his hand. Number 1, draw a puppet. The first one to step forward was Liu Xiong, who had been involved in the chaotic battle earlier. Since his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, he should be able to pass the test with ease. After a random selection, Liu Xiong drew a wolf-shaped puppet beast. Enter. Liu Xiong walked into the arena. At this moment, he was the only one in the huge arena, so it was very spacious. At the entrance, a wolf-shaped puppet beast was let in. It was about 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. They looked very ferocious and valiant. The 4 examiners were all staring at the arena. They were in charge of grading, so naturally, they wouldn't miss a single scene. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to choose a suitable Violet Palace soldier. Begin. Tang Chuan roared. The moment his voice fell, the wolf-shaped puppet beast pounced towards Liu Xiong. Puppet beasts weren't demonic beasts, so they didn't feel any fear. Therefore, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would fearlessly charge forward. Liu Xiong sneered and raised his hand. A long spear appeared in his hand. He rushed out as well. The spear moved like a dragon. A terrifying storm exploded in the arena. Catcher. The long spear accurately pierced the throat of the wolf-shaped puppet beast. Then, it suddenly spun at high speed. It directly pierced through the puppet beast. The frenzied spear force exploded, and the wolf-shaped puppet beast was torn into pieces. With just one move, an ordinary move, the wolf-shaped puppet beast was instantly killed. Liu Xiong didn't retreat an inch. After all, his cultivation was much stronger than the puppet beast. Therefore, he won very easily. Putting away the long spear, Liu Xiong stood there and cupped his hands in the direction of the 4 examiners. Examiners, please grade. The examiners seemed to have their own thoughts. They picked up the scoreboard and wrote down their grade. Before the examiners showed the grade, the rest of the examiners were sure that Liu Xiong would definitely get a high grade. After all, he killed the wolf-shaped puppet beast so easily and came out unscathed. His performance was very good. However, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. This Liu Xiong's biggest disadvantage was that he was older and his cultivation was too high. Killing the wolf-shaped puppet beast with this cultivation couldn't display his potential. Therefore, in Ling Xiao's opinion, Liu Xiong might pass, but his score wouldn't be too high. The result was just as he expected. The 4 grades, from the red-clothed female examiner to Tang Chuan, only gave a passing grade. The full score was 100, and the 4 examiners gave 60. The total score was 240. Actually, this was very dangerous. If the others performed well, then it was very likely that he would not be able to pass. Seeing this score, many people's eyes widened. Liu Xiong was also puzzled. I'm not convinced. Liu Xiong said loudly. Not convinced. The red-clothed female examiner sneered. You only dare to challenge when your cultivation is at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This shows that you lack confidence. If you don't have confidence in your own strength, just based on this point, it's impossible for me to give you a high grade. Passing is already giving you a lot of face. The white-clothed female examiner also said, although a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, you actually had to use a weapon to defeat a wolf-shaped puppet beast at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It shows that you don't have confidence in your own skills. I can only give you a passing grade. The black-clothed male examiner said, there's another point. You didn't use one move, but two. In the first move, you tried to pierce the throat of the wolf-shaped puppet beast, but you didn't succeed. In the second move, you used a spiral stab to defeat it. A martial artist at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm used 2 moves to kill a wolf-shaped puppet beast. I don't think you can get a high grade. In the end, Tang Chu Nuan concluded, if you're not convinced, we have a puppet beast at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm here. Do you dare to challenge? If you do, we can re-evaluate your score. Liu Xiong sighed and shook his head. No. He might not be willing to admit it, but the 4 examiners had analyzed him thoroughly. Liu Xiong left the arena and returned to his resting spot. He was a little dispirited. TSK, these 4 examiners are really incredible. Their eyes are really sharp. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how can they be examiners? TSK, I'm afraid that Liu Xiong is in danger. With a passing grade, the possibility of him passing isn't high. These 4 examiners were an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Their judgment was surprisingly accurate. At the very least, they shouldn't make any mistakes unless they purposely gave a wrong grade. However, that Liu Xiong was really a coward. Actually, with his strength, he should be able to win even if he challenged a puppet beast at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It was a pity that he lacked confidence. Chapter 3593. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if he was Liu Xiong, he wouldn't accept the failure so quickly. Martial artists needed tenacity. They weren't afraid of not having talent, but being unwilling to work hard after having no talent. Moreover, they were timid. After Liu Xiong went down, martial artist number 2 also went up the stage. What he drew was still a puppet beast. However, this puppet beast wasn't easy to deal with because it was the thunder puppet that appeared in the previous chaotic battle. This guy's attack power was extremely terrifying. Its strongest attack could reach the level of Emperor-level martial technique. Ordinary 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists couldn't block it at all. Fortunately, puppet beasts weren't very smart and weren't as difficult to deal with as demonic beasts. As long as the strategy was right, it shouldn't be a problem to win. After martial artist number 2 appeared in the arena, the thunder puppet beast also rushed in from the entrance. However, before the examiner shouted to start, the battle wouldn't start immediately. This was the advantage of puppet beasts. If it was a demonic beast, it might not be so easy to command. The thunder puppet was covered with thunder and lightning arrays. Once the dense thunder and lightning incantation was activated by spiritual stones, it would release terrifying thunder and lightning. The material of the whole body should be made of special metal. Its hardness was equivalent to the defensive power of a king-level high-class defense martial technique. If he couldn't even break this defensive power, he wouldn't be able to defeat this guy. Let's start. Tang Chuan said. As he gave the order, the thunder puppet beast was already fighting with martial artist number 2. However, different from the first battle, the thunder puppet beast was obviously suppressing martial artist number 2 in the second battle. It's a pity that he didn't make full use of his advantage and messed up the rhythm. He will definitely lose. Ling Xiao shook his head and felt it wasn't worth it for this guy. Actually, martial artist number 2 wasn't weak. His advantage was his strength and close combat. However, because he was afraid of the thunder and lightning of the thunder puppet beast, he actually chose to escape. In this way, he threw away all his advantages. It would be strange if he didn't lose. If it were you, would you win? That thunder puppet beast is one of the stronger ones among all the puppets. A martial artist at the side was a little unhappy with Ling Xiao's evaluation. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. If it were him, this thunder puppet beast wouldn't even survive the second move and would be killed by him. How could it take up so much time? Martial artist number 2's speed was not his advantage, so he was quickly caught up. The rushing thunder beast seemed to be toying with him as it bombarded him with thunderbolts. Warrior number 2 finally chose to admit defeat. They didn't even fight to the end. The puppet beast suddenly stopped attacking, and warrior number 2 was also carried out. The second battle ended just like that. Under normal circumstances, no one would die in the assessment, unless there was a cultivator whose cultivation did not meet the standard, but who believed that their strength met the standard. No one would care until they were dead or alive. For example, Ling Xiao, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, wanted to challenge a puppet beast at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. To the Purple Mansion Army, it was a waste of time and resources. They could agree, but in order to teach such people a lesson, they would not go and rescue them. Another possibility was that the puppet had lost control and was unable to stop. The cultivator could also be killed. In any case, the assessment itself had a death quota. Even if someone really died, no one would pursue the matter. Scared? Then don't come. Since warrior number 2 failed, there would naturally be no score. He was directly eliminated. Warrior number 3 continued and won by luck. However, the process was rather terrible, and he was severely injured in the end. Hence, his score was lower than Liu Xiong's. Originally, many people thought that it would be difficult for Liu Xiong to pass. However, after these 3 battles, they suddenly realized that this assessment wasn't as easy as they imagined. It was much harder to get a high score than they imagined. The assessment didn't stop, and time passed very quickly. Some martial artists used a short time, while others used a long time. However, there was a rule that if one used more than 15 minutes, it would be considered a failure. Therefore, on average, each person only used about 10 minutes or so. This way, 1 hour could only test 6 people. After 10 hours, there would only be 60 people. However, because the assessment was carried out continuously day and night, Ling Xiao calculated that he would have to take the assessment on the 2nd night. Hence, he didn't want to waste time watching the battles and directly cultivated in the arena. However, he could multitask, so he knew the situation in the arena. After 1 day and 1 night, there were only around 10 people who had a higher score than Liu Xiong. Moreover, these people's scores were all below 300. The examiner's highest score was only 80. Until now, no examiner had given a score above 80. He didn't know whether the examiners were too harsh or the martial artists in front were too bad. Next, number 225, Tang Bing. Hearing this name, Ling Xiao couldn't help but open his eyes. Tang Bing was the nephew of Tang Chunyuan. This guy wanted to bully Ling Xiao, but in the end, he was bullied by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was quite curious about him. Could this trash really pass? For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that Tang Chuan and Tang Bing looked more alike. On the other hand, she didn't look that much like Tang Wu. Could there be some kind of relationship? Ling Xiao smiled. However, Tang Chunyuan showed a rare smile. After all, that was his nephew. Or a child. Tang Bing seemed to still not know that his lot was destroyed by Ling Xiao. When he drew his opponent, he realized that something was wrong. When he found that his lot was gone, he could only bite the bullet and draw. Wolf-shaped puppet beast. This was the same puppet beast as Liu Xiong's opponent. Tang Bing was dumbfounded. Only he knew his own strength. If he were to fight seriously, he would have no chance of winning at all. He was reluctant to step into the arena. Instead, he suddenly hugged his stomach and said, "My stomach hurts. Can I go to the toilet first and let others go first?" Originally, no one would agree to such a request. However, because Tang Bing's uncle was Tang Chunyuan, everyone gave him face. Therefore, this strange request was actually approved. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He guessed that the next time Tang Bing went up, the puppet would be weaker. It was really nepotism. Amazing. After a while, after about 2 battles, Tang Bing finally came back. As expected, as Ling Xiao expected, Tang Bing drew a new puppet this time. It was actually a scarecrow. This scarecrow was also a puppet of the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. However, it was very afraid of fire. And Tang Bing happened to be good at fire element attacks. This guy is so lucky. He actually drew the trashiest scarecrow. Heh, who asked him to have such a good uncle? Sure, stop talking. Be careful not to be heard. In fact, everyone was smart. Tang Bing had long been spreading that he had a powerful uncle who held a post in the Z Mansion army. How could others not think of it? Tang Bing finally stood in the arena. Ling Xiao shouted jokingly, "You won't wet your pants this time, right?" Everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 3594. Tang Bing was very angry. But he already had a way to deal with Ling Xiao, so he didn't care. He focused on the battle with the scarecrow. It wasn't unreasonable to say that the scarecrow's combat strength was weak because it didn't have many special abilities. It was just that its body was lighter and its agility was very high. But its weakness of being afraid of fire was also fatal. After the battle began, Tang Bing used all his fire-type martial techniques to attack. His method was right. But because his strength was too weak, he couldn't hit the scarecrow after more than 10 moves. The examiners were embarrassed. In the end, for some reason, the scarecrow suddenly seemed to stop. In just a moment, it resumed its movement. But because it stopped for a moment, it was hit by Tang Bing's flames. Its whole body burned, and it lost in the end. In the end, Tang Bing barely won. So damn shameless. Others might not have seen it, but Ling Xiao saw it very clearly. There were two problems with this scarecrow. First, it only knew how to dodge and not attack, as if it was designed in advance. Second, it suddenly stopped. It was too subtle. He was almost sure who used a remote control to control it. Everything the other party had done was nothing more than to let Tang Bing pass. But his performance was too bad. It was impossible to give a high score, but if it was too low, he might not pass. After all, the examiners were all from the Z Mansion army. They had a good relationship with Tang Chu Nunnery. So it wasn't a problem to do him a favor. Especially the female examiner in red. As the commander of the recruit camp, she was a chiliarch. She was once promoted by Tang Chu Nunnery. She naturally had to remember this old relationship. After thinking for a while, everyone gave a score. It wasn't high, but everyone gave about 70 points. The total score was actually much higher than Liu Xiong. Among the warriors before, he was ranked at the top. Although he might not be too outstanding, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass. This is too damn shameless, isn't it? The total score is actually 290 points. Although it's not high, his performance might not be as good as the people before him. Once the score was out, the scene fell into chaos. Many people were unconvinced. If you think it's unfair, why don't you come up and be the examiners? The female examiner in red said coldly, which made everyone shut their mouths. Many people felt that perhaps the examiners were right. After all, they had underestimated Liu Xiong's evaluation. The examiner's judgment was clearly superior. Ling Xiao sneered. The so-called shameless was probably referring to this. However, he was too lazy to speak. Getting in through the back door wasn't a rare thing. Furthermore, even though Tang Bing's cultivation was terrible, he was still slightly stronger than those Purple Mansion realm soldiers at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. Under his uncle's nurturing, it would be easy for him to reach the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. Therefore, even if Yu Qilong was present, he could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he wouldn't say anything. After all, they were his subordinates. He still had to give them some face. After Tang Bing passed, he arrogantly looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, and sneered. He had already told his uncle, Tang Chuan, about Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know how Tang Chuan would deal with Ling Xiao, he believed that his uncle would definitely have a way to prevent Ling Xiao from passing. As for Tang Bing's provocation, Ling Xiao just laughed it off. Without a contest between people, he couldn't teach that guy a lesson. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Soon, it was his turn to go on stage. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked towards the lottery box. However, he found that the lottery box had been tampered with. There was a talisman next to the lottery box. He could report it. Of course, he could also use his own method to remove the talisman. However, he didn't do it. Because he really wanted to see how Tang Chuan would make things difficult for him. After all the puppets were at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. So even if they were strong, how strong could they be? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly chose to draw. Ling Xiao, martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, From the city of raging fire, the examiner read out Ling Xiao's information. In an instant, it aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Of course, this information was Ling Xiao's registration information. At the time of registration, his cultivation hadn't broken through yet. Therefore, he was lagging behind. In fact, his cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. In order to prevent some people from saying that he was hiding his cultivation, he specially reminded them. What's the difference between the 2nd and 3rd level of the divine vein realm? This brat is here to cause trouble, right? He, I think he has someone helping him, just like Tang Bing. This is too shady. Will he also have a stomachache and draw a scarecrow? Because of Tang Bing, many people were very dissatisfied. However, the 4 examiners were also very surprised. Little brother, are you not clear about the recruitment brochure this time? It's not the 3rd level of the divine vein realm anymore. It has to be the 5th level of the divine vein realm. The black-clothed male examiner laughed. Reporting to Lord Examiner, I am very clear. The recruitment brochure is very clear that as long as one has the strength of the 5th level of the divine vein realm, it's not the 5th level of the divine vein realm. Ling Xiao didn't have time to look at the lot he drew and answered first. Ha 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 ha, children are indeed confident. But I have to remind you. However, I have to remind you that because your cultivation is not up to standard, no one will save you even if you die. No one will pity you. Everyone will say that you are overestimating yourself. The black-clothed male examiner continued. Thank you for your concern, Lord Examiner. I know what I am doing. Ling Xiao said. All right, then let us see what kind of puppet you have drawn. Since Ling Xiao was determined to challenge, the examiners wouldn't reject him. Ling Xiao handed over the lot. At this moment, Zi Long was staring at him curiously from the spectator stand. After a long while, he suddenly nudged Zi Chenye and said, Elder sister, it's him. Who is he? Do you know him? Zi Chenye asked curiously. He is the one who saved me. This brat is very interesting. His speed is very fast. Zi Long lowered his voice so that only his elder sister could hear. Oh, then you can pay more attention to him. If he can't pass, I can go to General Yu and plead for him. Zi Chenye glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. If it wasn't because Ling Xiao saved her younger brother, she wouldn't even look at him. Thank you, elder sister. At this moment, Zi Long and Zi Chenye didn't think that Ling Xiao would succeed. In fact, among everyone present, only Barbarian Xiong, who was mixed in the crowd, felt that Ling Xiao could pass. The others didn't think so. Ah! At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the examiner's stand. What's wrong? The other 3 examiners looked at the black-clothed male examiner. It's actually the Blood Demon Soldier. Chapter 3595. Blood Demon Soldier. Hearing these 3 words, not only were the examiners shocked, but even those who were familiar with the puppets were also shocked. You mean those puppets that are only at the 5th level of the divine vein realm, but because of the blood demon array, they are able to exhibit the combat strength of a 6th level divine vein realm martial artist. Isn't that a test subject? The red-clothed female examiner was shocked. Why are the 3 of you so shocked? Since he has already chosen, let him try. Otherwise, we will ask him to scram. Tang Chuyuan sneered. His surprise was naturally an act, because he knew how to manipulate the blood demon soldier. The other 3 examiners weren't fools. When they heard Tang Chuyuan's words, they knew what was going on. The red-clothed female examiner frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. You should leave. You are definitely not a match for this blood demon soldier. Even if you have the combat strength of a 5th level divine vein realm martial artist, it is still impossible. Examiner, it isn't easy for me to come to the Purple Spirit capital city. I don't wish to give up. Ling Xiao shook his head. This kid is crazy. There is something wrong with his head. That is a 6th level divine vein realm blood demon soldier. He is courting death. Everyone was in a heated discussion. It was obvious that they didn't think highly of Ling Xiao and treated Ling Xiao as a fool. Either that or there was something wrong with his head. He actually dared to challenge the blood demon soldier. Wasn't he simply courting death? Are you sure? The red-clothed female examiner asked. I am sure. Ling Xiao was still as indifferent as before. It was as though everything wasn't happening to him. All right, since that is the case, you can go. Since they couldn't persuade him anymore, why bother? Even if he died, everything would be over. The examiners felt that they had already done their best. Ling Xiao nodded and walked into the arena. At the same time, a giant puppet walked out from the entrance. It was around 10 meters tall and had a huge amount of blood-red incantations on its huge body. The strange formation would cause anyone who approached it to feel their blood and qi churning. It was very uncomfortable. This fellow is indeed not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao looked at the blood demon soldier in front of him. If his cultivation was only at the second level of the divine vein realm, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. However, his current cultivation was no longer at the second level of the divine vein realm, but at the third level of the divine vein realm. This guy's luck is really bad. He even encountered a blood demon soldier. TSK, looks like he doesn't have any backing. That's right. If you really want to get in through the back door, you definitely won't encounter this thing. Puppets like the scarecrow are more suitable. The blood demon soldiers did not appear during the chaotic battle. Otherwise, those people would have been eliminated even faster. They are 10 times stronger than the thunder beasts and the invisible puppets. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have appeared. Everyone felt sorry for Ling Xiao. However, this was Ling Xiao's choice. Even if Ling Xiao really died because of this, they couldn't say anything. On the resting platform, Tang Bing watched this scene excitedly. Die. Ha 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 ha, first uncle is really reliable. Not only do we have to eliminate this guy, we have to kill him. On the arena, Ling Xiao stood there calmly, staring at the blood demon soldier in front of him with an indifferent expression. He opened his Taikai eye, and all the information about the blood demon soldier was reflected in his mind. Including its weaknesses. Including its strengths. Nothing could escape his eyes. The battle hadn't started yet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. They wanted to see what kind of battle it would be. They could even imagine Ling Xiao being stomped into a meat patty by the gigantic blood demon soldier. Tang Chuan was sneering. He knew Ling Xiao was going to die for sure. The other 3 examiners didn't have any intention to give a score, because they all thought Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive. Since he couldn't survive, there was no point in giving a score. But, out of responsibility, they still looked at the arena. They wanted to see how the blood demon soldier was going to kill Ling Xiao. After all, this blood demon soldier was just a test product. A complete product was much stronger than this. Perhaps even a divine core warrior would be afraid of it. Why isn't it starting? Someone was getting impatient. What's the rush? The battle will end as soon as it starts. This guy won't be able to survive. I guess the examiners don't want him to die so early. That's why they're giving him some time to appreciate this world. Ha ha ha. The crowd let out a mocking laugh. They all thought Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. Let the battle begin. Tang Chuan finally announced the start of the battle. The reason why he announced it so late was because he wanted Ling Xiao to feel despair and fear before he died. This guy really had a wicked sense of humor. Let's end this battle with one strike. He didn't plan to use the Ice Age or the 9 transformation divine demon skill. His body instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. After that, 6 swords appeared around his body. A terrifying sword intent started to gather. The innate divine demon sword soul was also unleashed. The biggest factor in the score was the speed at which the battle ended. Therefore, he couldn't waste any more time. Although he wanted to play for a bit longer, he still wanted to kill his opponent in an instant. That way, he could get more points. Right now, he wasn't thinking about anything else. He was fully focused on the battle. The blood demon soldier still hadn't moved. It had finished gathering its attack. 6 swords in 1, kill. The 6 sword radiances merged into 1. It had reached the level of a first-level Emperor Martial technique. This Emperor Martial technique was divided into more detailed levels. It was no longer elementary, middle, advanced, or peak. It was divided into 10 levels. The greater the number, the more powerful it was. He didn't know about this division until he came to the 4 major regions. His 6 swords in one and Descent of the Divine Demon could only be considered as first-level Emperor martial techniques. Even so, in the entire Z Mansion army, probably only those who were above the rank of sergeant could have such martial techniques. The terrifying power was concentrated in the 6 sword radiances. The 4 examiners' expressions changed. At this moment, Ling Xiao's strength increased by so much that it made them dumbfounded. The onlookers also clearly felt how terrifying that move was. The space seemed to be about to be torn apart. The blood demon soldier finally moved at this moment. It rushed toward Ling Xiao. However, it collided with the 6 sword radiances midway. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Sword chi soared into the sky. The sword intent exploded crazily. The poor blood demon soldier didn't even use any of its power. It was shattered into pieces by the sword radiance. It was a mess all over the ground. The moment the attack succeeded, Ling Xiao had returned to his original appearance. He became weak and easy to bully again. All of this happened in an instant. It sounded slow, but in fact, it didn't take more than 2 seconds. The battle was over in an instant. The blood demon soldier was shattered into pieces in an instant. And he was unscathed. He was wearing a green robe and had black hair. He stood in the arena with the pieces of his opponent next to him. This kind of feeling made people feel that he was very handsome. Most people were stunned. Chapter 3596. The whole place fell into a dead silence. For examiners, please grade. It was Ling Xiao's voice that brought everyone back from the shock. He knew they were all very surprised. But the grade was the key. They didn't know what their fate would be. The people who had just woken up started to talk crazily. Am I hallucinating? That's a blood demon soldier. He actually killed it with one move. Even Liu Xiong might not be able to do that. He's only in the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse Realm. How could he burst out such a terrifying combat power? There must be something strange about this guy. Nonsense. What he just used was a 1st-level Emperor-class martial skill. In the whole Z Mansion army, only corporals and above are qualified to use such a martial skill. This guy must have an extraordinary background. Ah, I remember now. He seemed to have fought with Tang Bing, who got in through the back door. He had injured Tang Bing without even lifting a finger. I guess someone deliberately used the blood demon soldier to trick him. In the end, it made him famous. Everyone chimed in one after another, simply unbelievably excited. Man Xiong kept shouting in the crowd, "That's my big brother. That's my big brother. Do you know?" He was so proud as if he had passed the test himself. In the stands, Yu Qilong's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. It had been a long time since he had seen such a bright young man. Zilong was even more excited. Since Ling Xiao saved him, he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not ordinary. But it was just a feeling before. Today, he finally saw it. Ling Xiao definitely hid his strength. Sister, did you see that? He actually killed that blood demon soldier with one move. Yes, it's really surprising. He actually knows how to use an Emperor-class martial skill. And it seems that he has reached perfection. This means that he has already succeeded in cultivating it. But his cultivation is only in the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse Realm. This guy's talent is terrifying. Zi Qianye originally didn't want to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao saved her brother, she just wanted to give him some spirit stones to repay his kindness. But now, her thoughts were different. This little fellow was definitely a promising talent. If she could win him over and use him for her, it would definitely not be a bad thing. Not only that, Sun Sheng suddenly said, this kid can also transform into a beast spirit, and he also has an innate sword spirit. That was a Xiantian martial soul. Oh my god, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm actually had a Xiantian martial soul. There must be a warrior who gave him his martial spirit's power. Beast warrior, warrior, Emperor-level martial skill. Hehe, this brat seems to have a lot of secrets. The invigilators and chiliarchs were also discussing spiritedly. Before Ling Xiao made his move, they didn't think much of this kid. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to be in high demand. Big sister, he should be able to get full marks. With this kind of performance, I don't believe that there will be anyone better than him. Zilong said excitedly. After all, he was his savior, so it was natural for him to be biased. However, even if he was biased, he believed that none of the remaining people would be able to destroy the blood demon soldier. If the grading is fair, of course, he will get full marks. Zi Chenye also nodded and said. If she were the examiner, she would naturally give such a grade. If such an amazing performance couldn't be given full marks or if he got a high score, it would really affect the reputation of the Zifu army. As for Tang Bing, who was looking forward to Ling Xiao's death, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he still felt dizzy. It was too scary. Ling Xiao was really too scary. It turned out that he had been merciful before. Otherwise, if he had hit him with this move, he would have been torn into pieces. No, he might have been directly turned into ashes. As for Tang Chu Nuan, he was also frowning. Now, he was stuck in a dilemma. He absolutely didn't expect that Ling Xiao could destroy the blood demon soldier. And not only did he do it, but he also did it so perfectly. If he gave a low score without convincing comments, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass the test of the invigilators. Not to mention those onlookers who were staring at them with their eyes wide open. The Zifu army also cared about their reputation. But Tang Bing was his illegitimate son. Tang Bing was bullied by this kid, so he had to take revenge. Wasn't it just a reason? He had been an examiner for several years, so he could make up a bunch of reasons. But if he was the only one who gave a low score, it was obviously inappropriate. So, he touched the black-clothed male examiner and whispered a few words in his ear. The black-clothed male examiner looked reluctant, but he nodded and agreed in the end. There was no other way. They were all in the same profession. It was not worthwhile to quarrel with an outsider. The two of them were still discussing. The first two examiners had already shown their grades. The red-clothed female examiner gave a full score 100. Too outstanding. Really too outstanding. I've been an examiner for 3 years, and I've never seen such an outstanding young man. You're only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, but you've mastered the Emperor-level martial skill to such an extent. Just for this point, I have to give you a full score. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Seeing this score, basically no one objected. Ling Xiao's performance was obvious to everyone. Giving a full score was actually something that many people had expected from the start. The first person to get a full score was born just like that. After that, the white-clothed female examiner also gave a full score 100. She also smiled and said, when facing the blood demon soldier, you were able to kill it in one strike. Moreover, you directly hit the blood demon soldier's weakness. I'm sure that no one here, other than the person who made the blood demon soldier, can do it. Not even me. If I don't give you a full score, how can I justify it? At this moment, everyone was certain that Ling Xiao could get the highest score. Even if he didn't get 100 in the end, it should be the highest score among the martial artists in this assessment. They looked at the third examiner with anticipation. The black-clothed male examiner hesitated for a long time. The first two examiners gave such high scores. If he suddenly got a low score, it would be awkward. But Tang Yuan was stronger than him. However, Tang Chu Yuan was stronger than him and was considered a veteran. He also had a very good relationship with the chiliarch who led them. There was no need to offend people because of awkwardness. After thinking about it, he still decided to follow Tang Yuan's suggestion. He directly flipped open the scoreboard and gave a score that made everyone dumbfounded. 0. Including Yu Qilong and the other examiners, they were all stunned. With such a performance, he actually gave a 0? Was there something wrong with this examiner's brain? However, before they could say anything, the black-clothed male examiner said indifferently, you should be at least 17 years old this year. At 17 years old, your cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. This shows that your aptitude is very low. The reason why you can defeat the blood demon soldier is because of the strength that others gave you. But that's all you can do. That's your limit. In the future, no one will give you the same strength. I'm afraid your cultivation will forever be stuck at the third level of the divine vein realm. Chapter 3597. The black-clothed male examiner continued, I don't recommend the Zifu army to take in someone like you, even though giving you 0 might be a bit too much. But I just want to tell you that the strength you gained by relying on others will never belong to you. One had to admit that this examiner was quite eloquent. With this reason alone, many people nodded in agreement. Of course, more people were angry and dissatisfied. Loud curses could be heard all over the place. Because many people were afraid that they would be treated unfairly like this. Therefore, they had to speak up for Ling Xiao. At first, the examiner's words seemed to make sense, but after thinking about it carefully, it was simply bullsh*t. What he said was all about the future. But who could grasp the future? Using such a ridiculous reason to reject someone who had such a perfect performance was simply shameless. Besides, that Tang Bing's performance was like **t, yet he was given more than 70 points. So, Ling Xiao was given 0 points. This was simply a blatant act of recklessness. Shut up, all of you. Tang Chu and suddenly shouted with a stern voice, every examiner has their own evaluation criteria. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can stand out. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on the day of the Zifu army's recruitment. With his shout, those people were a bit angry but didn't dare to say anything. Why was Ling Xiao given 0 points? Actually, everyone knew that he had offended someone. Seeing that everyone was silent, Tang Chuan was a bit proud. He casually looked at Ling Xiao and said, my point is also the same. At your age, if your cultivation had reached the 5th level of the divine vein realm, you would still be worth nurturing. If your cultivation had reached the 6th level of the divine vein realm, you would be considered a little genius. But you are only at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, which means that your potential has already been dug out. Why should the Zifu army spend resources on nurturing someone who has no future? Giving you 0 points is just a warning to some people. Don't think that you can enter the Zifu army just because you have strong combat strength. The Zifu army wants geniuses, not trash. Alright, stop talking nonsense and get out. There are other people who are fighting below. Tang Chuan's words were even more excessive. His reason was the same as the black-clothed male examiners, but his words were even more resolute. This made many people a bit angry, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Of course, Ling Xiao would not leave. He stood there and looked at Tangchu nunnery coldly. Needless to say, everything was caused by this old thing. Of course, this old thing was also doing this for his nephew, Tang Bing. Since you dare to act so recklessly, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm not Liu Xiong. I'm not someone you can dismiss with just a few words. He could choose not to join the Zifu army, but no one could deny his potential and future. Even if he had to leave, he was going to let these bastards know that he, Ling Xiao, was not a pushover. Furthermore, Tangchu nunnery was only a centurion and an examiner. He wasn't even considered a chief examiner. The main examiner was the female examiner in red. There were also invigilators above. Not to mention, the captain and Yu Chilong were also present. The Purple Mansion army was not something that the Tangchu nunnery could cover with one hand. This examiner is called Tang Chuyuan, right? Ling Xiao suddenly said in a clear voice. His voice was infused with vital energy. Although it was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. Tang Chuyuan was just about to speak when Ling Xiao interrupted him. Tang Chuyuan, as an examiner, you didn't want to select talents for the Purple Mansion army. But for your own selfish reasons, you let your nephew pass the examination by cheating. But because I offended your nephew, you refused to let me pass. I don't know if this is your idea alone or the idea of the whole Purple Mansion army. If the Purple Mansion army is all about nepotism and selfishness, I don't think there's any need for us to join. There's no need for this examination. You can just choose your nephews, or even your sons and grandsons. It also saves a lot of resources and manpower. Ha ha ha, well said. This kid is a bit interesting. Yu Chilong, What kind of lousy place is this? Even if you want to get in through the back door, you should do it secretly. Don't you feel ashamed? If this matter spreads to the Purple Mansion Royal City, I don't think your father can protect you. Sun Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Although many people were afraid of the Purple Mansion army and knew that they had been wronged, they didn't dare to say anything. But Sun Sheng wasn't afraid. He wasn't even afraid of the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom, so why would he be afraid of Yu Qilong? Yu Qilong's face was very ugly. He didn't like Su Mengzhen and her disciples. But he had to admit that Sun Sheng's words were very reasonable. Although many people didn't dare to say anything about what had happened here. But who could stop them from sending a letter of complaint to the Purple Mansion Royal City? Besides, this good-for-nothing Tang Chuan covered up for his illegitimate son and let him get away with it. He could turn a blind eye to it, but now he had to kick such a talent out of the Purple Mansion army. He must be crazy. If you wanted to deal with him, you could have waited until he entered the Purple Mansion army. But now you want him to clean up the mess. Brother Qilong, did you hear that? Your examiner doesn't seem to be very good. Even a fool can see that Tang Bing and this Ling Xiao are better. But in the end, the situation happened. You have to do justice. Zilong looked at Yu Qilong and said. Yu Qilong could ignore Sun Sheng's words, but he couldn't ignore Zilong's. Zilong was Zi Qianye's younger brother. He had to curry favor with Zilong, otherwise, how could he get Zi Qianye's favor? At this moment, the spectators' stand was in a mess. Tang Chuan started to flip out. What are you waiting for? Get this nonsense out of here right now. Yes. A few Purple Mansion Realm soldiers obeyed the order. They were all in the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. They rushed into the arena and tried to take Ling Xiao away. But Ling Xiao didn't finish his words. How could he leave just like that? Get lost, he shouted, and a terrifying power surged out of his body. His body suddenly transformed into the 9-snake General Beast Soul, and 9 snake heads flew out from his back. All the Purple Mansion Realm soldiers were sent flying. However, he didn't kill them because he didn't want to offend the Purple Mansion army. This guy is too strong. He's too bold. He even dares to attack the Purple Mansion Realm soldiers. The crowd was in an uproar. They thought that the examiner had announced the score, and Ling Xiao could only accept it silently. But they didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao not leave, but he also exposed the examiner's true colors. Many people didn't dare to stand out. But when they thought that they might be eliminated by trash like Tang Bing, they couldn't help but feel angry. The 1 million people who were eliminated hadn't left yet. During the chaotic battle, they noticed that the puppet beasts didn't attack Tang Bing. They thought that Tang Bing was strong enough. But now that they thought about it, it was obvious that someone had done something. They couldn't accept it. So they all stood out. Chapter 3598. Fairness. We need fairness. The roars of more than 1 million people were like muffled thunder exploding in the entire arena. Even Tang Chuan's expression became very ugly. If this caused a group incident, it would be very serious. At this moment, even he was a little panicked. Although it was not a new thing in the Zifu army to get in through the back door. But it was the first time he had caused such a big commotion. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. If it was only 1 or 2 people who resisted, he was not afraid at all. But now, more than 1 million people were scolding him for abusing his power for personal gain. This made him a little panicked. Originally, Tang Chuan thought that killing Ling Xiao would settle this matter. But now, even if Ling Xiao really died, this matter would probably be blown up. If he did not give these people an explanation today, it would be very difficult to settle this matter. Damn it, even if I have to give up my position as a centurion today, I will still kill you, this troublemaker. Tang Mo, go kill that guy. As an examiner, Tang Chuan could not do it himself. Once he did, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But his son, Tang Mo, could. Tang Mo was a corporal, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the True Element realm. His strength was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. He could definitely kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, a voice sounded. All of you quiet down, or I will kill you. This voice was filled with powerful majesty. Everyone was stunned. Even the 1 million+ martial artists who were causing trouble had regained their composure. They realized that this was the Zifu army, not some other place. If they really made a big commotion, the Zifu army might kill them all. Killing people to silence them was very common in this world. Even if they were more than 1 million people, it was the same. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The one who stood out was a brigadier general, a captain. It could be clearly recognized from the clothes he was wearing. Have you all calmed down? That's good. I am Fang Ming, a captain of the Zifu army, the person in charge of today's test. If you want to continue causing trouble, then please continue. But what kind of punishment will you receive next? I think you know better than me. If you want to solve the problem, then obediently return to your position. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Yu Qilong didn't make an appearance. Instead, he sent a captain to deal with this matter. But it was enough. The first Divine Corps captains, Fang Ming. The one in charge was also the new army. The 4 examiners were his subordinates. Therefore, his words still carried a lot of weight. This person spoke in a very dignified manner, revealing a thick sense of warning. But at the same time, he promised to solve the problem. Thus, everyone stopped making a fuss. He didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Just now, he was hot-headed. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was a little scared. If he really offended the Z Mansion army, he might not even have the chance to come back in the future. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to save his life. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ming. Although this person spoke in a dignified manner, this was not what he wanted. What they needed was to solve the problem. If the result did not satisfy him, he would not give up just like that. Even if the Purple Mansion army didn't enter today, he wouldn't suffer such humiliation. After everyone quieted down, Fang Ming turned to Ling Xiao and said, although both examiners have their own opinions, I'm the final judge. As the chief examiner, I have the final say. No matter how many points you get, you'll still be able to enter the final 100. But, because of the revival round, if you can't pass this round, I can't help you. Are you satisfied with this? Hearing what Fang Ming said, everyone nodded their heads silently. This chief examiner was indeed the chief examiner. He was a man who understood the bigger picture. He also knew how to calm everyone's anger. What about that Tang Bing? He got in through the back door. Someone shouted. Don't worry, I've told you just now, because everyone is unhappy with the results of today's exam. Therefore, we've added a revival round. In other words, there will be a one-on-one battle between 200 warriors in the final round. Only the top 100 who win will stay. If that Tang Bing really cheated his way into the final round, he will definitely be eliminated. Fang Ming explained. In order to calm everyone's anger and restore the image of the Z Mansion army, he had to do this. It wasn't a big deal anyway. That guy called Ling Xiao, you haven't answered my question. Fang Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had Zi Long and Zi Chenye behind him, he wouldn't be so serious. After all, Tang Chuan was an old subordinate of his. Even if he did something wrong, he shouldn't point it out in front of so many people. It was too embarrassing. Sorry, I'm not satisfied. Ling Xiao's voice rang out, startling everyone. Brat, don't push your luck. Tang Chuan said coldly. Shut up. Let him speak. Fang Ming glared at Tang Chuan. If it wasn't for Tang Chuan, he wouldn't have to come forward to settle this matter. Brat, what are you not satisfied with? Fang Ming wasn't happy either. A mere martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm actually wasn't satisfied with his treatment. Don't you know what I'm not satisfied with? I don't care about what you said about me being able to enter the final 100 no matter what score I get. Even if I don't get full marks for my performance, I should at least get the highest score. I don't even need to participate in the revival match. Therefore, I just got what I deserved. In fact, you didn't do anything that you should have done. Ling Xiao said loudly. Originally, many people thought that Ling Xiao was a little greedy. But after listening to it, it seemed to make sense. However, would you be able to reason with the Z Mansion army? Everyone looked at Fang Ming as though they wanted to know how Fang Ming was going to deal with this matter. All right, we can give you a new score. Also, Tang Chuan, apologize to this young man immediately. Fang Ming looked at Tang Chuan and said, Captain. Tang Chuan looked at Fang Ming in surprise. He didn't understand why. Why? Even I can't order you around. Fang Ming said coldly. Tang Chuan gritted his teeth. Looking at Fang Ming's serious expression, he knew that he might have unintentionally offended someone he shouldn't have. Sorry, my score is too low. He couldn't even bear to look at Ling Xiao. Be more serious. Fang Ming shouted sternly. Tang Chuan's expression became very ugly. He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, sucked in a deep breath, and clasped his hands as he said, Little brother, it was my old eyes that were blurry and couldn't see your potential. Therefore, I gave you 0 points. I'm sorry. He was apologizing, but in fact, he wasn't convinced. Therefore, he was obviously acting in a fit of pique when he said that. He didn't have any intention of apologizing. It was as though Fang Ming had wronged him. How could Ling Xiao accept such an apology? Even the other martial artists were discussing animatedly, pointing and gesticulating. He's not like a man at all. He's apologizing like a girl. Chapter 3599. Enough. If he doesn't even know how to apologize, ask him to scram. Our Zifu army won't keep trash like him. Yu Chilong couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Chu Nunnery's appearance really made him lose face. Yu Chilong didn't want to say anything and wanted to give Tang Chu Nuan some face. However, he had no choice now. Most importantly, Tang Chu Nuan didn't even have the sincerity to apologize. He didn't have the pride that a centurion should have. Hearing Yu Chilong's words, Tang Chu Nuan's expression changed. He hurriedly said, Little brother Ling Xiao, I shouldn't have given a random grade because of personal grudges. I shouldn't have instigated the other examiners to do so. Please forgive me. How is it? Are you satisfied? Fang Ming looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided that he couldn't go overboard. He was content that Tang Chu Nunnery had been forced to this extent. Thus, he said, I'm satisfied. Good, as long as you're satisfied. Tang Chu Nuan, and you, Scram. You're disqualified. I'm one of the examiners, and the next one is a Chiliarch. Fang Ming was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble again. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. In fact, his worry was unnecessary. Ling Xiao wanted Tang Chu Nuan to be humiliated. It was enough for him to fulfill this wish. The 2 new examiners regraded and gave full marks. In the end, Ling Xiao obtained 400 points and became the most outstanding examiner. Although there were many examiners behind him, no one could surpass Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao defeated Xuemo Bing, who was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This was a record that no one else could do. Little sister Qianye, are you satisfied? Yu Chilong looked at Zi Qianye and asked. You shouldn't be asking me this question. That little fellow deserves full marks, right? Brother Chilong, your Zifu army has been slacking all these years. How did you get someone like Tang Chu Nuan? Zi Qianye sighed. Yu Chilong was slightly embarrassed. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to curry favor with Zi Long and Zi Qianye, he wouldn't have interfered in this matter. Even if he knew what Tang Chu Nunnery had done, he would at most reprimand her in private. He would not be as strict as he was today. But the truth was that even today, he had shown mercy. Otherwise, this kind of cheating, if it was in the Zifu city, would be a serious crime that would result in a beheading. Ling Xiao was actually benefiting from Zi Qianye. Of course, it was also because he had saved Zi Long that he had created this condition for himself. At this moment, the most depressed person was Tang Chu Nunnery. An examiner was removed from his position in front of everyone. He even apologized to a kid in front of so many people. He had really lost all his face. But fortunately, he didn't die. This could be considered lucky. If he had reflected on his mistakes because of this matter, then there probably wouldn't have been such a thing. But he didn't. This guy hated Ling Xiao to the core. He wanted to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. He was a dignified centurion who had reached the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Yet, he was humiliated by a mere 3rd-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist. How could he take this lying down? Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Although I was punished, I have many acquaintances in the Purple Mansion army. I can easily use some eye drops on you and you'll be finished. He thought viciously. Then, he asked his son, Tang Mo, to call Tang Bing. Tang Bing was also in a bad mood. In order to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, he had lost his uncle's position as an examiner. Binger, do you want to take revenge? Tang Chu Nunnery looked at Tang Bing and asked. Yes, of course I want to. But with my strength, I'm no match for him. Uncle, you've seen that guy's strength. Even the 6th-level Divine Vein Realm Blood Demon Soldier was no match for him. Tang Bing smiled bitterly. Look at your cowardice. Tang Chu Nunnery said angrily, of course I know you're no match for him. But have you forgotten? Many years ago, we once obtained a substitute talisman. It wasn't a talisman made by the spirit augmentation masters of the 4 major regions. It came from the immortal court continent. As long as you use it, you can change your identity and appearance with your cousin. It can last for a day. Your cousin is a 7th-level Divine Vein Realm corporal. Wouldn't killing that kid be as easy as killing an ant? That's great. It can actually be done like this. But how can I let my cousin face him? Tang Bing asked doubtfully. Don't worry. Leave it to me. In the revival match later, I'll definitely let your cousin face that kid. Tang Chu Nunnery believed that he had the ability to do so. Tang Mo, are you confident? Tang Chu Nunnery looked at his son. Tang Mo father, don't worry. That kid actually embarrassed you and didn't give me any face before. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a chance to deal with him. You gave me such a good opportunity. How can I miss it? I'll definitely kill him. Tang Mo nodded. All right. You two go and prepare to change your identities for the following matters. Tang Chu Nunnery sneered. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way you can escape from this old man's palm. Ling Xiao had no idea about Tang Chu Nunnery's evil plan. After leaving the arena, he continued his cultivation. The following matches were carried out in an orderly manner. In fact, Tang Chu Nunnery's evaluation of the other participants was pretty accurate. Apart from Tang Bing and Ling Xiao, there weren't any other problems. Therefore, although there were some who joined in the fun, there wasn't much to say now. Furthermore, the examiner had been changed. Fang Ming's evaluation was obviously more accurate, and his comments were clearer and more accurate. All the warriors were convinced by his evaluation. Finally, all 1,000 men's battles had come to an end. The 200 men with the highest scores stayed behind, while the rest of the participants went back to the audience seating area. The reason why they didn't leave was because they were very interested in the revival match. Of course, before the revival match, Zilong also participated in an exhibition match. In a one-on-one battle, he only used 3 strikes to kill a first divine core puppet. This also proved his strength was not just for show. The reason Zilong did this was to tell everyone that although he was specially recruited, he was strong enough. He was different from Tang Bing. In fact, he had achieved the effect he wanted. For the past few days, Ling Xiao hadn't left the arena. He had been here day and night. Through the analysis and practice of the Tai Kai Eye, he had gained a lot of experience from watching other people's battles. Especially Zilong's battle. Although it was just one battle, he had gained a lot from it. Why was his combat technique so much better than others? Aside from the fact that the Tai Kai Eye could accurately calculate, more importantly, he could convert other people's experiences into his own. He hadn't fought for the past few days, but he had gained a lot. Because of the Heart of Gold, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 20%. Although it was only 20%, he had to take a few steps to reach 1,000 miles. Besides, he only needed 100% of the energy. 20% was actually not a small amount. Chapter 3600. Other than the increase in energy in his cultivation sea. More importantly, Ling Xiao's understanding of martial arts had improved significantly. He had reached the transcendent state from the perfected state. This was all thanks to the experience he had gained from others. Next, we will begin the lot drawing ceremony for the revival match. Those who draw the same number will be their opponents. The winner will enter the Purple Mansion Army. Fang Ming looked at the remaining 200 people and announced. At the mention of the lot drawing ceremony, many people frowned. Among these people, there were two people they didn't want to meet the most. One was Liu Xiong. Regardless of Liu Xiong's potential, he was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Who would be his match? The other one was Ling Xiao. Liu Xiong was able to defeat the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm using a 1st-level Emperor-class martial technique. The result of the lot drawing surprised Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, the lot drawing should be a match between those with higher and lower scores. This way, the stronger ones would not be eliminated. In other words, someone like Ling Xiao who had 400 points should be the one with the lowest score. However, that was not the case. He had drawn Tang Bing. Looking at the lot drawing, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, this Tang Chu nunnery still refused to give up. He actually wanted Tang Bing to deal with him. However, Tang Bing was so weak that he must have some tricks up his sleeves. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Tang Chu nunnery had up his sleeves. After the lot drawing ceremony, Fang Ming gave the martial artists an hour to rest. Ling Xiao wanted to eat something to calm himself down. However, he met someone. Young Master Zilong. Ling Xiao looked at the young man in front of him and smiled bitterly. If possible, he didn't want to make friends with the king's mansion so soon. After all, it would be difficult to repay a favor. So your name is Ling Xiao. I didn't get the chance to ask for your name last time. Thank you for saving me. Zilong was a straightforward person. He was only 1 year younger than Ling Xiao. But the feeling he gave Ling Xiao was that Zilong was like a child. This was probably because he had been through a lot. Ever since Zilong was born, he had always lived in the little purple spirit kingdom. He had never been anywhere else. But he had gone from the heavenly dragon continent to the divine phoenix continent, and then to the white tiger continent. Now, they had even entered the 4 great regions of the black tortoise continent. The things that happened during this period of time were probably beyond Zilong's imagination. Don't mention it. Besides, you helped me just now, right? If it wasn't for you and Zi Qianye, I'm afraid General Yu Qilong wouldn't care about such a small matter. Although I can't join the Zifu army here, I can still go to other small countries, but it will still waste some time. Ling Xiao smiled. He was aware of his own limitations. Yu Qilong was a complete stranger to him, so how could he let Tang Chu nunnery apologize to him? Someone must be helping him from behind. In the entire grandstand, the only person he recognized was Zilong. It's nothing. Yu Qilong is only willing to help because he wants to pursue my sister. In fact, this is what he should do. In my opinion, a Lieutenant General's Zifu army has such a centurion. As the commander, he can't escape the blame. Zilong waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I came to you to remind you to be careful of that Tang Bing. Don't think that he is still the trash from before. I can feel a different aura from him." I understand. Ling Xiao also had the same feeling. Tang Bing was completely different from before. It was as if he had been reborn and become a different person. It's good that you understand. This thing is called the Fire Dragon Mark. Take it. It was made by the Spirit Augmentation Master of the Little Purple Spirit Kingdom. It can release a powerful attack. Basically, martial artists below the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm can't block it. But it's a pity that the Spirit Augmentation Masters of the 4 great regions can't compare to those of the Immortal Court continent. This thing can only be used once. If you need it, don't hesitate and use it directly. Winning is more important. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Zilong took out a strange knife and gave it to Ling Xiao. He said, after you use it, it will become an ordinary knife. Keep it as a souvenir. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Ling Xiao didn't want to take Zilong's things. Because he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Once you owed someone a favor, you would be trapped in it. It must be known that the faction that assassinated Zilong was extremely powerful. If they knew that he saved Zilong, he would be in big trouble. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a fire dragon mark. It's nothing rare. If you want to buy it, you can buy it with 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zilong stuffed the thing into Ling Xiao's hands. Without you, I would be dead. If you don't even accept this, then you are looking down on me. Since Zilong had said so, Ling Xiao could only reluctantly accept it. The moment he touched it, he could feel the aura of a formation on the fire dragon mark. There was also some kind of special energy flowing. However, the fusion of the formation and the flying knife was still lacking. It was far from reaching the level of a magic weapon. I can modify it a little. Ling Xiao thought to himself. In his mountain river world, there were many materials for setting up formations and formations. If he wanted to modify this fire dragon mark, it wouldn't be difficult. What did you say? Zilong was stunned. Nothing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Young Master Zilong, you are the monarch's younger brother. You don't have to risk your life in the Z Mansion army. I heard that the bloody battlefield is very bloody. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. With your talent and the monarch's training, you will become a powerhouse sooner or later. Why take the risk? What about you? You know that the bloody battlefield is so dangerous, but you still go? Zilong asked with a smile. I'm different from you. I don't have so many resources, and I don't have the monarch's sister. So I have to work hard on my own. For me, the bloody battlefield is the key to a breakthrough in strength. At the same time as danger, there are also opportunities. Ling Xiao answered. I see. Let me tell you the truth, I have been stuck at the first divine core realm for too long. I am eager to break through. The bloody battlefield is very important to me. Zilong said in a serious manner, I can't stay under my sister's protection for the rest of my life. My goal is to become the strongest man in the entire golden heavenly region. Then I'm afraid we are going to be rivals. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. You want to become the strongest man in the golden heavenly region as well? Zilong asked excitedly. No, I want to become the strongest man in all 4 regions. I want to go to the next continent. Ling Xiao answered. If someone else said this, Zilong might laugh at that person for overestimating himself. But when it came from Ling Xiao, Zilong didn't find it funny. Instead, he felt it was true. You're really special. Then, I wish both of us the best in realizing our dreams. Zilong extended his hand and shook Ling Xiao's hand. Chapter 3601. An hour later, the battle finally began. Although Liu Xiong was thought to have insufficient potential, his strength was beyond doubt. Hence, his opponent was defeated in one move, and he also successfully entered the Purple Mansion army. In the following battle, the disparity in strength between both sides was actually quite large. Just as Ling Xiao had said, in normal battles, those with higher scores would fight against those with lower scores. Head to tail. Only he and Tang Bing were exceptions. But the further it went, the smaller the disparity between martial artists became, and the battles also became more white-hot. To really pass, one needed to fight with all their might. Luckily, they defeated their opponent with a slight advantage. Very soon, it was Ling Xiao and Tang Bing's turn to battle. Regarding this battle, many people came with the mentality of watching a joke. Tang Bing's trash appearance, they had seen it. Ling Xiao's powerful appearance, they had also seen it. It was very hard to imagine that these two people could have a match of more than one move. But Ling Xiao did not think so. The feeling that Tang Bing gave him was like a completely different person. This matter was not good. But with the fire dragon mark in hand, he did not care so much in his heart. The two people entered the arena at the same time. Tang Bing pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, you and those blind things all said that I entered through the back door. Insulted my father, no, my uncle. Today, I'm going to let you blind things see whether I'm trash or not. Father. This guy is indeed fishy. Ling Xiao frowned, but because there was no evidence, he did not want to risk exposing it either. If he screwed it up, it would not be good for him. Wasn't it just a battle? He had plenty of trump cards and had no fear at all. Are you done with the nonsense? Can you make your move now? Ling Xiao said coolly. Still so arrogant. You won't be able to be arrogant in a while. Tang Bing laughed coldly. His feet trembled, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. This speed was so fast that it gave many people a fright. That's not right. Was this guy so powerful just now? Facing a scarecrow, he couldn't even kill it for half a day. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. This seems to be the strength of a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It seems like he broke through. Tang Mo fought in Tang Bing's place. He didn't want to reveal his identity, so he suppressed Tang Bing from the start. He felt that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. There was no need to use his true strength. This isn't your true strength, right? Ling Xiao suddenly entered the 9-snake general beast soul transformation state. Then, the innate godfiend sword soul was released. Ice Age was also taken out by him. He directly went up and attacked fiercely, not retreating at all. Instant freeze. Ice River 9 turns. After 2 consecutive attacks, Tang Bing was sent flying. You are not qualified to attack me with this kind of strength. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tang Bing in the distance. His feet shook as he launched another attack. Ice Age in his hand turned into a cold sword shadow as he crazily attacked. Tang Bing was forced to retreat, and his face was gloomy. This Ling Xiao is really strong. That sword in his hand should be a divine emperor artifact. He actually has such a weapon. It seems like his origin isn't simple. Not only that, he can execute a peak-grade king-class martial technique to perfection. It is comparable to a rank 1 emperor-class martial technique at the initial success stage. Even if that Tang Bing broke through, it is meaningless. He is still far from being a match for Jiang Yi. He can only be suppressed. Everyone's impression of Ling Xiao was getting better and better. This person seemed to always have endless potential, always able to let others see new things. Damn it. I think you are purely courting death. Tang Bing was forced to retreat, and the anger in his heart kept rising. Finally, he couldn't care less about hiding it anymore. The combat strength of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm burst out. A terrifying aura was released from his body. This is still not your true strength. Ling Xiao's Tai Kai I clearly captured the opponent's true strength. It was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Not at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He suddenly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Then, he still used the Ice Age to attack his opponent. However, the Ice Age at this time was divided into 2. It turned into black and white swords. The divine demon sword soul behind him was shining brightly, and terrifying sword intent was constantly released. Damn it. This guy's peak-grade king-class martial technique is comparable to a rank 1 emperor-class martial technique at the initial success stage. I can't stop him at all with martial techniques of the same level. Looks like I can only display my trump card martial skill. This was something that Tang Mo, who was pretending to be Tang Bing, didn't expect. He originally thought that he would have the strength to crush Ling Xiao when he released the strength of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. But now, it seemed like the truth wasn't so. Ling Xiao's strength was still much more terrifying than he imagined. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. It seemed like he really had the qualifications to be arrogant. But no matter what, he had to die. Thinking of this, he suddenly roared. He raised his hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand. Rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique, 9-fold demonic slash. The long saber in his hand suddenly condensed a terrifying power. Then, it slashed down. 9-fold saber chi rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was like 9 waves, each stronger than the previous. The so-called 9-fold demonic slash was a martial technique that Ling Xiao had cultivated before. But in terms of power, it was far inferior to Tang Mo's move. 9-fold attacks, each stronger than the previous. Even if you could block the first attack, you might not be able to block the next 8. An Emperor-class martial technique was an Emperor-class martial technique. Its power was absolutely extraordinary. This was also the only rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique that Tang Mo, as a sergeant, had mastered. Moreover, he was very proud that he had cultivated it to the stage of major success. Generally speaking, a sergeant-level Purple Mansion Realm soldier could be considered a genius if he could master an Emperor-class martial technique and cultivate it to the stage of major success. Tang Mo was obviously not bad. Under the nurturing of his centurion father, Tang Chu, he was still very capable. When everyone saw this scene, they were a little stunned. Was this Tang Bing still the same Tang Bing from before? Not only did his cultivation soar to the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm, but he also mastered an Emperor-class martial technique. Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that he had been pretending to be ugly all this time? Did he deliberately let others look down on him? Many people had such thoughts. But there were also people who thought differently. A person might be able to hide his strength, but his fighting style and aura would change. This is impossible. What did that bastard Tang Chu do? He really makes people worry. Fang Ming's face was a little gloomy. It's fine if he doesn't see through it, but if he does, then the Purple Mansion army will lose face again today. However, that Ling Xiao was truly arrogant enough. It was better to let Tang Mo teach him a lesson first. When it's about time, I'll save him and make him owe me a favor. While Fang Ming was thinking about this, the situation on the battlefield changed again.